Morning. I know it's about 5:30 USA time on the East Coast, but I just have to wake up and let everyone know that Donald J. Trump is currently ahead and winning, and Donald Trump only has to win one more electoral college until he wins the entire race. This is no joke. You only need 270 to win. Trump has won PA. Trump has won most of these states. So all we gotta wait for right now is about one more state, and Donald J. Trump has won. It really is amazing, guys, but we have to refresh the Google page just to show you the updated news to let you guys know that Donald J. Trump has won.
Good morning. It is 5:30 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. It is 2:30 a.m. if you're up late with us on the West Coast. Donald Trump is on the verge of returning to the White House.
Yes, holy crap. Donald Trump is in the freaking verge of
surrounded by family, telling supporters that they made history. The NBC decision.
Man, freaking Donald J. Trump won.
Realistically, we can say that Kamala Harris, the vice president, has no viable path to 270 in terms of electoral college.
It's over, man.
Let's take a look
It's
at
freaking over. Damn.
Start with Pennsylvania, which really
That's crazy. Kyle is crying right now.
Kamala Harris does not have a path anymore. It was when we called Pennsylvania that became true. 97% in the projected winner, Donald Trump. Georgia also in the column of Donald Trump with 50% of the vote versus her 48 with 99% of the vote in. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, Mr. Trump wins there as well with 97% of the vote in. Now, to those we have not called yet,
hit the like and subscribe button, man.
There, too close to call. And now we have a projection to make in Wisconsin.
Guys, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know where you guys are coming from and who you want for president.
Won by Donald Trump, and therefore, as you see on your screen, we are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
He will reclaim the White House.
Man, Donald freaking J. Trump won!
The 47th president of the United States being elected for non-consecutive terms, a feat that has not been achieved since Grover Cleveland did it back in 1892. And there's the map. 276 electoral votes. You can see how he did it there. The blue wall has been shattered once again. Wisconsin putting him over. Chuck Todd is standing by the big board. We're going to take a look at precisely how he was able to do it in Wisconsin. But Chuck, President-elect Donald J. Trump.
And more importantly, he's going to win the popular vote. It's not done yet. It's, there's still more, but it's very likely. This is not like 2016 or 2020. He's going to be only the second Republican to win the popular vote this century. And by the way, we are now going to have 3 straight one-term presidents. The last time this country elected 3 straight one-term presidents was when a guy named Grover Cleveland won non-consecutive terms. It was in the aftermath of the Civil War, of post-Reconstruction, and frankly, I do think an era that rhymes with the era we're living in now. We were fighting about who's an American. It was a very divisive time. We had 6 straight presidential elections then, decided by 5 points or less. We are now on our...
It was too big to ring! Too big to ring!
By 5 points or less. But let's take a
Donald J. Trump won, man. Donald J. Trump won, man. I can't believe I'm waking up. I'm seeing Donald J. Trump win, man. Make America great, man. The future of America is back, baby. You guys don't understand. America is back. Hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know where you're coming from.
But she lost a little bit of ground there. Then you look at Dane County. She lost just a little bit of ground there to him, and it was just a little bit everywhere. And then you go and take a look at a place like Brown County, and Trump gained a little bit in all of his red counties. And you go along the lake here, and he gained a little bit. In fact, what were the Harris folks counting on in the northern tier? That in these rural counties, older white women would come over to their side. But his improvement among Hispanics, among younger voters, particularly men, clearly created the combination here because it is similar across the board. The college towns were not as democratic. The urban areas, turnout wasn't.
It's 5:30, man.
as
Donald
much.
J.
Even in
Trump
the
is
suburbs,
celebrating his win in Florida.
the turnout for Democrats was good, not great. And they needed great, especially if they were going to continue to lose the amount of Hispanic voters that they ended up losing tonight.
The 45th president of the United States, now the 47th president-elect of the United States. Kelly O'Donnell's with us. Ryan Noble.
Hit the like and subscribe button, man. It was too
We need
big to
underscore
rig.
this right now, right?
Yes.
Because this is the moment that NBC News has, our decision desk has projected that he is, in fact, the winner. We've been talking about it for hours.
99% confidence rating. We don't
Now
call
we
it
are-
until
Guys, Trump is awake at 5:30 a.m. celebrating his win.
Especially, Kelly, when you consider where he was just 6 months ago. Here's a man, first of all, when he's sworn in January, he'll be the oldest ever at 78.
And remember when that was a thing?
Right.
Election season.
Right. Survives 2 assassination attempts. Oh, by the way, he's a convicted felon. And here he is risen from the ashes yet again.
The moment in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he was bloodied and rose and raised his fist and said, fight, 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 might be the metaphor of this entire political experience for him. He has come back in a way that, remember, he had a busy, busy primary because his own party didn't think they were going to
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. Donald J. Trump has won.
He found a message. When he was running
It hasn't
for
been
re-election
officially
against
been
Joe
called
Biden,
because it's
he
not
went
270,
back
but Donald J. Trump has won, man. Look, official results. 5:30 in the morning. Trump is celebrating already. Camilla has no path to victory.
Co-chair of the party and very involved. His son's very prominent in his race and in sort of the identity of the political brand. It's an extraordinary thing that he's going back to the White House, and we will be trying to understand it and trying to understand how much he will match up to the candidate that he's been and the things he's talked about. Who will he get rid of? Who will he try to extract some political penalty against? And tonight he had some tones of wanting to
Man,
be
I
the
can't
president
believe
for
we
all.
actually won, man. This is freaking amazing. Donald J. Trump won the presidency, man.
Never mentioned Joe Biden's name. Didn't even talk about Democrats. It was really just a purely celebratory mood. Made a number, or reiterated many of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. That might be a signal that he's going to try and reach out to the other side of the aisle. Because under any circumstance, and this is a convincing win, it's fair to say, but it's, as Chuck pointed out, still very close. And half the country is waking up this morning to what they view as the worst possible news, that Donald Trump is going to be in the White House again. And so he has tended, his political career has been, for the most part, very combative, not really caring that much about people that don't love him. And he has an opportunity now. This is his
Guys,
last
Donald J. Trump
opportunity in the
won.
White
It's
House.
officially
He's been
over.
for 4 years. He's already got to start thinking about his legacy. And part of that might be trying to reach across the aisle, trying to find that common ground, and create an agenda for all Americans.
Chuck, your numbers, by the way, we just put Chuck's numbers on the screen there. Those popular vote numbers. There's about a 5 million vote margin.
Yeah, and it'll close probably in half because of California. So the popular vote margin might be 2 to 3 million. But we got to realize something else here. I mean, he's now the most transformational leader of the Republican Party since Reagan. And he has done something that, again, he created a new Republican coalition.
Donald J. Trump has won. Good morning, America. The best America in freaking history.
Again in Mar-a-Lago, in Florida, at Trump, what was Trump Party headquarters a little bit earlier this evening. Vaughn, you've been, are you outside now? You're outside now. Vaughn, you've been on this campaign for months.
I'm outside.
You've covered Trump for years, the first administration as well. Talk about what this projection means for the president-elect.
I think that what we are about to see is a very unique personality serve in the capacity of President of the United States, even more so than in his first administration. Chuck and Kelly covered that administration so closely. I covered it on the periphery, traveling around the country, talking to voters throughout his administration. And time and again, I heard supporters that were hoping, even during the trade wars, right? It was the farmers that saw the prices of their corn and soybeans drop. They weren't even able to break even, yet they hoped that Donald Trump was going to be able to strike trade deals that would benefit them in the long run. There was a lot of hope and aspirations of voters in the United States that they had in Donald Trump. New voters, voters of color, young voters who have grown up with Donald Trump is effectively the godfather of this Republican Party. And when I say he's a unique personality, it's because of the individuals who we should expect to see him surround himself with in this administration. Here at his rally in West Palm Beach tonight, there wasn't Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or, of course, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, or Doug Ducey, the former governor
Trump or
of
Harris?
Arizona, or Mike Pence, his former vice president. It was the likes of
Are you guys
Tucker
happy about the
Carlson,
Donald J.
Stephen
Trump win, or do you wish
Johnson,
Harris
Robert
won?
Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk. Donald Trump ran in a way in which he felt uncompelled to go and reach out to the old establishment wing of the conservative party. And in 2022, I think that this is the moment when we go back in history of what led to this.
Are you happy with the win, guys? Donald J. Trump has won.
It was viewed as his stock being lowest. He went around.
I'm very happy, man. Hola, que tal? Presidente Donald J. Trump has won.
In the aftermath of the January 6th attack.
Guys, we needed this. This was the last hope for America. I can't believe we freaking won, man. It's amazing. I honestly cannot believe it, not even for an instance.
Donald Trump was able to remake the Republican Party in his image, which
Nope, I live in Barcelona, Spain. Shout out Barcelona, Spain. I'm a U.S. citizen, though, from Florida.
When I was going around talking to voters, time and again, even in South Carolina,
I'm in Spain.
folks that were telling me,
Man, it's freaking amazing. Donald J. Trump won.
To take back the party and to take back the country that they felt was stolen from him. Donald Trump went on a crusade to convince Americans that he was a sympathetic figure, that this election of 2020 was stolen from him, and that the charges against him.
Where are you guys coming from? I love to hear it.
Targeted. Over the course of these last 3 years, we now know here tonight, with Donald Trump becoming president of the United States, along with issues like immigration and the economy, of course, but he was effectively able to convince the majority of the American electorate
Absolutely.
This month that he should
There's a lot of
be going
Muslims
back to
here.
the
Yes,
White
sir.
House, despite everything, all of the attacks,
Shout out
the
Texas,
charges against
Florida.
him, and that this was his moment. And now,
There's a
upon
lot of
going to the White
Muslims in
House,
Florida.
He has a Republican Party in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House that will be devoutly loyal to him. And for any members of the military, any Democrats even.
Guys, I can't believe Donald J.
To
Trump
have
won.
some sort of ability to work with him in Washington, D.C., it's going to be incumbent upon them to understand that Donald Trump is of the belief that he only needs loyalty, that he does not need to go and strike any negotiations, because so far politically over the course of 9 years, it led him back into the White House, and a mandate effectively from the voters who selected him to get back there tonight.
Vaughn, I know you've spent some time really thinking about this, reporting how we got to tonight and this historic day. Let's take a look at your report.
This is a magnificent
Time to start
victory for the
deporting.
American
Absolutely
people.
freaking lootly.
A political resurrection unlike any other in American history.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
Tonight,
Solana
Donald
just
Trump
hit a
will be
90-day
back the White House,
high.
an unlikely comeback after losing the 2020 election, and a violent attack on the Capitol by his supporters, attempting to overturn
Lies,
results.
bullshit lies.
Those supporters encouraged by President Trump's false claims of 2020 election fraud.
There was
All of
election
us here
fraud.
today do
And
not
they'll be
want
going
to
to
see
jail for that
election
shit now.
victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
Top Republicans initially condemning him for his role provoking the attackers.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
But soon reversing course and embracing Trump once again, recognizing his power with Republican voters. In the 2022 midterms, Trump worked to get his allies elected and his enemies ousted.
The people of Wyoming are going to tell her, Liz, you're fired. Get out of here.
Many candidates. who
Democrats are not
false
gonna let
claims
this be an
the
easy
2020
4
election
years.
stolen, lost
Doesn't
to
matter,
Democrats.
man. We got
But just
Trump,
1 year
Elon,
later,
they're over.
Trump
Their ass
announced
is
his bid
grass.
for re-election.
This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together.
In the months that followed, he was indicted on federal charges in Florida,
Innocent.
DC, and state charges in New York and Georgia. The Republican presidential hopefuls like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saw an opening.
We can't have, as Republicans, him as the nominee.
If Trump trounced the primary field in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and then South Carolina, handily winning the party's nomination.
And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly.
Guys, Donald J. Trump has won, guys. Donald freaking Trump, man. He didn't get shot for nothing.
Assassin's bullet.
He didn't get shot for
within a
nothing, guys.
inch of taking my life.
And a change in his opponent, which he falsely called a coup.
This was an overthrow of a president.
YMCA.
He ran his campaign
Back again.
on his terms. And
I have a whole video about moving to Spain because I want to travel Europe and travel the world.
Allies.
That's a
Tens
reason.
of thousands of faithful supporters packing arenas and venues from California to Wisconsin to Madison Square Garden. Non-consecutive White House wins, a feat only one president, Grover Cleveland, has accomplished before. Now, Donald Trump will be president number 45 and 47. 8 years ago, Donald Trump interviewed potential
Donald freaking Trump, man.
his Trump Tower penthouse in Midtown Manhattan. He's now a Florida resident, and we can expect the transition process and that interview process to take place here in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. I'm also told, just like 8 years ago, when he went on what his campaign called a therapy tour as president-elect, in which he went around the country to address American voters that helped elect him, and told to expect a rally of similar sorts to take place quite soon here in the days and the weeks ahead.
Thank you so much for that reporting. Craig Melvin has actually left the table, just so no one's confused. He has to go prepare for the Today Show. But I want to turn to Danny Ceballos, who's joined us at the table, our legal analyst.
Where are the liberals
Something we haven't really
crying?
talked about yet tonight, but now that we have President-elect Trump, what happens to all these legal battles that he's been fighting, particularly the ones that were supposed to be coming, sentencing was supposed to be coming up soon?
On a night where we're all very careful not to make predictions, I'm about to make a bunch with a lot of confidence, and they have to do with Trump's legal cases. Here are things that I think we can say with a lot of confidence.
Man, let's play Trump's victory speech, man. We gotta play Trump's victory speech, man. This was not easy. 2 hours
Thank you
ago.
very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
He already won.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh.
This is his victory speech. This is his victory speech.
Having won the battleground states of
Hell nah, man. I'm so freaking glad we're finally got freaking humanity back. We're gonna have the best 4 years of our damn lives, guys.
We are now winning.
These are the millionaire years.
Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you.
I know it was only a few Harris neo-Nazis that wanted Harris for president. That's why she lost in a landslide. Harris freaking lost in a landslide for a reason. Because the neo-Nazi liberals couldn't
A
win.
great feeling of love in this very large room.
Bye-bye, Ukraine war.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this.
Bye-bye,
group of people
illegals.
Beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, you guys called Trump a Nazi before he won this shit. Why can't I call you liberals neo-Nazis? That's exactly what you are.
The MAGA movement, they helped so much.
That's exactly what they called Trump supporters when they didn't agree with him. When they were losing against Trump, they called us trash and Nazis.
I mean,
So what's wrong, liberals? You guys are losing, now you're mad. Donald J. Trump won. It's official, it's over. Kyle is crying in his pants.
And it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have,
I didn't expect it to win that quickly.
And some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, for staying.
America has some freaking freedom now. We're going to get our First and our Second Amendment back. We're going to have Elon Musk in office, man.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the
Let that sink in. Elon is going to cut all that bullcrap spending when he comes in office. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing. That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tim,
Donald J.
Karen,
Trump won, man. Goodbye, Ukraine dictator.
thank you all.
No new Bentleys or mansions from the USA.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Man, I'm so proud for America. I can
He's
cry.
a nasty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one?
I can cry for Donald J. Trump. He's saving America. He's saving our kids. He's keeping the damn tampons out of the men's bathrooms.
He really looks forward to it.
He's
They
getting
may
the
just
war out of
absolutely
Ukraine.
obliterate
He's stopping
that.
World War III.
Say a couple of words, Andy.
Donald J. Trump, he didn't survive a bullet for nothing. He does determine the war. He's the only one that can get us out of war. Hit the like and subscribe button. All you liberal sissy boys are crying why my president Donald J. Trump won fair and square.
Political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
The greatest comeback in the history of the United States of America.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. If Biden and Harris didn't double the rent and food prices under their administration, Trump might have never won.
We have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call her the ice baby. Right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a
Hit the like and subscribe button, man. I'm so glad I'm seeing this man as history. The first felon to become president.
And, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000
Hit the like and
miles an
subscribe
hour.
button, guys. Everyone troll the liberal Harris supporters because they lost. We won.
Withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now
hit the
it
like
looks
and
like
subscribe button, man. Trump won. He's saving America. He's saving the economy. He's saving us out of World War III. He's pulling everyone out of Ukraine.
So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over, it was going to smash, and then
A
I saw the fire
spaceship.
pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, he's got a
Connecticut.
great career going.
It's
Great
a small
US Open,
state.
Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a range because they said
Donald
it's a
J.
rough
Trump
sport.
won, guys. I can't believe.
And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does.
Hell yeah, that's right,
This
man.
is what happens when the machine
We did it.
comes after you.
What is
you've seen over the
freaking...
last several years, this is what it
What does
looks
Kyle think now, Sam? We did it, man. We got Donald J.
He's the
Trump
most
in
resilient,
office.
hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is
Kyle
karma,
is at
ladies
home
and gentlemen.
crying.
He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Donald J. Trump. Donnie.
Now he's a great guy, and he really
Love from
means
the
it. He
UK.
wants to
We
do
need
some
a
things, and
Trump.
we're gonna let
Trump
him go
won,
to it.
man.
I
Trump
just said,
won.
Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid
All
gold
the
than
votes
any
are pretty
country
much
in the
in.
world,
Trump
more
has
than
won
Saudi
by a
Arabia.
landslide. Camilla has no chance of winning anymore. I'm being 100%
Stay
serious.
away from the liquid gold. Other than that,
This is Trump's
we'll have a
victory
good time,
speech.
Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war, I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Hell yeah, he didn't. You think God would spare someone's life just to let them lose?
And to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
Donald J. Trump won.
I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it.
Good morning, America. Donald J. Trump won. It's a landslide.
All Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Guys, that was amazing. That was beautiful. Donald J. Trump for president. He won.
Hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was.
Too big to rig.
Just he's doing better elsewhere. The same for over 65s. Again, you might think that's sort of stalwart of Trump's support, and it was again in 2016. But look, actually, Harris had a lead in over 65s. The question becomes, well, where are these new supporters coming from? Because this looks like a different coalition. This shows African-American voters who've always tended to vote Democrat, and they still have that Democrat lead. But look, it's down to 74%. That suggests Trump is picking up some of those voters. And look at this. Hispanic voters across the country. I think this is really, really telling. In 2016, 38% lead for the Democrats. This time, just an 8% lead according to those exit polls. And that really matters.
They lied and they kept saying, oh, it's going to be a close race. It's going to be a close race. Guys, that was not close. That was not close.
we've seen throughout the night. So let's go back to North Carolina. Let's take these states, you know, if we go to Nash County, this is a state with more than 40% of African American voters. And that's a state that Trump has won, and he's won it pretty comfortably. Again, more than 50%. Joe Biden had won that back in 2020. Speaking of Hispanic voters, let's go to Florida. Lots of people here, and that's important in the context, of course, of the popular vote, which is going to be really important. Before the election, we said it doesn't really matter about the popular vote, and that's true because it doesn't get you to 270 electoral college votes, but it is a very important mandate when President Trump can say that he speaks for the majority of elections. And if you look here in this county, Osceola County, you can see that is, you know, it's got a big Latino proportion of votes. And look how it's tended to have voted in the past. It's blue, blue, blue. Donald Trump has turned that red, and that is a heavily Latino area. And that makes a difference, of course, in the swing states as well. So if we go over and we look, see what's happening over here. Nevada is still too close to call. Donald Trump has a lead, but look at what's happening in a place like Washoe County. Again, we see a similar sort of pattern. It's got a big Latino population that has traditionally been Democrat. Again, Donald Trump has been turning that red. So that really speaks to the nature of this victory. It hasn't just been in those rural places, in those non-college educated places, in those 65 plus. Donald Trump has managed to bring new voters in across the board, and that is what has delivered him this stunning victory.
Tom, thank you. Well, let's get an update now from one of those key battleground states, that being Arizona. We can speak now to Shingi Marike, who's in Scottsdale for us. As I say, one of the key battleground states, not called as yet. In 2020, went to Joe Biden with just under 11,000 votes. Borders Mexico, 378 miles of border. So immigration, illegal immigration, a big key issue in this state. Shingi, how is it looking?
Well, 12 hours ago, Gillian, we're talking about a wider race, which was going to be all of those cliches, too close to call.
Trump already won. Let's go, Brandon. Hell yeah, Trump won.
Arizona is part of a set of Sunbelt states that Donald Trump might win, as part of a set of all of the 7 swing states that Donald Trump might win. As it stands, just over half of the vote has been counted, and we understand that Donald Trump is ahead, but Kamala Harris is ahead in the county of Maricopa, which makes up 6 in 10 voters here in Arizona. So we'll watch that count as it unfolds. Arizona has a great tradition of people voting early, but it also has a great tradition of keeping us waiting for all of the ballots to be counted. And we were told originally by election officials it might take 10 to 13 days. But I think it's worth reflecting on how we're here, the position we're in with Donald Trump, now the president-elect for a second time, because we have spoken to so many people about those concerns you mentioned. First of all, the economy, which is something that people here said that they trusted Donald Trump on more than the current establishment, the current presidency and vice presidency of which Kamala Harris was a part of, but also illegal immigration. As you mentioned, this is the only swing state that borders Mexico, and people here said that they were tired of an influx of migrants, to use their words. But what I think Donald Trump has done, and we've seen rear its head here, is he has shifted the electoral calculus, and he has managed to pull in a bigger coalition of voters. And as we heard in that screen there, that coalition of voters involves a number of Latin American voters. Here in Arizona, 1 in 4 voters are Latin American, and we've spoken to quite a few over the course of the last few days, and there you had the crossover of their perceived strength of Donald Trump.
Good morning.
And the fact
Congrats
that
on
they
Trump
are
winning.
second
Thank you,
generation.
guys.
Their parents have citizenship. They have citizenship, so they agree with his rhetoric on immigration and his hardline stance.
We're lucky
So
enough to have
those
Donald J.
democracies
Trump win. I have my Trump hat on this
Arizona
morning.
back to being a red state as part of this rather emphatic-looking victory.
Shingi, thank you.
Love
Also,
from
the key battleground
Canada.
states were always going to be crucial in this
Shout out
election.
Canada.
Let's look at the
Trump
results from those states in a bit more
for
detail.
Canada.
Well, North Carolina was the first key battleground to be called for Donald Trump. There we see the 51%, an emphatic victory there. The second key state of Georgia then went his way less than an hour later at about 5:30 UK time.
God bless everybody. Trump won.
Pennsylvania, which has, of course, been a heavy focus on both the Republican and Democrat campaigns. Both candidates visiting the state more than 200 times with its all-important 19 electoral college votes. With a win in Wisconsin, Trump cleared the 270 electoral votes needed to clinch the presidency.
I'm so happy. Me too, man. Donald Trump.
Leading in Nevada, but that state is still too close to
Nah, that's for Trump. Nevada's for Trump.
He's also leading in Michigan, that state with a history of car industry, which he's promised to reinvigorate. And as we've heard, in Arizona, it is still too close to call there also, but a result
Trump won.
expected imminently. Well, there's already been plenty of international reaction to Donald Trump's victory. Let's take you now to our China correspondent, Nicole Johnston, who's in Beijing for us. Nicole, have we had a formal reaction from the Chinese as yet?
No, we haven't had a formal reaction. They have said that they will wait until there is a formal announcement. Earlier in the day, though, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs did talk about the US-China relationship. They said they want it to be based on mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. And that is the usual line that you get from the Chinese. But behind all of this, behind closed doors, I'm sure they're holding on to their seats because they will know that a Trump presidency could be unpredictable. It could be a wild ride. And they've been there before. They saw the enactment of these tariffs and the tariff war the first time around with Trump. This was continued by Biden, but now Trump is talking about an even bigger imposition of tariffs. Now, ahead of the election, he was talking about 10 to 20% tariffs on all exports into the United States. But when it comes to China, he was talking about 60% tariffs. And on the issue of electric vehicles from China into the United States, he was talking about 100%, 200%. He even mentioned 1,000%. So China will know that tariffs are going to be a big issue going forward. Already there's been forecasts that those sorts of tariffs could cut this country's growth rate by half. The other big question is, how will the relationship be between Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping? We know that Trump is transactional, that he depends on his charisma.
Trump won. Donald J. Trump.
He had some interesting statements to make about
I'm a
the Chinese
Canadian and
president.
woke us out.
In the lead up to this election, he said that Xi Jinping respects him because he knows that Trump is, quote, crazy, that they get along great, that he's very fierce, that he's a brilliant
Baron
guy,
Trump, man. That's a tall man.
1.4 billion people with an iron fist. Now, across Asia, any country that exports to the United States is going to be worried about the issue of tariffs. There's also the very big looming issue of Taiwan. Trump there has had some confusing statements in the lead up to the election. He highlighted the fact that Taiwan is only 100 miles, less than 100 miles off the coast of mainland China, while it's 9,500 miles from the United States. He said that Taiwan doesn't give us anything and that it should be paying for the defense and security of the United States. So all sorts of difficult and challenging questions ahead in this relationship. It was troubling under President Biden.
Better than Biden-Harris losers. Oh, Yucky's mad. Yucky was a huge Harris supporter. Sorry, Yucky. Donald J. Trump won this.
Relationships such as AUKUS.
Yucky's mad. Donald J. Trump won.
As well as the Quad, because that's how the government, the previous government, was doing it. They were trying
Donald Trump didn't mainly help the rich last time. He helped everybody.
China considered these alliances to be an attempt.
You're fired, Scamala.
We don't know how
I told you she was gonna get fired.
could view them a Trump presidency, but it's likely he may want to do deals directly with various countries and governments, and that could definitely be a concern across the region and start to upend.
I have looked up his tax policy. What was Camilla's tax policy? She didn't have one. There's a reason that Trump won by a landslide, and Scamala couldn't even muster up 250 electoral college votes. Because no one believes her bullcrap anymore. The middle class, the hardworking man, the white collar people, they all want Donald J. Trump, and that's for a reason. They understand his tax policy. You think the American people are too stupid to realize who they want? That's what you're trying to say. Donald J. Trump won for the people for a reason. He won the popular vote and the Electoral College. For a reason. Because his tax policies, his border policies, his economic policies, everything he had was better than Scamala. Scamala didn't have any policies.
Evil led by Iran. But there was a warning from senior Hamas official Sami Abu Zuhri, who told the Reuters news.
Yeah, prices are high because of Scamala. Scamala and Biden made the prices high with their bullcrap inflation. India support Trump. Donald J. Trump won, India.
In Jerusalem for us.
And you can trash is mad.
Benjamin Netanyahu, as one might expect, Alistair.
Yeah, and his defense minister.
Scamala policy doesn't exist.
Now to the future of the wars here in
Prices were lower under Trump. He was lowering the prices from Obama.
Unlike in the past, when he has actually actively campaigned for the election of.
When Trump became president, I remember prices were lower. The same thing will happen again, you can.
I think he feels far more comfortable with the prospect of Donald Trump re-entering.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry you're crying about your team didn't win, but there's a reason that Scamala lost. All I know is prices would have been higher under Scamala, 100%. Scamala was worth $10 million with 4 big, large mansions, and she kept telling us how she was middle class. Classic Scamala.
In the White House, then I think that will sit comfortably with Netanyahu.
Yuka, it's okay. You lost. Just accept the loss. Fair and square. Don't cry about it.
But Trump and Nicole was.
If Harris lost and you're crying about it, just settle down.
From Asia, he doesn't like to pay for other people's wars. He doesn't like to start wars. She was referring to Taiwan. We know that Ukrainians are now very nervous about what will happen to them. We saw in the past presidency that Donald Trump berated NATO countries who failed to meet the 2% target, even threatened to pull the United States out of the alliance. So, will Trump really want to plow billions of US dollars to help Israel continue to fight wars in Lebanon and Gaza? Will he want to keep a sizable, very sizable US military presence across the Middle East to counter threats from Iran, as President Biden has done? Or will he want to try and be the person to claim some credit for brokering ceasefire deals on numerous fronts? I think the latter is more likely. And then, you have others around the Middle East who all have vested interests in what is happening in Washington right now. The Egyptians, President Sisi came out and he's also congratulated Trump. The Egyptians are recipients, one of the largest recipients of US military aid. I think the Gulf states will hope for some close partnerships with the Americans, as they always have done, in part to counter the threat, the growing interest in the Middle East from China. But the Iranians, that is where the Israelis and the Trump presidency will have very strong common bond. The threat from Iran, the attempts by Iran potentially to get a nuclear weapon.
JD is going to be brilliant. Elon Musk is going to be brilliant, guys. Elon Musk is going to be brilliant. Who else? RFK is going to be brilliant.
The Iranian administration had to negotiate a new deal. I think that's now off the table.
Alistair, thank you.
Trump is so cool.
Has been poring over all the detail from the presidential election results, and let's see what's
Trump can be your dad.
Battleground states. Tom.
Yeah, let's take another look at the map and think about a different way of understanding it. It is a stunning election map when you see, especially, those battleground states. It looks like it is on course for a clean sweep. We've talked about demographics so far, but of course people are not just voting according to their demographics, they're voting for issues, and I think that's especially true in this race. When we look especially at the exit polls,
when we stand up,
when NBC, our sister network, were asking people what they thought of Kamala Harris, they said Favorable, only 40% unfavorable. That is not a great way to be going in. But actually,
I
when it
love
comes to
Tulsi.
Donald Trump as well, more people found him unfavorable. And yet, he is now the next president of the United States. And the question is, why does that happen? Well, this is what the most important issues were. Two people who are answering this exit poll. You've got the state of democracy, 35%, the economy, 31%, immigration, 11%, and abortion, 14%. Again, you might look at that and think state of democracy and abortion, those are issues that should favor Kamala Harris, where you've got the economy and immigration for Donald Trump. They're still a really, really big, important chunk. And that does really tally with what we saw, actually. This is the key issues. This is how voters graded Trump and Harris on issues and characteristics. So when it comes to things like border security and immigration, inflation and the cost of living, the economy, Donald Trump has these clear leads here. But when it came to protecting democracy, now you might think, especially given how much Kamala Harris made this a platform of campaign, actually this gap between Harris and Trump isn't as big as you think. Republican voters taking the same view, but in the opposite direction. It's only on abortion that Harris had a clear lead. And so when you look at what that means in terms of, right, let's look at the real-term wages. This is what people were thinking. This is how they fared under the first Trump presidency, and this is how they fared under Biden and Harris in terms of real-time wages. There was a big increase under Trump, and that wasn't matched under Biden and Harris. So in terms of their experience, that was what they were thinking. And then that abortion issue that we were talking about, we thought it might be important. But here's what happened when it came to women voting according to the exit poll. You can see there is this big drop of 15% lead for Democrats, in 2020. That dropped to just 10%. So abortion might have been an issue, especially amongst female voters, but that didn't necessarily translate, and that's how you end up, really.
All the Kamala Harris supporters are so dang silent now. How do they feel that Trump won?
Especially in the Northeast, for those key battleground states, that was really, really important, especially in Wisconsin. You know, the one we've just seen, that's the one that won Donald Trump the presidency. The economy was top of the ballot here, and that seems what to have returned Donald Trump to the presidency.
Yes, Tom, many people feeling that they are not better off financially without Donald Trump. So a major day here in America and in fact the world as Donald Trump wins the US presidential race. As we've been hearing a short time ago, the swing state of Wisconsin was called in Trump's favor, taking him over the magic number of 270.
They're crying. You're right, they are crying.
President. Let's listen back to what he said.
Why would they cry? Trump wants to better America for all.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that helps, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. They're all mad that Trump won.
Incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Absolutely, man. We love you, Donald J. Trump.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America.
Dance party with Beyonce. Everyone do your Trump dance.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which was...
Because Donald J. Trump won and I didn't get any sleep. Vote Donald J. Trump for president. Because he already won. I'm just fucking with you guys. Trump won, it's over, you Harris supporters. Dance party with Beyonce.
Because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you.
Their coup failed. The coup against Trump has failed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Prosecutor.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Send the Democrats on a trail of tears.
And in those cases,
Send Democrats men tampon.
the senators, they were tough races.
Keep trolling
The number
the...
of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And
America is not split, my friend. America is all in one, for once and for all.
sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
There will be no first man, suckers.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Hit the like and subscribe button. In the end, we did get some Indian people in office.
You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp.
Vance and his...
And you know the enemy camp.
Vance's
is
wife.
Certain networks.
That's who we got.
A lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. which one? CNN, MSDNC. He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates that. Say a couple of words.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. We're almost at 2,100 subscribers.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. Most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. Nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. but we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so
Guys, check out my videos, hit the like and subscribe
the
button.
biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. Share the video.
A lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. When I said that, many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So a triumphant, victorious speech there from Donald Trump, even before it was officially called that he will be the 47th President of the United States of America. Quite a conciliatory speech there, saying that he will be a president for all Americans. He talked about the various constituents who came out and supported him, and he will be their president, vowing to speak for them. Also, I guess, of those that didn't vote for him, but a very, very conciliatory speech for Donald Trump, David.
Yes, we've been talking over the recent days about these key swing states, of course, but in the end, really, Gillian, only 2 of the 7 mattered, because once he secured North Carolina, the writing was on the wall. Then he secured Pennsylvania, and there was no route back to the White House, or to the White House, for Kamala Harris, and that is because he has assembled this diverse coalition. The Make America Great Again movement really has become broad in its reach, because he has attracted young men in record numbers, Asian men,
Easy
African
win.
men, Latino
Easy
men,
win
even
for Donald J.
surprising
Trump.
number of
Where's that boy Kyle at? Let's see him
to
cry.
be an issue that was high up the agenda, given the fact that we've seen the removal of the constitutional right to abortion here in the United States, but none of it really mattered in the end. The other thing we've really not had an opportunity to talk about yet is the man who's going to be the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Also yesterday, when he spoke, when he went to cast his ballot, he was also saying that he's going to be a vice president for all Americans, and that people should show more love. You know, there shouldn't be difference over politics, and it shouldn't be a divider. We should all respect each other's views. So very, very different tone from him also.
A very different tone, given that 24 hours earlier he was telling supporters of Donald Trump that it was time to take the trash out in Washington, and that the trash was Kamala Harris. Of course, this is the man, remember, who suggested that people who would vote for the vice president were childless cat ladies. And I suppose that pivots us towards another question. You remember how many people responded in a very negative way to that, one of them being Taylor Swift. So all of the celebrity endorsements lining up behind Kamala Harris had no effect. There hasn't been a Democratic candidate since 1988 who secured fewer electoral college votes, and that's not a record that Kamala Harris really expected to be going into today with.
Yeah, she did have all the A-listers turning out for her, but to no avail.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary, really, that you would have expected that to generate younger interest in this campaign, and to particularly bring in people who had not been involved in politics before, but it hasn't worked, and the Democrats have lots of questions. There'll be quite the post-mortem to be done at the end of this electoral process.
Let's get a roundup of some international reaction now. Well, leaders from around the world have been congratulating Donald Trump following his victory. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted the following. This is the message he sent to Donald Trump. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said, I'm looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States. Emmanuel Macron posted the following on X. Congratulations, President at Real Donald Trump. Ready to work together as we did for 4 years. And the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said, congratulations, President-elect Trump, on your historic election victory. I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. Well, let's take you live now to Downing Street and our political correspondent there, Ali Fortescue. We're due to get a live response, I suppose, from Sir Keir Starmer, probably the first international leader to speak on camera regarding Donald Trump's historic victory.
Yeah, that's right. Keir Starmer in the last 10 minutes or so left Downing Street, heading for his first PMQs up against Kemi Badenoch, of course, the new Conservative leader, and I'm absolutely sure that the US election is going to come up, because today, Number 10, waking up to a second Trump presidency, and all that that means, a complex relationship between Team Trump and the Labour Party. I'll come on to the context shortly. But just to kind of remind you of some of the responses, as you say, we did hear from the Prime Minister very quickly. He congratulated Donald Trump for the historic election victory. He says he looks forward to working with President Trump in the years ahead. I should say David Lammy, who previously had some pretty spicy comments about Donald Trump, it's fair to say, also congratulated him very quickly, saying the UK has no greater friend than the US. We look forward to working with you. Kelly Badenoch, the new Tory leader, I should say, also congratulating the new President Trump. Nigel Farage calling Mr. Trump's win the most incredible political comeback of our lifetime. But there were mixed responses from some other parties, I should say. Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats, calling it a dark day for people around the globe. He called Mr. Trump a dangerous, destructive demagogue. So interesting to see whether we see more of those sorts of responses at Prime Minister's questions today. And Sadiq Khan, the Labour Mayor of London, of course, he says he knows many Londoners will be anxious and fearful about what it will mean for democracy and women's rights. So some very interesting responses here in the UK. It obviously matters not just for America, but for the United Kingdom as well. Economically, if Donald Trump pushes ahead with his threat of tariffs, what will that mean for the British economy? Matters too for foreign policy. What will a Trump presidency look like for Ukraine, for the Middle East? Will he push on NATO? So plenty of unknowns up ahead for the Prime Minister Keir Starmer as he tries to navigate the relationship with Donald Trump. As I say, a complex one. We know that they had dinner in Trump Tower, which was briefed to have gone well. The Prime Minister saying they have a good relationship. Dinner went on longer than expected. But we know that not long ago, Team Trump accused some Labour staffers of breaking electoral law by volunteering to help with the Harris campaign. We know that Elon Musk has been very clear in his views on the Labour leader and the Labour Party. So a very interesting time ahead. But as I say, we are expecting to hear more from the Prime Minister Keir Starmer very shortly at Prime Minister's Questions.
And Ali, you've alluded to this previously, but the relationship obviously going to be very, very key. In the past, some very critical things have been said by Labour cabinet ministers of Donald Trump. There will be some repair needed in that department.
That's absolutely right. Look, I think efforts have been made from the team behind the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, to try to build bridges with Team Trump. It was in 2018, so not long ago at all, that David Lammy called Donald Trump a woman-hating, neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath. So pretty clear in his views back in 2018. But today, as I say, the Foreign Secretary here has congratulated Donald Trump. The Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary were very early to send their congratulations on Twitter. So clearly, this is a Labour Party trying to build bridges with Team Trump. I think they were undoubtedly closer bedfellows with the Democratic Party, but they are facing the world as they find it. So they will be, I think, trying to repair those relations. But
guys, hit the like and subscribe button. All the Harris supporters are crying. We're almost at 2,100 subscribers. Much appreciated.
Volunteering to help with Team Harris was not a good kind of diplomatic moment between the UK and the US, but the Prime Minister did manage to meet with Donald Trump, as I say, at Trump Tower in the build-up to election. He did not, of course, meet with Kamala Harris, not for lack of trying, but today Number 10 wakes up to a new Trump presidency, and I'm sure they will be very carefully trying to manage that relationship, and it will all that it means for the UK and the rest of the world.
Okay, Ali, thanks very much for the moment. PMQ's about to start, and it certainly is going to be a bit of a gear change for Sir Keir Starmer, and there will have to be a resetting of the relationship with Donald Trump.
Yes, because Donald Trump coming back to the presidency in the White House really will be radical in terms of domestic policy. We know the economy was the #1 issue for people voting, so he's going to take radical steps. Perhaps that will be tariffs, cost of living, high on people's agenda here. He's promised to fix it. We know he's fairly radical in his approach to immigration. threatening the greatest deportation of illegal immigrants in American history. And when it comes to foreign policy, well, he's isolationist. He wants to detangle America from global conflicts. He's even threatening to withdraw the United States from NATO. If that's not a lot to think about, my goodness, there are going to be a lot of things to drill down into over the next few hours, Gillian.
And would we say that Donald Trump is a man that might bear a grudge? Thinking of some of the things that have been said about him by members of the Labour cabinet, neo-Nazi fascist, is he one to bear a grudge?
Well, I think the best illustration of that, the best way to answer that question is to reflect on his description for a long time of Joe Biden, who beat him to the presidency back in 2020. He refers to him as Crooked Joe, and he talked regularly about the outgoing president's mental capability. He believes Kamala Harris was part of those who hid that from the American people and believes that she should have done something about it. So he clearly carried a grudge in terms of the Democrats having pushed him out. He talked about cheating, he talked about electoral fraud. Even last night he was warning that there was cheating going on in Pennsylvania. That fueled some speculation that this wasn't going his way. In the end, it has not just gone his way, it's gone his way decisively, and I think we're going to have to wait and see how he now deals with people who were not exactly allies over the last 4 years.
Yes, Kamala Harris on the campaign trail was saying that Donald Trump has a list of people that he wants to get even with, and I've got a list of things that I want to do. That's exactly what she was saying.
Yes, and interestingly, last night he made no reference to Kamala Harris whatsoever in that acceptance speech or that declaration of victory. So perhaps he's rethinking that. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, David, thanks very much for the moment. Let's take you to the Commons. PMQ is about to start, and Sam Coates is going to guide us through. Sam.
Advanced manufacturing, including our world-leading compound semiconductor cluster.
Way from Prime Minister's questions. The first time that Keir Starmer has faced the new Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, as Tory leader. So this is an important moment, but one that is dominated by everything you've just been talking about. For the election of a new US president will overshadow everything that you'll hear in the Commons over the next 30 minutes or so. You are going to hear for the first time from Keir Starmer in person about his reaction to the election of Donald Trump. It's a moment that he and his team have been bracing themselves for, preparing themselves for in some ways for years, because it's been increasingly likely that this was a potential outcome from yesterday's election.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
And there's Prime Minister's questions beginning.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy. And having had dinner with President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago, I look forward to working with him in the years to come. May I also welcome the Leader of the Opposition to her place, my fourth Tory leader in 4.5 years. But I do look forward to working.
Yalda Hakim is a brand new podcast from Sky News. With me, Sky News' lead world news presenter, Yalda Hakim.
And me, Richard Engel, Chief Foreign Correspondent for NBC News.
Every week, we'll be reporting from the front line of the world's trouble spots and asking the big questions to the world's most important and influential people.
Join us for the ground truth to help you understand what is happening in the world today and why it matters to you.
So that's The World with Richard Engel and Yalda Hakim.
Listen every Wednesday, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome and good morning if you're in the UK. This is USA 2024 on the road, the podcast which stayed up all night so you didn't need to. I'm James Matthews.
Donald J. Trump, where's that sissy boy Kyle? Trump won.
As you can imagine the mood here.
And I'm Martha Kellner, and James, it was a very different mood here in Washington, D.C. I've been at Howard University, which was the watch party for Kamala Harris. She didn't show up to her own party. Her supporters then left, and we, the media, got turfed out. So I'm now back in my hotel room.
It's early morning here in Florida. Things are way more decisive at this stage than many imagined they would be at the start of the night.
Trump won, guys. Trump won.
Of course, the dissection of the campaigns has already started. Why didn't Kamala Harris land her message on abortion? How did Donald Trump manage to pull some Latino voters and young black
Trump
men
is a
from
great innocent man, guys. You're just mad that your party lost because Donald J. Trump won. Donald J. Trump won. Donald J. Trump won. Donald J. Trump won. If you're angry about it, go cry about it, Jonah. Go cry about it. Go cry about it.
Projecting that Donald Trump has won.
It's a truly historical election. Go cry about it. Go cry about it. Donald J. Trump won.
Minority younger voters in particular.
The Harris camp have packed up, turned out the lights, and gone home.
So you won't hear
Trump
from
won.
the Vice President
Trump
tonight.
won.
Trump has won Georgia, one of the key battlegrounds.
He is the winner of Pennsylvania, 19 electoral college votes.
Obviously, global leaders are reaching out already to Donald Trump.
As we record, Sky News and NBC have Donald Trump on 266 of the 270 electoral college votes that he needs. But he can get those other 4 without any of the swing states. He's projected to have won Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia already. He's saying he's president, although Kamala Harris hasn't conceded defeat yet. Keir Starmer, alongside other world leaders, have already congratulated Donald Trump. He was in celebratory mood as he addressed the thousands of supporters here at the convention center in West Palm Beach.
Today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The crowd here lapped it up. There was a sea of red MAGA caps, iPhones in the air, cheers throughout the night for results. And of course, when Donald Trump appeared, flanked by his family, it was rock star stuff. Quite a contrast, Martha, I imagine, to where you are with the Democrats, where the lights are now out, yeah?
Yeah, quite the split screen, James. I was at the watch party for Kamala Harris at Howard University, which is her alma mater. And it was dressed up for a party, these great big stars and stripes flags draped over these magnificent buildings, this stage set for an acceptance speech for what would have been America's first female president. Instead, the mood changed very quickly from cautious optimism to what the Harris camp called nauseous optimism. And somewhere between North Carolina and Georgia being called for Donald Trump, it turned into complete dejection. This party mood became all of a sudden funereal.
Thank God, Donald J.
Was this all about enthusiasm for Trump or a lack of enthusiasm for Harris?
I just think it might be a bit of both. I'm still struggling to absorb completely what's just happened, to be honest. The completeness of Donald Trump's victory, because I actually felt like Kamala Harris ran a pretty good
Hell no, you're delusional.
campaign.
Delusional.
She perhaps overestimated the vote-winning potential of the battle around reproductive rights. She struggled, I think, to define herself, certainly to define her policy on immigration. And quite simply, I think the economy has been a real major factor, regardless of what figures you throw in people's faces about inflation being under control, about unemployment being down. Perception just doesn't match with that. People feel poorer than they were 4 years ago, and she is viewed as the incumbent. You know, people associate her with the last 4 years of the Biden administration, and I think she struggled to shrug that off. On the flip side, I can't argue with what JD Vance said about Donald Trump and that this is the biggest political comeback of all time. You know, this is a man who 2 years ago was described as being radioactive to the Republican Party. I don't think that Donald Trump is an amazing politician. He's certainly not a disciplined politician. You know, this is a guy who last week was mimicking a sex act on a microphone, and this week is the 47th president of the United States. It is the most staggering, incredible story.
I think you're right, Martha. Yeah, and you know, you talk about the economy, and I think you and I find that, don't we, when we're going around the country asking people who they vote for, and that comes up time and again. The economy, immigration, and people who are Trump supporters, they say, well, we get it, we get that bombastic side of him. We don't like it, but ultimately, he's the guy who puts money in our pocket. I was richer when he was in power. And it's interesting, you know, for all the talk about him going off message and him spouting rhetoric, being near the knuckle, you wonder to what extent that was just white noise to people. Although you have to wonder, you know, is he a guy who just simply got it right? Who today is to say he got it wrong? I mean, clearly he was targeting the bro vote. And interestingly, for me, Martha, I went to one of his rallies in Reading, in Pennsylvania, and I spoke to bros, you know, young men, and I was surprised by what they told me. You know, young white guys, they said, look, we feel left behind. We feel like we've been kicked down, and we've been kicked when we got down. One said to me that you can't get a job if you are a white Christian male in this country anymore. And I found that quite startling. You know, that there clearly is a number from that generation who do feel that politics has left them behind, and they want to see some kind of control back. They want change, and clearly Donald Trump embodied change in a way that Kamala Harris did not, I suppose.
Has it become cool to vote for Donald Trump, do you think, James?
Well, it's anti-establishment, isn't it? I think it was in the first place. And yeah, cool. I think possibly that is the word. I mean, I think cool's an interesting concept, isn't it? Because Kamala Harris, I mean, she's been all over the cool, all over the showbiz, all over the celebrity endorsement. And I suppose political strategists will be studying why that did not work for many years to come. What I think, Martha, is that Biden has questions to answer. This is an individual who stepped down because it was the right thing to do, but clearly the right thing to do was to step down far earlier and give Kamala Harris more time to just to bed in, to embed her message, to build her own identity as a politician with the policies of change, to establish herself with the American public. And she was given what? No time at all. And you know, for all the talk about the Biden legacy, I think, frankly, in this convention center in West Palm Beach, I was looking at the Biden legacy tonight.
Or should he have stepped down earlier and allowed a proper primary process to take place? That's the other question, and that will be part of the Democratic Party's post-mortem, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Martha. Yeah, that'll be front and center of their inquest and their discussions about how they recover from this. It's going to be a long road. I mean, Trump presidency and, you know, the Senate, the popular vote, possibly the House of Representatives. I mean, a clean sweep for Donald Trump. The mood, yeah, well, you don't need me to tell you what the mood is where you are, but I imagine it is dark indeed. I took the opportunity to speak to some of the people. You know, I reckon, what, 3,000 were in the room tonight, well attended, all well dressed, free alcohol, free food. It was party time for them. And yeah, I got a sense of how Donald Trump galvanized the support that he has enjoyed.
What do you think? It's going to be a great 4 years. The country needed it, and Trump couldn't be the better president for this country. So we love it. And us as a people, we're in a good next 4 years.
Surprised?
Nope. It was coming.
What does it mean for America?
Oh, victory. We're gonna literally make America great again because we're in the best spot right now. You know, as a Hispanic, I'm part of Latinos with Trump. The Hispanics moved the needle on this election. We did a lot, and it means a lot because we're conservative. We are about family, God, and freedom. And that's the message that that we believe in.
We're proud of everything that Trump does. We're grateful for this country, to be in this country. We're given this opportunity coming from another country to be here, to have a better chance in life. And I'm very grateful for what Trump is doing because he's changing my life. He's massively improving the lives of all of us. And not only that, his birthday is one day after mine, so I respect that.
There was a lot of talk about African American males swinging it for Trump. Why is that?
Because Trump's a realist and he's lost Trump. And little by little, but more often, African Americans are following Trump. And we're seeing that he's better also than anything else. So we're going to keep following him.
Tell me why Trump? Why Donald Trump?
I think Donald Trump is very intelligent. He's well spoken. Knows what he want to do as in for the United States of America. I think he's the perfect man for the job. You know, and I had an intuition that he was going to become president.
A long night indeed, and one of huge significance. But stay with us. We'll be back.
The World with Richard Engel and Yalda Hakim is a brand new podcast from Sky News. With me, Sky News' lead world news presenter, Yalda Hakim.
And me, Richard Engel, Chief Foreign Correspondent for NBC News.
Every week, we'll be reporting from the front line of the world's trouble spots and asking the big questions to the world's most important and influential people.
Join us for the ground truth to help you understand what is happening in the world today and why it matters to you.
So that's The World with Richard Engel and Yalda Hakim.
Listen every Wednesday, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to USA 2024 on the road, a triumphant night for Donald Trump. It's also looking good for Republicans in the Senate. They've taken control for the first time in 4 years. They also look set to hold the House of Representatives as well. It's possible the Republican Party will have control of all three branches of government. Will this iteration, I wonder, Martha, of President Trump, be more powerful than we saw last time? What do you think?
I think now that he does have control of the Senate, possibly the House of Representatives, he's managed to install these conservative-leaning Supreme Court justices into the Supreme Court. I think he's definitely more powerful than last time, certainly. And I think concern, like you're saying, that this iteration of President Trump could be more powerful, more divisive, more extreme than the one that went before. I think this sense that the guardrails that kept him in check last time have now disappeared. He came, in as an insurgent in 2016. He had to rely, I think, on a lot of sort of party establishment figures, these politicians who had been around for years, these sort of adults in the room. Well, they've all disappeared this time. There's no one to pull the brakes on him. There's no seatbelts. There's no airbags. This is Donald Trump, full on, all out. Do you get that sense from being in the room tonight and seeing the people who he's surrounded himself with?
Yeah, I did. I mean, you get that sense of Donald Trump unleashed, because that's exactly what it is. And what about the mood in America now? Let's just hear Donald Trump on that.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans.
Well, for all the talk of unity, it's been fragile, to say the least, during this campaign. We've heard time and time again, while we've been on the road, Martha, concern from both sides about the vitriol in this election campaign. Polling by NBC found that 71% of voters are concerned about violence as a result of this election. I wonder, what impact could a Trump victory have on that? Do you think any?
I think probably in the immediate term, the bigger danger for violence and widespread unrest on the streets would have been if this had been a very close election. Obviously, you know, it may turn out that it is quite close, but it's certainly not going to be an election that drags out for days and days. And I think that was the major worry for law enforcement. And of course, I think the fact that it's likely to be a Trump victory rather than a Harris victory actually probably reduces the risk of violence in the immediate term, but certainly not the risk of this fracturing even further what is already a deeply divided nation, almost completely down the middle now. The popular vote's likely to be very close to 50-50.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that's the thing about Trump winning, in common with probably most elections. Half the country doesn't want
Donald J. Trump won, man. You liberals are so
cry. Going ahead, aren't they? These dark warnings about authoritarianism. How far down the road towards that might he go? This is a man who was described as a fascist by people who worked most closely with him. The business of retribution against his political opponents. Does that take place? Questions about, of course, his criminal convictions. How does he handle the Justice Department? How far will he go towards reform that suits him? These are all the warnings, clearly. And, given that he has the Senate and probably the House behind him, he will have a firm grip on where America goes over the next 4 years.
And the world could have been changed for very different reasons today, James. When I was at Howard, I was watching the stage being set up for what they hoped, Kamala Harris's supporters hoped, would be the acceptance speech by America's first female president. We were very much at a crossroads that was, that clearly defined.
Oh no.
When they were taking away that stage at the end of the evening tonight, pulling tarpaulin over the speaker's lectern, I was struck by the thought that Donald Trump has now defeated the only two women that have ever run for the White House. First Hillary Clinton, now Kamala Harris. What, if anything, does that say about this country and its attitudes towards women?
Good question, Martha. One exercising the country at large, I suppose, over the coming days, weeks, months, and years. It has been an extremely significant election, very significant night, and the day, I suppose, that changed America, certainly, and to a large extent, changed the world. Thanks very much indeed, Martha. I hope you get some sleep. This has been USA 2024 on the road. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll bring you more episodes in the coming days as this country gets to grips with one of the greatest ever political comebacks.
You've got so much energy. You need to... I'm dead.
All right, okay, I'll give you that. Right, that's enough. I'm off.
The World with Richard Engel and Yalda Hakim is a brand new podcast from Sky News. With me, Sky News' lead world news presenter, Yalda Hakim.
And me, Richard Engel, chief foreign correspondent for NBC News.
Every week, we'll be reporting from the front line of the world's trouble spots and asking the big questions to the world's most important and influential people.
Join us for the ground truth to help you understand what is happening in the world today and why it matters to you.
So that's The World with Richard Engel and Yalda Hakim.
Listen every Wednesday, wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, every family tries to do what they can to sort of help with the environment, and we go through all the basics of recycling and making sure we minimise water use and turning off lights when you leave the house and stuff like that, and making sure we're just sensible with what we do around the environment. And I think every family has those conversations, and you're just trying to do what you can. The Earthshot Prize has got to be a bit more global than that. We're trying to do big-scale ambition and big-scale business to tackle some of the solutions. But I brought the children along on that journey, and tonight I hope they're watching and they're proud of kind of what we're trying to do here, which is to really galvanise that energy and that enthusiasm to make real impact.
I just asked about the pucker bracelet. Are you wearing it?
Yeah, I've got it
look at it.
Yeah. It's there.
Can you tell us about it?
Well, this is I think a relic, if you like, from a Taylor Swift concert that my daughter decided that she wanted to create a bracelet for, and she gave it to me when I came away. So I promised I'd wear it and try not to lose it while I was out here.
I can't have you here. Our audiences would want to know how your wife is. It's been a tough year for you. How is the princess?
She's doing really well, thanks, and hopefully she's watching tonight and sort of cheering me on. But no, she's been amazing this whole year, and I know she'll be really keen to see tonight be a success.
Well, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills joins me now from Cape Town. And Rhiannon, was that the first time that we've heard him actually give an update on Kate's health?
Yeah, that's right. It is significant. It was quite a short answer, but it's the first time that he's been asked by a journalist about the Princess of Wales, her cancer diagnosis, and really how they've been doing as a family. I think the answer was characteristically short for Prince William. We know that at the start of the year when the Princess was diagnosed, he was particularly angry and upset about the way that the media was scrutinising the social media speculation about her health. So for him to actually answer a question is significant in itself. But of course, we have to remember this has been a very difficult year for them. It was back in March that the Princess, in her own video, announced that she was having this preventative chemotherapy because precancerous cells had been found. And then only very recently, in September, she announced that that treatment had finished. But I think he was slightly more expansive in his answers when it comes to talking about his children. He told us a few more details about what exactly as a family they do around the house to try and be more environmentally friendly, so things like preserving water, turning off the lights. But also what we have all noticed over the last few days, as he's been here in Cape Town, is that quite distinctive bracelet that he's been wearing that says Papa. So it was interesting to hear him talking about Princess Charlotte, how she gave him that bracelet, and how it was all a bit of a throwback to when they went to that Taylor Swift concert. You might remember that they released a selfie with Taylor at the time, so a nice family moment there. Also, I think, though, for him, the real focus has been on celebrating young people and everything that they are doing when it comes to trying to fight and come up with innovative solutions to the climate crisis. His answer when he was asked about the really difficult political climate at the moment when it comes to talking about the environment, I think was also quite interesting. Of course, most of us are all talking about the US election and the result, and maybe Donald Trump's climate change credentials. Prince William wasn't going there, instead saying that he hopes that people just want some hope around the environmental debate, and that is what he will be trying to put across tonight when we have the 4th annual Earthshot Awards. But I think that interview does again remind us of what has been really the key issue that has overshadowed everything for the royal family this year, whether it's their personal lives or whether it's media coverage. The fact that the Princess of Wales and of course the King have been diagnosed with cancer, and how difficult those journeys actually continue to be for the family.
Rhiannon, thank you. Rhiannon Mills there in Cape Town with Prince William to give out the Earthshot Award. Well, let's return now to what has been a momentous 24 hours here in Washington, D.C. 4 years after leaving the White House, Donald Trump will return to this city as president, once again after a crushing victory against his Democrat rival, the Vice President Kamala Harris. Despite the concerns about his character and his message, voters across the US overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump, who is all but certain to win the popular vote as well as the Electoral College vote. Having already served as the 45th president, he'll now become the 47th, making history by becoming the oldest person to win a presidential election and the only convicted felon to do so. Just after 5:30 in the morning here in Washington, 10:30 in the UK, the swing state of Wisconsin was called in Trump's favor, taking him over the magic number of 270 Electoral College votes needed to become president. Our US correspondent, James Matthews, looks back at the story of the night.
They hailed it here the greatest political comeback of all time. A 45th president, now the 47th, the great divider and achiever on a night that changed the world.
God's on our side, and we need to make America great again.
The Hispanics moved the needle on this election. We did a lot, and it means a lot because we're conservative. We are about family, God, and freedom.
God wins, Trump wins tonight.
It was the close contest that ultimately wasn't. Trump took the presidency and congressional power beyond.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
For all the talk of battleground states, there was no real contest. This was a watch party in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris had to win the state of Pennsylvania. Losing it was the moment she lost it all.
Fantastic. The long road. Terrific. The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie.
I can't say anything more than thank you, God. Thank you, President Trump. God bless America.
It had all started so optimistic at this Kamala Harris watch party in Washington, D.C.
Oh, say, can you see?
But it didn't last. The American anthem ultimately was a lament for the loser. Optimism faded as they watched the results and the figures fell away. They didn't hear from the Vice President overnight. She will speak in time. She'll speak first to Donald Trump in a concession call.
You won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you.
There had been fears over safety at this election. As the country cast its vote, security was increased in the capital, Washington, D.C. Bomb threats disrupted polling stations in Florida, Georgia, and in Pennsylvania. On so many levels, Donald Trump is the history maker. A first former president to be criminally convicted. A second to win back the White House after losing it. And then there was the campaign, assassination attempts, and all of that.
Many people have told me that God spared my restore America to greatness, and now we are going to fulfill that mission together.
So much will flow from this. America's decision, one that it's made for a second time. There's a reason they called this the most consequential election. What those consequences are, this country is about to find out. And so are we all. James Matthews, Sky News, in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, the victory speech there, before the victory was even secured, that was the level of confidence, David. Not all of the swing states are even in yet, but actually none of it matters now.
That's right, and we've been talking for days about these 7 key swing states, but Gillian, only 2 of them really mattered in the end once Donald Trump had secured North Carolina, which he'd always been confident of winning. Then he gained the big prize of Pennsylvania, 19 electoral college votes. That blocked the path for Kamala Harris. She no longer had a route to the White House, and while she didn't concede defeat, I think we will hear from the Vice President later today, it was enough for Donald Trump to address his watch party in Florida and to tell them that he was determined now to be the 47th President of the United States. It's 132 years, actually, since anyone served 2 non-consecutive terms in the White House. He's only the 2nd person in US history to achieve that, but of course, he's a historic president for other reasons too. The only president to have been convicted of felony charges, and he'll be the oldest president there, beating Joe Biden's record. So America seems to be in the business of electing elderly presidents rather than a younger vice president, and Kamala Harris must be really dejected today. Certainly the Democrats have a lot of soul searching to do. Many people believe the issue was that they didn't replace Joe Biden quickly enough on the ticket, especially after that disastrous election debate. He was determined to hang on until they began to circle the wagons here on Capitol Hill, with the Democrats in Congress saying it was time for him to go. A movement really led by Nancy Pelosi, former speaker here on Capitol Hill. If they had done that a little earlier, then Kamala Harris may have had time to establish herself as a potential president of the future. She only had 3 months to do that compared to 4 months for Donald Trump. But all of that really seems irrelevant today. We've got to look to the next chapter for America, and it is a chapter that is going to be written by Donald J. Trump.
Okay, David, thanks very much for the moment. Well, we're going to speak to Jay Gray now, one of our colleagues at NBC News, who's in Philadelphia for us. And Jay, you're in one of the key battleground states, the most key of battleground states, with its whopping 19 electoral college votes.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. In fact, Gillian, both campaigns had said there was no real clear path to the White House without a win here in Pennsylvania. And it was, in fact, after Pennsylvania had been decided and when it was moved over to the ledger for the former, now future President Donald Trump, that he came out in the early morning hours to greet his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. The supporters who had been there through the night and into the early morning, telling them, and I'm quoting here, that this was a huge win for democracy, joined by his family, by key staff members on the stage. He went on to say that they were all the greatest political movement in the history of all time. In the way that Donald Trump has addressed so many for so long. His running mate, J.D. Vance, also on that stage, said that this was the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States. And when you look at the numbers, it would be hard to argue that right now. I know we're still early in this analysis, but it would be tough to dispute that. You know, going into all of this, all of the analysts, all of the polls had said that this was going to be a razor-thin race, that it was going to be close and down to the wire. I think we have to acknowledge now in the morning after Election Day, they got it wrong. This was a decisive win by now President-elect Donald Trump. He won on the ground in several key states, not only here in Pennsylvania, but Georgia and North Carolina, battleground states where he won as well. He is also right now currently leading in the popular vote, and I would think that that will likely stand. And so this was a campaign that stuck to its core message, while its candidate at times strayed really far aframe. They stuck to the message on the ground and in all they were doing, that this was an election about the economy. And for months, as we moved toward Election Day, polls would indicate that when it came to the economy, that more voters favored Donald Trump than the vice president. And it appears that sticking to that strategy paid off at the ballot box. And now the 45th president will become the 47th president, Donald Trump, moving back into the Oval Office. As for the vice president, Kamala Harris, we have not heard from her. She did not address her rally at Howard University, her alma mater, where she was to speak last night in Washington. She is expected, and her campaign has said that she will make an address to the nation a bit later today. They saying that it's obviously going to be a very difficult speech and emotional speech for the vice president.
Jay, thank you very much. As you're saying, Pennsylvania key in this race with its 19 electoral college votes, a very instrumental part of Donald Trump's victory. Well, let's take you to Anna Botting, who is in Philadelphia now.
Yes, and Gillian, Philadelphia, the biggest prize it was supposed to be for the Democrats in the most critical state, Pennsylvania. If you think about it, Philadelphia itself has 1.25 million voting adults. And if you think about 2020, Joe Biden won this whole state by 82,000. So the prize was here for the taking. The problem is that Kamala Harris has underperformed in many counties, not the area around Pittsburgh possibly, but she needed these urban areas to offset the gains made by Donald Trump in those red counties, those rural and small town counties across the rest of this large state. Let's just show you the skyline then of Philadelphia. Hard to believe this is the old Rust Belt as was described, that critical area, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the hard manufacturing core, steel production, automotive industry as well, if you think about Michigan and the areas around Detroit. This area has moved on, lots of life sciences here, healthcare as well, but still seen as hugely democratic. And the problem was for Kamala Harris, there's 4 collar counties, as they call it, just to the north of this city, Philadelphia, and one of them, Bucks County, which no doubt you've heard all about overnight, is leaning at the moment towards Donald Trump. Absolutely critical. Allentown as well, Lehigh County, huge Puerto Rican population, 95% of the vote in there as well. That is leaning towards Kamala Harris. But the critical question for much of this state is how would those Puerto Ricans vote after that joke was made at Madison Square Garden, that massive rally that Donald Trump had in New York. And the Latino vote, as we have heard, has fallen for the Democrats. So some big democratic issues in play here, but ultimately it comes down to the economy. And certainly one data service said that prices had failed to fall here in Pennsylvania beyond any other state, and clearly critical for people is the issue of inflation. Have they ultimately voted with their pockets? So this state, Pennsylvania, worth a huge 19 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump turned it blue, as you can see here. Trump also did well in the other battleground states, as you can see here. He took North Carolina, Georgia, as well as Pennsylvania, and also Wisconsin too, the other blue wall state not far from here, which took him over the magic number of 270 electoral college votes needed to become president. We are still waiting for the other key swing states of Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada to call, all of them leaning Trump at the moment. It wasn't just the presidential race, though, taking place yesterday, and the Republicans proved winners all round. They have now regained control of the Senate, reaching the 51 required for a majority. They also look set to retain control of the House of Representatives. These are the latest results, where all 435 members, faced re-election. Well, let's bring in our data and forensics correspondent, Tom Cheshire. He's been poring over all of the detail of the results. Tom.
I want to talk about those battleground states again, but also this whole map, because it wasn't just about the battleground states in terms of how this race is changing. Let's go back to 2020 and look at what that map looked like for Joe Biden. This is what that map looks like tonight. We've still got a few places still to come, as you were saying there, but this is turning the map red, and you can see how it's happening. These are really, really solid margins here, 50 over 48 compared to how Joe Biden did there. If we go up to North Carolina, this ended up being a lot less close than we thought. Actually, nearly a 4-point lead for Donald Trump there. Again, improving on where he was in 2020. And Pennsylvania, as we were just hearing there, another big lead. And then if you're looking at what's happened, Wisconsin, as you say, the race that won that for Trump, 49.7. That is the best performance by a Republican in Wisconsin since 1984. And as we know, when it comes to Wisconsin and the other states, if we go to Michigan, these all tend to go the same way. Now, this is still too close to call, but it's interesting when we're talking about why this might have happened. We'll get into a bit of it, but look at what's been happening in Detroit so far. Bear in mind, we haven't had the whole vote in, and that is likely to lean Democrat, that vote. Joe Biden was on 68.4 in Wayne County, which holds Detroit, the famous Motor City. That has fallen for Biden. For Harris, she might make that up, but that's what we're talking about there. And then when you look at the suburbs, we go to Oakland County, a drop from what Joe Biden was doing, 56.4 to 54.3. Again, caveated, we don't have all those votes in. Or look at Macomb County. This was really, really important for Trump. Again, the suburbs just above Detroit. He's increased his vote there. So if you've got that Democrat vote dropping in the cities, Trump making ground in the cities, but also making ground in the suburbs and in these rural areas, which was so key to his victory in 2016. That's why you've got the picture looking like it does. And it's worth bearing in mind, we thought this was going to be a lot closer. The polling was telling us this was going to be a lot closer. These were the battleground states, the average lead for Harris or Trump before the election, before we started getting these results. You can see a lot of those in the Harris column on the left in blue. That didn't end up happening. But for most of these are within the margin of error. In fact, there's just been a big swing towards Trump across the country. And that's really, really important to note as well. Because look, we've been talking about the battleground states, but Trump has been making up votes everywhere. New York, you couldn't get a bluer state, but actually slightly less blue. Joe Biden won, that was 60.9%. For Kamala Harris, that's down to 55%. So this is across the board, really. And it's even more surprising when you think who has been voting in this election, who they've been voting for. Over 65s, you might think of them as sort of a stalwart of Donald Trump's support, and they have been in the past. But look, that's the lead there for Republicans in red. Actually, Democrats did better with over 65s. And the same sort of trends there for white, non-college educated voters. They had come out for Trump in 2016 and in 2020, but a lot less in 31%. Instead, those votes are being made up elsewhere. African-American voters, that is dwindling support for the Democrats, again, going over to the Republican side. And this, especially Hispanic voters, you can see a huge, huge drop here from 33 to 8%. And that means this electoral map really is being withdrawn. It's not what it used to be like. If we go look at some of those sections, we look at North Carolina again and look at a county, Nash County, which has more than 40% of the population African American. Donald Trump has won that, and he's won it off Joe Biden. He's done better than Joe Biden did there as well. If we think about Latino voters, Hispanic voters, go down to Florida and see what that looks like. Donald Trump winning Osceola County, but look who won that all in the past. This is a new electoral reality. This was blue, blue, blue. Donald Trump has turned that red, and that becomes very important in those swing states too. We'll go over to one that hasn't been called yet, Nevada, and this is, again, it's only 75% in, so do treat this with caution. But again, Donald Trump in the lead there. That may well change, but this is a county that's been really, really blue for a long time. So even to be in contention right now shows a lot about how this victory has happened, how this map has changed. Go back to that map. Still waiting for a little to happen, but this is turning red. It's turning red in all sorts of different ways, in all sorts of different demographics.
Absolutely, Tom. And the way pollsters are describing it here is two issues: the depolarization of race and also the importance of what they're calling low propensity voters, which is getting out those who don't normally bother to go to the ballot box. Well, leaders from around the world have been congratulating Donald Trump following his victory. Let's take a look in more detail. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said, "Congratulations, President-elect Trump, on your historic election victory. I look forward to working with you in the years ahead." The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said, "I am looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States." Emmanuel Macron posted the following on X: "Congratulations, President Donald Trump, ready to work together as we did for 4 years." And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted the following: "Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America." Well, we heard from the man himself, Donald Trump, earlier this morning as he claimed victory in Florida.
Where's Kyle?
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
The phone fell.
And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest.
This country dying. Kamala Harris lost.
There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Where are all the Harris supporters that said they would join when Trump lost? Where are all the Harris supporters that said they would join? Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. We're one more subscriber away from 2,100. Much appreciated.
Achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Yeah, because Trump won.
But it's a political victory that our country is never seen before. Nothing like
Republicans
this. I wanna
in
thank the American
2024.
people
Hell
for being
yeah,
so
brother.
honored
Hell
to
yeah.
Elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your
Donald
future.
J. Trump will
Every
fight for you.
single day, I will be fighting for you.
Every single
with
day.
Every breath in my body.
Every single day that
I will
man
not
is
rest
fighting
until
for
we
you.
have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve.
Until we
and
get
you
the
deserve.
strong, prosperous
This will
America
truly be the
we want for our
golden age
children,
of
Trump.
America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent
People in America are waking up right now. They're crying. They're like,
Harris,
Harris, my poor Harris.
America
My
great
Harris.
again.
My democracy. Democracy is saved. Donald J. Trump won.
North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania.
This country is more alive than it has ever been.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 350.
Damn, Trump was the rawest president alive. He was the realest president in our lifetime. Donald J. Trump. Like no other president was dope or cool as that dude was. He was one of the best of all time.
There was no other path to victory.
They're gonna say he didn't just sit down when he gets shot. If Camilla got shot, she would cry. She would be like, "Where? They shot me! They shot me!" She would say, "We need to ban all guns because they shot her." She would make her ban all of the guns because they shot her. That's what she would do.
Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love.
Camilla Harris will take your guns if she was shot. We're glad that Camilla wasn't shot. She would have taken her guns away, our guns away.
Made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
When I voted for Donald
the
J.
president,
Trump,
this
yeah.
group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races.
Realistically, if I could gain like 5K a month,
Texas,
that would be pretty good.
Ohio,
5K a month.
Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of
like
Pennsylvania.
less than a year.
All won by
I would be at fucking
the MAGA movement. They
500K.
helped.
So 500K. I'd be at like 50K or 70K.
And in those cases, everyone.
I just gotta keep doing the live events. Like tomorrow and the next day, I'll probably do some more Trump events. Maybe some other live events.
Absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. With each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected.
I gotta
that.
be doing. I'm gonna do the.
So
I'm
I
gonna do
just
the
wanted
live
to
stream
thank
of
you very much for that. And we have, you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Well, Donald Trump, they're delighted to win the popular vote. Remember, in 2016, he won the election, but lost the popular vote. And in 2020, actually put on votes, but lost the election to Joe Biden. Let's bring in now Joe Grogan, formerly worked for Donald Trump as a domestic policy advisor. Well, it's looking like a clean sweep, isn't it? There's the prospect of winning every single battleground state, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and indeed the popular vote, as I discussed. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I mean, I feel tremendously.
It's a miracle that Donald J. Trump won and got America back. It's a freaking miracle. Thank God, man. Thank the Lord.
It's difficult to run for president and exhausting to do it once. He's done it 3 times.
That was won in a landslide for a reason.
Very difficult odds. Everybody said he couldn't be done. Then he loses. He decides to run again. They indict him. He survived 2 assassination attempts, including one very close escape from death. And then to pull off this victory where the mainstream media was saying we'd be counting votes for weeks and wouldn't know the outcome, and it was going to be a nail biter, and that Kamala Harris was favored, and the outcome is known in one night. And it's a big win, as he said. The popular vote, electoral college route, the battleground states, and picking up seats in the Senate. He dragged people over the line on some of these. He outperformed some of the Republican candidates, which not many people would have expected. So it's a tremendous win for him, for the Republican Party, and it's a fundamental realignment of the Republican Party.
It's a miracle
and
that
frankly,
Donald
the
J.
national
Trump
electorate.
won.
And if he governs well,
Now
and is
glory to
successful,
God.
it could be
Please, God, Almighty God.
long-term realignment in this
Sorry, Jared, you said these fools make you sick. Sorry that your beloved Kamala Harris lost. She lost for a reason. Popular vote didn't want her. The Electoral College of the states didn't want her. There's a reason that she lost. Maybe she's sick in the head.
4 years. Is he up to it?
Well, look at the way he's campaigned. He is at a blistering pace through this campaign, flying all over the country, sitting down.
You sound like a fool, Jared. There's a reason Harris lost. I'll repeat what I just said again. There's a reason she lost the popular vote.
Podcasters and young people and mainstream media personalities. So I think he's up for it, absolutely. And my experience with him was he had a tremendous amount of energy. He would exhaust the staff around him. So I don't have any doubt that he's up to it. And of course, he's been through this rodeo before. So he's not going to make some of the mistakes he made the first time.
Guys, join my Discord. Free link in the bio. The stock market is up 10%.
Determiner of voting Democratic. The idea that being college educated or not is perhaps more important now. How important were the demographics as they played into this election?
Yeah, I think they were huge. I think the Democratic Party is now the party of the elite. And you saw that in Kamala Harris's campaign, where her closing argument was surrounded by elite movie stars and wealthy personalities. And his big names were innovators and entrepreneurs. The Republican Party is the working class party in the United States, and it's different. It's a different party. It's very much aligned with where Ronald Reagan was, where he had a lot of blue collar support. But Trump's even going further. So it is a fundamental realignment. The Democratic Party strategy over the last 8, 12 years and beyond, going back, frankly, to Bill Clinton and a lot of the things that Barack Obama did, has been repudiated. Biden's economic agenda is repudiated, his foreign policy agenda repudiated, and the cultural agenda, the open borders, it's all been repudiated by the American electorate in the last 24 hours. And the Democratic Party's got to take a step back and figure out where it goes. But it's not on the path to victory where it is now.
And just quickly, if you don't mind, who is he going to surround himself with? Elon Musk, great photo of them down in Florida overnight. Robert F. Kennedy, who stood aside in his bid to be president, with, some might say very fringe views on health, taking fluoride out of the water system, for example, skeptical about vaccines. What kind of role will he have? He's going to make America healthy again, we were told, by Donald Trump.
Well, I've worked for a couple of pharmaceutical companies in my career, and I'm not terribly worried about the RFK agenda. I think it's pretty clear that we spend a lot of money on healthcare in the United States that doesn't make Americans healthier. So having an open and honest debate about are we spending our money appropriately, I think Donald Trump is going to surround himself with good people. I mean, Elon Musk is a seminal figure, not in American history, not just right now, but in world history. He is a tremendous innovator, a tremendous supporter of the United States. For him to step forward the way he did, I think it spoke to a lot of Americans about the type of people that Trump wanted to be surrounded by. And, what Elon Musk wanted in a president of the United States, that he could dream so big and accomplish such tremendous things. And I have absolutely every...
Joe Grogan, apologies, we are running out of time. I do apologise.
Well, we don't have good people
So
around.
there are still battleground states to report. Just want to bring you latest on Michigan. 97%. Trump's lead is down to approximately 106,000. Remaining votes will likely favour Harris. We will stand by for more on that.
Hello from Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump has once again been elected president.
He won a convincing victory against Kamala Harris, including here in Pennsylvania, one of the country's most important swing states.
The 45th president of the United States will now become the 47th. This is how he declared victory.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
There was jubilation for Trump's followers, who came out in force as world leaders publicly welcomed his re-election.
Donald J. Trump won this.
The closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work
Donald
together
J. Trump.
to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy.
In the end, it was a disastrous night for Ms. Harris and the Democrats, who lost control of the
Sorry,
Senate.
my Democrat supporters.
A planned victory party soon fizzled out, with supporters leaving in droves and the Vice President cancelling her appearance. Now all eyes turn to what Donald Trump's dramatic return to the White House means for America and the world.
Good afternoon. This is Sky News, live from Washington, D.C., after a momentous night. 4 years after leaving the White House, Donald Trump will return to this city as president. Once again, after a crushing victory against the Democrat rival, the Vice President Kamala Harris. Despite the concerns about his character and his message, voters across the US overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump, who is all but certain to win the popular vote as well as the Electoral College vote. Having already served as the 45th president, he'll now become the 47th, making history by becoming the oldest person to win a presidential election and the only convicted felon to do so. Well, just after 5:30 in the morning here in Washington, 10:30 in the UK, the swing state of Wisconsin was called in Trump's favor.
There's a reason Donald Trump won, Taro.
70 electoral college votes.
It's because people needed him and they wanted him.
Our US correspondent, James Matthews, looks back at the story of the night.
They hailed it here the greatest political comeback of all time. A 45th president, now the 47th, the great divider and achiever on a night that changed the world.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
It was the close contest that ultimately wasn't. Trump took the presidency and congressional power beyond.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm
Hit the like and subscribe button for this man. We love Donald J. Trump. He won for a reason.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
God's on our side, and we need to make America great again.
The Hispanics moved the needle on this election. We did a lot, and it means a lot because we're conservative. We are about family, God, and freedom.
God wins, Trump wins tonight.
For all the talk of battleground states, there was no real contest. This was a watch party in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris had to win the state of Pennsylvania. Losing it was the moment she lost it all.
Fantastic. The long road. The numbers don't lie.
I can't say anything more than thank you, God.
He did win. He wins. Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
So optimistic at this Kamala Harris watch
Help me
party
win like
in
Donald J.
Washington,
Trump.
DC.
Hit the like and subscribe button.
Can you see?
But it didn't last. The American anthem ultimately was a lament for the loser. Optimism faded as they watched.
Where's
the results
Harris?
of
Where's
the federal
Harris? Where's
discovery.
Harris?
They
She's
didn't choose
hiding.
the vice president overnight. She will speak in time. She'll speak first to Donald Trump in a concession call.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Because she's scared
You will hear from her
and crying.
tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you.
There had been fears over safety at this election. As the country cast its vote, security was increased in the capital, Washington, D.C. Bomb threats disrupted polling stations in Florida, Georgia, and in Pennsylvania. On so many levels, Donald Trump is the history maker. A first former president to be criminally convicted. A second to win back the White House after losing it. And then there was the campaign, assassination attempts, and all of that.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together.
So much will flow from this. America's decision, one that it's made for a second time. There's a reason they called this the most consequential election. What those consequences are, this country is about to find out. And so are we all. James Matthews, Sky News, in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, America wasn't just voting for a new leader. It wasn't just the presidential race taking place yesterday. And the Republicans proved winners all round. Well, they've now regained control of the Senate, reaching the 51 required for a majority. And they also look set to retain control of the House of Representatives. These are the
poor
latest results.
Democrats.
435
Democrats.
members faced re-election.
Democrats.
Okay, well, David Levin's still with me, and that's one of the things that we're looking at, the fact that with the control of the Senate, potentially with the control of the House as well, Donald Trump will have unbridled power.
Yes, and throw into the mix that there are some vacancies on the Supreme Court. Really, it is a triple whammy for Donald Trump as he takes the keys back to the White House, and it'll be very interesting to see what Trump 2.0 looks like. We're going to be exploring that, I think, not just for days to come, but for weeks to come. We know domestically he has some policies that some people would consider radical in terms of immigration and the economy, and particularly his
What
foreign
made
policy,
you
because
think that Trump
Donald
isn't
has
so
always
bad
had
all of a
an
sudden? You should have voted for him.
He wants to detangle America from global conflicts. He's talking about perhaps withdrawing hundreds of millions of pounds in international aid. He's even suggesting that he could withdraw America from NATO. That will be something that the rest of the world will be thinking about today. And I think in the days to come, we will look back on this and wonder, how did the pollsters get it so wrong? How did the media perhaps get it so
Because
wrong?
the media are liars. They said it was
perhaps
going to be
America was about
close.
to elect
Trump
its
won in
first
a
female vice
landslide.
president. My view would be that two things will be critical when history
In a
writes this chapter.
landslide.
The fact that Joe Biden remained on the ticket for so long, despite that disastrous election debate earlier in the year. He effectively had to be removed by his own party in July. And that momentous day, that day that many Americans will never forget, where they saw the image live on television of Donald Trump, a former president, the Republican candidate to return to the White House, being shot and wounded, blood streaming from his ear. He rose from the platform, punched his fist in the air, and encouraged his supporters to come out and fight. And my goodness, they didn't have to do that yesterday.
Yeah, those were the words, fight, fight, fight. David, thanks very much for the moment.
Well, welcome to Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, arguably the most important battleground state. It is worth a huge 19 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump turned it from blue to red overnight. Only the second time that has happened since 1988 and George Bush Sr., both, of course, by Donald Trump. This is the Blue Wall, the Great Lakes State, the Rust Belt. When you look behind me, hard to recognize it as the old manufacturing. This is a state that has shifted, certainly, from its manufacturing base, transitioning to newer industries and businesses, a large energy sector, abundant oil shale deposits, critical in terms of Kamala Harris's view about fracking. Agriculture is still the second largest industries, but big life sciences here and health industries too. But critically, for Pennsylvania and the other Blue Wall states, Wisconsin and Michigan, there is an issue of cost of living. That draw of Donald Trump about inflation as an issue, the promise, the nostalgia almost for the first 3 years of 2016 to 2019 before the COVID pandemic, where the economy was doing well. And many people, when they went to vote at the ballot box, asked themselves, were they better off under Donald Trump? And he told them that they...
Guys, I'm crying. We need Camilla.
Also did
We
well
need
in the other battleground
Harris.
states. As you can see, he took North Carolina, Georgia.
I'm gonna be
as
crying
well
all
as
day. We
Pennsylvania,
need
and also
Harris.
Wisconsin, which took him over the magic number of 270 electoral college votes needed to become president. We are still waiting for the other key swing states of Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada to call. In Michigan, certainly with 97% of the vote in, it is likely to head more towards Kamala Harris. There's some caution in declaring that state. Well, Sky's Cordelia Lynch is in Atlanta, in Georgia, one of the battleground states that went to Trump and did so early, Cordelia.
Yes, it certainly did, Anna. Kamala Harris was unable to build on the support that Joe Biden had garnered in 2020. He turned this previously very Republican state blue then by getting the suburban voters more diverse, more affluent on site, and getting a big African-American turnout. Kamala Harris just wasn't able to build on those numbers, but Georgia is also the story of the rural voters, of white men and women, both college and non-college educated voters, who put immigration and the economy top. There was a lot of discussion in the state that perhaps reproductive rights, the abortion bans were going to be a big...
Hell no, we need Donald J. Trump as president. We got him.
I spent time in Cobb County, one of the key swing counties that went to Joe Biden in 2020. And I was quite struck in the past few days hearing from men and women saying, yes, it matters to us, reproductive rights, but
hell yeah, so freaking happy this morning. Hey, Forging Life. Yeah, me too, man. We freaking got Donald J. Trump. I knew it wasn't a close race, guys. We won in a landslide. She didn't stand a chance. He won the popular vote and the Electoral College.
Fierce battles around this, and I've been speaking to abortion activists in the state this morning who say they are utterly devastated, that this is going to be incredibly damaging for generations
the liberal
to come.
sissy boys are crying.
The next few days, weeks,
Donald J. Trump won. Good morning, America.
Campaign strategy here in the state and beyond as well. There was a lot of breathless discussion around the female vote. The hope was that she'd be able to sort of broaden her appeal, that she'd get a shy Republican vote on side, women quietly voting but perhaps not telling friends, family, their husbands that they were going to do so because they were concerned about the future of themselves, about their daughters as well.
No one in their right mind would vote for Harris. That didn't
happen, and I think we will see the repercussions of that play out in the days to come, Anna.
Repercussions. Thank God she lost. Thank God.
A real realignment now.
It's
of
a miracle
in America, and how both the Democratic Party and indeed the Republicans live with the wash-up of that will be absolutely fascinating. We're still waiting for other states to give their results. Michigan, I've mentioned, Nevada too. Both of them, more than 90% of the vote counted there.
Trump is going to win both of those. That's what's even worse for her. Trump is going to end with over 300 electoral votes.
Centered around the city of Omaha, and in Arizona.
I did an electoral college guesstimate. I was right almost on every single state. Go back and look at my electoral college. Every single state except Connecticut, I was right about. Trump has won.
Looking at Arizona as part of a set of Sunbelt states that Donald Trump might win as part of a set of all of the 7 swing states.
Dodged a bullet like the Matrix. Absolutely, that was a close one.
Counted. And we understand that Donald Trump is ahead, but Kamala Harris is ahead in the county of Maricopa, which makes up 6 in 10 voters here in Arizona. So we'll watch.
But it's over. Trump won.
Arizona has a great tradition of people voting early, but it also has a great tradition of keeping us waiting for all of the ballots to be counted. And we were told originally by election officials it might take 10 to 13 days. But I think it's worth reflecting on how we're here, the position we're in with Donald Trump, now the president-elect for a second time, because we have spoken to so many people about those concerns you mentioned. First of all, the economy, which is something that people here said that they trusted Donald Trump on more than the current establishment, the current presidency and vice presidency of which Kamala Harris was a part of, but also illegal immigration. As you mentioned, this is the only swing state that borders Mexico, and people here said that they were tired of an influx of migrants, to use their words. But what I think Donald Trump has done, and we've seen rear its head here, is he has shifted the electoral calculus, and he has managed to pull in a bigger coalition of voters. And as we heard in that screen there, that coalition of voters involves a number of Latin American voters. Here in Arizona, 1 in 4
Hit the like button, guys. We won.
Quite a few over the course of the last few
Thank
days.
God.
There you had the crossover of their perceived strength of Donald Trump and the economy, and the fact that they are second-generation immigrants. Their parents have citizenship. They have citizenship, so they agree with his rhetoric on immigration and his hardline stance. So it will come as no surprise if Donald Trump is able to flip Arizona back to being a red state as part of this rather emphatic-looking victory.
Yes,
Let me know where you guys are coming from and who you voted for. I voted for Harris, and I'm crying because she lost.
Forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire, who has been
That's why I'm not showing my
all
face.
the detail of the results. Tom.
Yeah, we've been looking at these results, and all before the election was how a candidate might win. Now we know who has won, Donald Trump, president-elect. We can talk about why that happened, but let's look at this map.
Connecticut Trump. I did an electoral college yesterday. I was 100% right on every single state, except Connecticut. I gave it to Harris, but I was wrong. Trump won Connecticut.
In 2020, we go up North Carolina, which was supposed to be a battleground state. Actually, Donald Trump won this pretty comfortably, more than 3 points
Easily.
in the end. Wisconsin, the state that won him the election. Actually, this is the highest that any Republican candidate has done since 1984. So it is a convincing win, but also it's not just about these battleground states. Let's go to a very blue corner of the map. Let's go to Vermont, the bluest state.
Hey, I have better content, man. I have a lot of streaming content, but I guess you're upset that Harris lost. But I have a lot of travel content. I mean, I live in Barcelona, Spain. All I gotta do is stream outside and stream my life every single day. I mean, I got some really good streams coming up around Europe and around Spain. And also, yeah, political live stream and news streams. Yeah, they do a lot of good views. I'm gonna keep doing them. But I'm sorry you're upset that Harris lost.
But this is way down from where Joe Biden.
I guess you can go cry about it, Mr. Bushell.
Making gains all across the country, so it's not just
Because Trump won. You see this hat? Trump won.
Okay, so why are people voting for Donald Trump? And we've talked about demographics. We'll talk about
Maybe you, hey, Mr. Bushell, maybe you should be in a channel about men's tampons or something like that. I don't do that here. You can maybe see, maybe, what's his name? Tampon Tim will make a YouTube channel, and you can watch him how to insert a tampon up your ass when,
Yeah, he's made ground in all of these states, in all but 2 states.
I mean, a lot of people stream news and stuff like that. It's not really a reach. If you don't like it, leave my channel. Simple as that. Everyone's doing it on YouTube, and it's getting a lot of views.
On the most important ones. So these were the key issues for voters ahead of this election.
You have 105 subscribers after 13 years. So before you tell me how to do YouTube, maybe you should gain a little bit of success for yourself. If you had more subscribers than me or you were doing better on YouTube, then I would take your advice. No, I'm not salty. You're just dumb comments. I know exactly what I'm doing. If I didn't think streaming on YouTube gained views, then I wouldn't have 40,000 views on multiple videos talking about news. You're just salty. I have more subscribers than you after 13 years.
What it's like, the experience of the economy. This shows real-term wages under the Trump.
But I appreciate every one of you guys. Thank you guys for liking and subscribing.
That under Donald Trump, they did get a lot better. There was actually a 7% increase overall. They fell under Biden-Harris. So when it comes to the economy, that real lived experience might have.
Thank you, Vivian Rogers. I knew someone was loving my stream. I guess you guys love it and he doesn't. That's perfectly cool with me.
When it comes to this, we talk about demographics. We talk about the personality of these two candidates.
That's why I love each and every one of you guys more than you know it, even if you did vote for Harris.
What it's meant for this map over the course of the day.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. So here in the blue wall states, we're still waiting for Michigan.
Some people like a little bit of news mixed in with commentary, Mr. Bushell. Maybe you should watch a little bit longer before you judge so quickly. Especially if you like Donald Trump.
2016, Biden flipping them back again in 2020. Michigan still not called after 97% of the vote counted.
Trump won
Donald Trump's
Michigan.
lead is down to
What do you guys think?
106,000. Those remaining votes to be counted lean further towards Kamala Harris, which is why that state has yet to be called. We'll wait and see.
But yeah, I'm going to do lots of travel vlogs. I do lots of travel live streams. If you check out my channel, I got a lot of good content about, you know, live streaming in Iceland, etc., etc.
International reaction.
And my views are way better than Mr.
Bushell's
Bushel's will ever be.
Presidency might have. During Prime Minister's questions, Sir Keir Starmer and new Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch congratulated the president-elect on his victory.
I mean, Mr. Bushell, if you're really for Trump, we should all be here celebrating. I didn't mean to make you cry.
On his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy. And having had dinner with President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago, I look forward to working with him.
Well, then let's celebrate. Why wouldn't you be happy Donald J. Trump won? You should be supporting anyone that supports Trump. We're like a family. We're an American family, man. I have other live streams if you don't like this one. We're all for Trump, so let's get along.
And if he did not apologize, will the Prime Minister do so now on his behalf?
Yeah.
Well, our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is in Westminster for us now. And Sam, Kemi Badenoch there quite prickly in her insistence on Sir Keir Starmer apologising and setting out the relationship that he is to have with President-elect Donald Trump.
Absolutely, Mr. Bushell.
Gillian,
Where are you coming from? First off, let's get that out of the way. Where are you coming from?
From January. Once again, rather than
I'm personally from Southwest Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, the 239.
For Keir Starmer's administration, and to be blunt, the new Tory leader Kemi Badenoch picked up on some of them. But if we just look at the various things that he's facing,
What do you think Trump will do to help you? Shout out Britain.
Keir Starmer's just got to navigate a really tricky political line because both he and his Foreign Secretary David Lammy have made extremely disobliging comments in the past about Donald Trump at a point where they probably didn't anticipate that this moment would come along where those remarks would be thrown back at them. They've been trying to forge closer relations over coming months, over the past few months, including that dinner that Keir Starmer referenced, which took place at Trump Tower, which I know the Starmer team were quite pleased about, saw that as a gesture of friendship. But Donald Trump is a very toxic figure on the left, and really, frankly, amongst many Labour Party figures. So if Keir Starmer tries too hard to cozy up to Trump, he faces the risk of actually undermining his relationship with his own activists, with bits of his own party who are uncomfortable.
Shout out Naples, man. I love to hear from people in Naples. Naples is amazing, man. One of my favorite places in Florida to hang out.
There are no smaller challenges either. Rachel Reeves did a massive budget last week, lots of borrowing, lots of spending, but didn't leave us have a great deal of wiggle room. But the arrival of Donald Trump in the White
Naples for Donald J. Trump. Hit the like and subscribe button, especially if you're from the Southwest Florida area. I love to hear from you guys. It's funny, I'm in Barcelona, Spain right now, living here in Europe, but I still get lots of people from Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and Naples all joining in my live streams.
The Chancellor's problems in the weeks and months to come. And then there's the stuff in the sort of global domain.
I have a Discord too, it's free. I love to talk one-on-one with you guys.
Bring the conflict there to an early close by being the broker of a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine. Does that mean that Ukraine is effectively forced to give up more land than it might otherwise want? Does it give Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, one of the first to praise and welcome and congratulate?
Yeah, he has one. What do you mean it's over?
Give Israel much more of a sort of carte blanche to pursue its goals in the West Bank.
Trump has won.
But what's the consequence for that in the wider Middle East? Could that lead to bigger war and escalation? All these questions suddenly back on the table. This is a government that's going to have to be on its toes and alert to political danger all around, Gillian, as a result of what's happened overnight in America.
Sam, thank you. Well, as Sam was saying there are fears that President Trump could try to force Ukraine into a settlement of the war with Russia that would see it concede territory. But President Zelensky has posted a message on social media saying, "I am looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States." Let's speak now to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. And this victory for Donald Trump, Deborah, what does it mean for Ukraine?
I think the speed with which Volodymyr Zelensky posted that message on social media really underlines how closely the Ukrainians have been watching the outcome of this race with huge trepidation. Donald Trump, in his election campaign, he sort of said that he would be able to end the war in a day. He said he'd end the war very quickly, but he hasn't said how. And there are real concerns amongst not just the Ukrainians, but also other NATO allies who have, for the last nearly 3 years now, been supporting Ukraine in its war with Russia. Concerns that Donald Trump, who has got this very different relationship with Vladimir Putin than Joe Biden does. Joe Biden has been very clear that he views Putin as an enemy, but you'll remember from Donald Trump's last term in office, he actually agreed to Putin's denials about claims of Russian interference in the 2016 US election in defiance of his own intelligence agencies. And so there is an unpredictability.
Shout out to Ukraine, but the USA isn't going to be funding your war anymore. Donald J. Trump won.
There are voices within Europe who are wondering.
You want 106 subscribers, Mr. Beshel? Sure, I will subscribe to you. I don't mind.
Trump White House come January could be a factor that forces both sides to make uncomfortable compromises,
but I can't subscribe to you while I'm live. Go leave a comment on one of my things and I'll subscribe to you.
European capitals with his victory plan, which does not see
Peace Worldwide by Donald Trump.
To Russia. And so there is a big potential, if Donald Trump does want to make good on this pledge to end the war, that he instead creates a much bigger problem, internal unrest even greater inside Ukraine, and division amongst NATO allies who will see anything that is viewed as an appeasement to Russia as a betrayal, and that would have serious consequences for the unity of the NATO alliance too.
Okay, Deborah, thank you.
Well, coming up next, we will take a closer look and more on the implications of a Trump presidency and more from the battleground states like here in Pennsylvania as Democrats lick their wounds. No Democrat has won the White House without Pennsylvania since 1948. The same is true for 2024. Back in a moment.
We've come to one of Moscow's Cold War bunkers. It was built as a top-secret command center. Being here really feels like you're stepping back in time.
Shout back. Congrats USA for the better. Fix your border. Also, Trump said back in the White House for the war would be over in 24 hours, which is much better than any sum and aid whatsoever. Peace through strength. Absolutely, Blue Colonel. Are you coming from Blue Colonel? Are you currently in Ukraine? Have you lived in the Ukraine before? Shout out you.
That Russia invaded its neighbour. That's rewriting history, isn't it?
Now we're read it carefully.
Vladimir Putin put forward his plan for a ceasefire in Ukraine, telling Kiev, pull out of your eastern territories and the war will end. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Vladimir Putin is already the Kremlin's longest-serving leader since Stalin. The question is, what will a fifth Putin term mean for Russia and the world? Why do you support Vladimir Putin, Mr. Segal?
I can't answer questions that stupid.
I've watched Vladimir Putin attempt to create a new world order. The St. Petersburg Economic Forum was the backdrop to Vladimir Putin's...
That was Steven friggin' Seagal, man. He's still out there?
Other nations to target the West. Ambassador, a good word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine?
Swedish media, oh my God, you're not afraid of being here.
American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here. He was first on display. Russia says Evan Gershkovich was caught red-handed, but has never produced any evidence to back that up. Sky News. Get the full story first.
Well, welcome back to here in Pennsylvania, one of those key battlegrounds that Donald Trump won overnight. This state is worth a huge 19 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump turned it from blue to red overnight. Still waiting for the state of Michigan, part of the trio of blue wall states. 97% of the vote is in. 106,000 is the lead for Donald Trump at the moment in his race to the White House as he bids to clean up in all of the battleground states. We watch that very closely. Well, when the swing state of Wisconsin was called in Trump's favor...
What part of Ukraine are you in? Shout out Ukraine for Trump.
270 electoral college votes.
Prayers for Ukraine, my friend.
President. So what are the implications?
Your war will end
globally
soon.
and
Thanks
here?
to Donald
Let's
J.
go to
Trump.
Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, was among the first to congratulate Mr. Trump, saying your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. Well, let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle in Jerusalem. You know, what will the policy be here? It's something that Arab Americans and Muslims have been asking themselves in Michigan. You know, continue, but do it fast. Is that what we're expecting to hear?
Yeah, I think it depends which aspect we're looking at. I think when it comes to the ongoing wars, Trump will want those wrapped up pretty quickly. It might be that he wants to be able to take credit for that, although there have been some indications that he also would like to see them, or like to see some sort of ceasefire achieved before he even makes it into office. I mean, Trump, we know, doesn't like paying for other people's wars, doesn't like paying for other people's security. Just look at his attitude towards NATO, look at his attitude towards Ukraine, look at his attitude towards Taiwan. So where Joe Biden has poured billions of dollars to help Israel prosecute its wars in Gaza, Lebanon, and in defense of attacks against Iran, Joe Biden has also deployed massive numbers of US military across the region to defend Israel. That's not President Trump's style. He is transactional, we know that. He wants something back for whatever he gives. He has more of a domestic focus, but he wants to create deals. And so I don't think that Netanyahu, as buoyed as he will be by this victory, can rely...
Well, I hope we're on the same page politically. Even though I have never been in the U.S., it hurts to see the recent years. Absolutely, I think the Second Amendment should be global.
Let's see what happens.
I live in Spain. There are really strict gun laws. It is possible to get a gun. You just have to go through a lot of training and courses and ridiculousness and paperwork and bullcrap.
For example, in the West Bank.
But in a lot of countries, it's possible to get firearms.
I don't think Donald Trump is going to spend much time or energy.
But in Europe, it's really hard.
I don't think his administration,
especially in the West,
levy sanctions against extremist settlers in the way that Biden administration did. Trump's not a massive fan of multilateral bodies of law and governance around the world.
We need the Second Amendment, though.
Likely to support Israel in the international.
I think the Illuminati should make Trump the president of the world.
In its battle against the United Nations agency UNRWA. So, you know, there are positives and negatives if you are Benjamin Netanyahu, but he had a relationship with President Biden that is being gradually fracturing, and in Trump, he sees someone who is not just pro-Israel, but now has a Senate and possibly a House of Representatives, both turning red, and a party in the Republicans that will have allegiances with Netanyahu's own government.
Some big issues, certainly, for him to tackle come January 2025. Alistair, thank you very much indeed. Well, Donald Trump spent the night down in Florida.
Blue
as
Colonel,
well.
what city in the
Resort
Ukraine are
to
you
a
coming from?
County Convention Center at Palm Beach, surrounded by campaign workers, by donors, supporters, Elon Musk as well. And he spoke as well, claiming victory in Florida. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
Is this Elon Musk or
This was a
Trump?
movement like nobody's ever seen before. And this was, I believe,
Kars Kievs. I don't think I ever heard of it before, but please hit the like and subscribe button. I really need to get monetized off my YouTube channel, so I really appreciate everyone tuning in and watching.
reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're gonna help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're gonna fix our borders. We're gonna fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
He won!
But it's a political victory.
It's insane. It's a miracle.
Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th.
Hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you love Trump or you hate him. I love to hear it. How old are you guys watching?
Every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada.
Hit the like and subscribe button for Donald J. Trump.
Result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier.
Do a lot of the Ukrainians want Camilla or Trump?
Because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
5 dislikes on this video. You guys are really pissed that Trump is winning, huh?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by...
Guys, let me know where you guys are coming from and who you voted for.
And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. With each one of them. And
Let me know where you guys are coming from and who you wanted for president.
it was amazing.
Please.
All of those victories. Nobody expected
I'm
that.
so excited that Donald J. Trump won this, but I did cry that Harris lost. It was unfortunate. Harris would have been good too, but Trump is great. He's better than great. He's fabulous. He's the best. He won all the
Donald
votes.
Trump there speaking from Florida. Well, let's bring in now Alberto R. Gonzalez, who was U.S. Attorney General under President George W. Bush between 2005 and 2007. You've been at the heart of a previous Republican administration. Did Donald Trump get your vote or your endorsement?
Well, you know, I had concerns about Donald Trump, not about his policies, but I've seen the extraordinary power that the presidency of the United States can exert. And given his past history, his track record
Too easy.
in our courts, criminal courts, and civil courts.
Donald J.
I'm
Trump
worried
won
about
this
his
too
character. And
easy.
so it prevented me from supporting him, not because of his policies, but because of concern about his character.
Specifically, do you mean, are you looking at January the 6th? Are you looking at the felony counts against him? What specifically were you concerned about?
All of it. All of it. The fact that January 6th was a big part of it.
Well, I'm not saying he's gonna. He's consigning territories to Russia or not, but regardless of that, the war needs to end. Are you from Ukraine, Shuplu
For assaulting a woman. He is a convicted felon. And so for those reasons...
Listen, we don't have to concede any territories to Russia if Ukrainians want to fight for it with their own money. But we're not paying for it anymore. We're done.
While I feel some disappointment...
Yesterday was the last day of funding for damn Ukraine, for the US dollar.
We are a great country because after these elections, despite our differences, we come together, we work together to make America better for everyone. So I will do whatever I can to help this president be successful because when our president is successful, the American people are successful. So despite my misgivings before the election, after the election, I'm an American and I support our president.
Well, you talk about concerns about the use of power. Now you have a Senate that has flipped, a House of Representatives, it looked like, that has been retained, a presidency that has been won. That is powerful concentration under one party and one man.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think we American citizens need to be vigilant in terms of holding our members in the Congress, the Senate, and the White House to account, to be responsible for their actions, to understand that the actions are always motivated not by political or personal gain, but by what is best for the American people, by what is best for the United States of America. And so you're right. It's going to be an extra burden of responsibility upon all of us to make sure that people do not abuse power.
Donald Trump, a history-making president, is the first to face or be convicted as a felon. In fact, the sentencing of 34 counts due to take place later this month on November the 26th in the hush money case in New York. 3 other cases in the weeds, you might say, but still there. What will happen now? Will he pardon himself in all areas?
Well, the pardon power of the President of the United States only applies to federal crimes. So with respect to any kind of federal conviction, yes, he could pardon himself. With respect to ongoing federal litigation, he could direct the Department of Justice to drop those prosecutions. But with respect to any state matter, there's nothing that he can do about it. With respect to the New York conviction, I think it's very likely that the judge is not going to order him to go to prison. I think it's more likely that the judge is going to order him to pay a fine, given the fact that his new responsibilities as president, given the fact that it wasn't a violent act, given the fact of his age. I think for all those reasons, the expectation, I think amongst many legal experts here, is that he's not going to be expected to go to jail or go to prison. But for all the federal offenses, federal charges, those are likely to be wiped away.
And it was often said that the most consequential act of Donald Trump, or acts if you like, was the changing makeup of the US Supreme Court. It had a massive impact, obviously, on abortion
Hit the
rights,
like and
with the
subscribe
overturning
button
of
if
Roe
you
v.
guys
Wade,
are
that
just joining in.
constitutional
We got
right
Donald
to
J.
an
Trump as
abortion.
president.
The fear has been amongst the Democratic voice.
Let me know who
that it
you
will
voted
continue
for,
to
who you wanted
change
for
the
president,
judiciary via
and where you're coming
appointments.
from.
Are you also concerned about that?
Well, that is one of the great prerogatives of a president, is the ability to make appointments to the Supreme Court. Obviously, that requires the support of the Senate, who has a duty of confirmation. And there's no question that Donald Trump is going to appoint a very conservative jurist. I consider myself a conservative, working under President George W. Bush, and so I would be supportive of most of the decisions, most of the appointments, I think, by this administration. But we're going to differ case to case by decisions by the Supreme Court. I think the two most likely vacancies to occur during the next 4 years would be Justice Thomas and Justice Sotomayor. Justice Thomas, if he were to retire, that would not change the political makeup of the
Hit the like and subscribe button. Man, we got Donald J. Trump as president. All thanks to you guys. Much appreciated, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button. Check out my channel. I do travel videos, political live stream, news live streams, all kinds of different stuff, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button. I voted Donald J. Trump.
Yes, indeed, the concern being...
I live in Barcelona, Spain. I'm originally from Fort Myers, Florida, Southwest Florida, the 239. Hit the like and subscribe button.
The other concern that's been expressed is that Donald Trump will appoint loyalists around him. You know, such was the criticism of Generals Milley and Kelly during this campaign, that there would be no check on power of him. Are you concerned about that too?
Yes, I am concerned, and I wrote about that concern. I'm hopeful that, everyone who takes an oath of office in the United States takes an oath of office to our Constitution. They don't take an oath of office to the President of the United States. And so if the President were to order them to do something that they believe is in violation of law or in violation of the Constitution, I'm hopeful those individuals would not abide by that directive. We also, of course, hopefully there are members of Congress in the Senate that would serve as guardrails. We have our media. So there would be still some guardrails, but yes, I do have concerns about those loyalists that may be appointed in key positions who may be willing to do his political bidding. But we'll have to wait and see. I give the benefit of the doubt to the president. I'm hopeful that my concerns are misplaced and that in the upcoming 4 years, he will abide by the Constitution, and he will make decisions based solely on what's best for the American people and for this country, and not in any way based upon political or personal.
Trump supporters, give me your energy, guys. Give me your energy and support. Hit the like and subscribe button. Check out my other videos. Leave comments. I do travel and live stream videos, political content, news content, worldly content. World economics.
Is a lack of public support, at least spoken support, for institutions like NATO, which I think is extremely
My Discord
important.
link in bio is free.
I worry about
we got bankers, we got stock information in there.
With autocrats like Putin and the president of Turkey and Xi in China, and so I worry about the perception that perhaps he is not fully committed to the notion that the United States should serve as a beacon for democracies around the world, and that we are there to be counted on in the event there's any encroachment upon democracies around the world. I worry about the perception that exists today that the United States is sort of pulling back from that. I think it is very important for the United States to send a clear message very early that we are fully committed to our allies, we are fully committed to democracy, the spread of democracy around the world, and we will defend it.
Alberto R. Gonzalez, really good to have your thoughts this morning. It has felt such a consequential election, certainly. Very interesting to hear what you had to say. Quick update on Michigan. the last remaining of the blue wall states that had offered so much hope to Kamala Harris. That was always her easiest route to 270 electoral college votes. 98% has now been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of approximately 90,000 votes, with 116,000 votes still to be counted. 116,000 votes, and then we'll see what happens. Gillian.
Anna, thank you. So, an historic day here in Washington, D.C. as Donald Trump wins the presidency. As we've been hearing, when the swing state of Wisconsin was called in Trump's favor, it took him over the magic number of 270 electoral college votes needed to become president. So what might we expect from a second Trump presidency? Well, I'm joined now by Gwenda Blair, who's an author and Trump biographer. Welcome to you. The title of your book, The Trumps, 3 Generations That Built an Empire. Is that what we are potentially seeing? We know that Donald Trump has built a business empire. Is he now building a political empire?
I believe so. That seems to be what he's, what's unfolding in front of us, has been unfolding. It's a stunner, but it's also consistent with his career path, his whole lifetime performance as a salesman. First it was luxury condos in New York City, then it was casinos, then it was a TV show, and then it was himself as a candidate, and he's very good at targeting his customer base.
So who is Donald Trump? I mean, we know an awful lot about him, but I guess you've studied him. Who have you found him to be?
Someone who is very, very laser focused on what the customer wants. Back in those real estate days when being a wealthy person in New York tended to mean reserved, quiet, old money, living in a limestone building somewhere on the east side, he targeted a new base of people who, nouveau riche, who wanted something shiny, brassy, bold, mirrors, Trump Tower, which the world is, I think, very familiar with what that looks like. That was a completely new look. And there was a customer base that wanted it. And with casinos, he saw a customer base who wanted that notion of like riches, of being able to share in a kind of high roller possibility. And he saw that base, targeted it. That was the casinos. In The Apprentice, he saw, he and his producers saw the notion of promoting the idea of a business genius. He'd already been through, how many, 6 bankruptcies? But never mind. Promoting the notion of him as a business genius who was able to figure out who would be, who should be fired each week. You're fired, that iconic gesture was in runaway success. And then as a presidential candidate, he was able to see a customer base, a voter base, in people who were frustrated, who felt that they'd been given a raw deal, that the elites had gotten away with things, that people were cutting in line in front of them, immigrants, etc. Donald Trump saw that base and appealed to it and said, you're right to be angry, you're right to be furious, you're absolutely justified, I can fix it. And we see the results as of yesterday.
And that's something that you've been identifying, that he's been able to keenly identify his base and work towards them. But we've also seen now that the base seemingly increasing, and particularly in areas like with the Latino vote, in areas that have come under criticism from Donald Trump himself, but yet still have gone out and voted for him in some numbers.
He was able to appeal to some notion that they too have been bypassed, overlooked, haven't been listened to, and that
Guys, where are the people that love Camilla? I'm crying. Trump won. Why?
And I think that part of and that they're right, it's kind of a permission to be really angry about all of that. It's not an appeal to better natures, it's an appeal to anger, and it's an appeal to actually stoking that anger and saying, you're right. And there's, I think, interlaced with all of that, I think his brand, he was one of the early people to get that a brand was really important. And that would really be a key piece. And he branded himself as a success. That was the first time out. And then he branded himself as, more recently, you can get away with it.
Just very quickly, just wanting to talk about the different generations. What about the next generations of Trumps? Something that you spoke about, the whole kind of Trump dynasty. We saw Ivanka on the platform for the victory speech earlier, but not seen her very much throughout the campaign.
Well, he has his 5 children, just as his parents had 5 children. We'll see what the next generation does. They've been very prominent. And in 2016 at the conventions, I think the country was really introduced to them. They've been ubiquitous ever since. And that's really part of, I think, the mission here on his part is to...
Gwenda, I'm afraid we must leave it there because of time. Just to let you know that Kamala Harris, the Vice President, is due to address the nation this...
This is the Trump election. Donald J. Trump won.
Where Donald Trump has once again been elected.
He won a convincing victory against Kamala Harris, including here in
That's what this is. Donald J. Trump won.
Swing states.
The 45th President of the United States will now become the 47th. This is how he declared victory.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
There was jubilation for Trump's followers who came out in force as world leaders publicly welcomed his re-election.
The closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy.
In the end, it was a disastrous night for Ms. Harris and the Democrats, who lost control of the Senate too. A planned victory party soon fizzled out, with supporters leaving in droves and the Vice President cancelling her appearance.
I'll be digging into the data to see what went wrong for the Democrats and so right for the Republicans.
Now all eyes turn to what Donald Trump's dramatic return to the White House means for America and for the world.
Donald J. Trump won the election, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button. Share this video. Get the views up. I do travel and live stream videos, political live stream, news live streams. Check out all my other videos, guys. I can't freaking believe Donald J. Trump won, man. It's a miracle.
4 years after
They said it was going to be close. He won that stuff in a landslide.
the city as president once again after a crushing victory against his Democrat rival, the Vice President Kamala Harris. Despite the concerns about his character and his message, voters across the US overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump, who was all but certain to win the popular vote as well as the Electoral College vote. Having already served as the 45th president...
Like, why would anyone vote for Harris? Of course he won in a landslide. Name one reason why you would want Harris if you're a Harris supporter here.
And the only convicted felon to do so. Just after 5:30 in the morning...
Like, I can't think of any good things that Harris would have done for the country. With Trump, we get like 5 people. Elon Musk, RFK,
270 Electoral College votes needed
JD, a bunch of people with Trump when he wins.
James Matthews
Nothing good.
at the story of the night.
That's a landslide. Trump is going to win at even more points. Harris who? Exactly.
They hailed it here the greatest political comeback of all time. A 45th president, now the 47th. The great divider and achiever on a night that
Hit the like and
changed the
subscribe
world.
button for Donald J. Trump. You Trump supporters are really confident. Spam the comments if you're happy that Donald J. Trump won. If you're ungrateful that he won, just be silent. Because this wasn't easy for him.
Movement like nobody's ever seen before.
He got shot at. He survived a lot. Multiple assassination attempts. Multiple media assassination
There's never
attempts.
been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
It was the close contest that ultimately wasn't. Trump took the presidency and congressional power beyond.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
God's on our side, and we need to make America great again.
The Hispanics moved the needle on this election. We did a lot, and it means a lot because we're conservative. We are about family, God, and freedom.
God wins, Trump wins tonight.
For all the talk of battleground states, there was no real contest. This was a watch party in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris had to win the state of Pennsylvania. Losing it was the moment she lost it all.
Fantastic. A long road.
The numbers don't lie.
I can't say anything more than thank you, God, thank you, President Trump. God bless America.
It had all started so optimistic at this Kamala Harris watch party in Washington, D.C.
Oh, say, can you see
it didn't last. The American anthem ultimately was a lament for the loser. Optimism faded as they watched the results and the figures fell away. They didn't hear from
Oh,
Vice President
Kyle is
Biden.
back. Wow, man. I knew you would eventually be back to see that my electoral college was almost 100% correct. You know, the only thing wrong about my electoral college, Kyle, was that I actually gave Harris one too many states. She lost a little bit worse than I could have predicted.
To address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address
I'm dejected, devastated, and despondent. Hope this works out for y'all. I can't be around this, so this is probably my last chat. Peace. Wow, I told you, Kyle. You promised me you wouldn't do this, man. You said you would stick around for the channel. What happened? Can you stick around for the channel or not?
On so many levels, Donald Trump is the history maker.
Kyle, come on, Kyle. Don't cry, man. It was a fair election this time. Even when she cheated, she couldn't win. That's how fair it was.
Assassination attempts and all of that.
Many people have
Kyle,
told me
we've been talking about you all day.
spared my life for a
It's great to
reason.
see that you didn't commit suicide. Never commit suicide.
And that reason was to save our country.
But did you really think that Donald Trump would lose Pennsylvania? Did you really think that? Or North Carolina? You were delusional, buddy. Completely delusional.
One that's made for a second time.
Like, name one reason why you thought that. You're not even in the United States, so the president doesn't matter for you. You're not even a citizen.
And so are we all. James Matthews.
The president affects the entire world, though. The entire world, Kyle. So even if you live in Canada, it still affects you.
Well, it wasn't just the presidential race taking place yesterday, and the Republicans proved winners all round. They've now regained control of the Senate, reaching the 51 required for a majority. And they also look set to retain control of the House of Representatives. These are the latest results, where all 435 members faced re-election. Well, David's back with me now. That would mean if Donald Trump has power in the Senate and looking like he
That was a joke.
take the
Mr. Lowry, are you
he will have
for Harris?
supreme
Just admit you are.
Yes, I read a headline a short time ago describing
Either way, Kyle's not even in here anymore. He's crying at home.
and an unbridled access.
He's crying
to the
at
judicial
work.
system, to the political system here in the United States. He really will be able to force through just about any law that he chooses to, because all of the various guards that are in place are now really under the control of the Republican Party, and it's been a remarkable story. We've talked a lot about the so-called blue wall, those Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the first to have been called for.
Tyrell, if you didn't care, why would you join in the live stream? That's
Isn't it
interesting.
When one of those
Huh.
flips, all three of those flip. That's what happened with Joe Biden 4 years ago. It's happened now with Donald Trump, and because it's happened, it's effectively blocked Kamala
Well,
Harris'
thank you.
route to the White House, and it signals the end of the most remarkable journey that has taken Donald Trump from a courtroom in New York to surviving an assassination attempt to winning the White House for a second time.
You mentioned the courtrooms, various courtrooms that he appeared in, and one of the questions that people at home really keen to have answered is what happens now to those cases of a convicted felon in the White House? Does he just pardon himself of everything?
The first president ever convicted in a criminal court. That happened earlier this year. He's due to be sentenced for that in a couple of weeks' time. He's already also facing charges in relation to electoral interference, both here in Washington and in Georgia. That
Absolutely, he did no violent crimes.
wouldn't interfere with this election.
Why should he go to prison for non-violent crimes? He didn't do anything.
Because as president, he has the power
And the
to pardon
charges were
himself.
fake.
So this
Matrix
is
attack.
going to be an emboldened
Matrix
Donald
attack.
Trump returning to the White House. You could see how jubilant he and his supporters were. And we talked earlier today about whether or not he'll be able to move beyond the politics of division, the politics of grudgery. I think it is worth remembering.
I see the Democratic
that
Party is in here. Hey guys, welcome.
the soon-to-be Vice
Hope to see you
President
crying
of the United
soon
States,
on Twitter.
One stage called Donald Trump Hitler, compared him with Hitler.
X.
So if he can forgive J.D. Vance for that remark, perhaps he can forgive the Democrats as well, and maybe miraculously bring some kind of healing process, a reconciliation in this deeply polarised nation.
Interesting you should end on that, David, because J.D. Vance himself, when he went to vote at the ballot, suggesting that the nation should heal and that should be more love and the divisions of the past should be remedied. Thank you very much. Well, with that, we're going to hand you over to Anna now in Philadelphia.
Yes, indeed. I am in Philadelphia. This was supposed to be the big prize for Kamala Harris.
Psych.
Philadelphia, the most populous part of this state, which has delivered victory for Democrats in the past, not to be this time. It is here that Kamala Harris decided to spend the entirety of her last
I sound
day
really
of
good,
campaigning.
G.
5 stops here.
I mean, there's a reason I have a YouTube page and you really don't. Let's see your channel activity, good sir. 50 subscribers in 13 years. That means not even your comments anybody liked. If you only have 50 subscribers in 13 years, that means people didn't even like your comments, buddy.
Has won this state, but Joe Biden won it by some 80,000 in 2020.
Yeah, that's why I have 2,000 subscribers and you have 2.
Pennsylvania has played such a critical part of this election. It was in Butler in Pennsylvania.
No, even if you comment halfway decent things on people's pages, you'll have a few hundred subscribers. Obviously, no one likes you, that's
It
why.
was there too where Donald Trump returned. "We love Pennsylvania," he said, as I was saying, which drew huge cheers from the crowds. And it was here too that he chose to visit McDonald's at Feasterville in Bucks County, one of the so-called collar counties, which surround Philadelphia, seen as absolutely critical to giving this state to the Democrats. And it is in Bucks County that there is a lean to Donald Trump with 95% of the votes in. So one of the critical counties here in Pennsylvania, one of the trio of blue wall states. Pennsylvania worth a huge 19 electoral college votes. Donald Trump turning it from blue to red overnight. Trump also did well in the other battleground states. As you can see, he took North Carolina, Georgia, as well as Pennsylvania, we've mentioned, and also Wisconsin, which took him over the magic number of 270.
Shout out Russia. What part of Russia are you coming from? We love you, Russia.
We are still waiting for the other key swing states of Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada to call. We will bring you those.
Absolutely.
Well, let's bring in now our data and forensics.
When you gain almost 1,000 subscribers in a week, buddy, I think you can say people liked you.
The results, Tom.
Exactly that flipping of.
Talk to me when you get 100 subscribers.
Take it in its totality. This is where we are now. Let's go back to 2020. This is what happened when Joe Biden won all that blue. Let's go to this. You can see those are coming in red. Those battleground states, as you say. But actually,
shout out Kazan, Russia. Never heard of it, but shout out.
To Donald Trump in all these states, every state apart from 2 states, Donald Trump has seen his support as a proportion of the vote increase. So there's something going on there. It's not just about the return of Donald Trump, the return of the MAGA crowd, the Make America Great Again crowd. Because if you think of that in sort of tradition, that slightly older voter, maybe white, non-college educated voters, this is actually what happened though. Over 65, this shows how they voted. If it's red, it's a lead for Republican. If it's a blue, it's a lead for Democrat. And actually, the Democrats had more supporters over 65, what we might think of as a key Donald Trump constituency. And the same goes for white, non-college educated. Fine, this is a lead for Republicans, but it's way down on 2016, down on 2020. Fewer white, non-college educated coming out for Trump. So this suggests there's something different here. There's an expanding coalition, because if you want to deliver that growth across all those states, you have to hit different demographics. And that seems to be what we're seeing. African-American voters, you can see this has been a slow dwindling since 2008. Still a Democrat lead, but much less than it used to be.
Tyrell, go check out my channel.
Demographic-wise, Hispanic voters, 33% lead.
Then maybe you can learn how to grow a bit.
Just an 8% lead this time. And that's votes that Trump has been picked up. And those really matter, both in terms of the popular vote, but also in terms of the...
Obviously, this is the news. We're talking about Trump right now. Trump elected president. I guess you're a little bit upset about that.
And look what Donald Trump has
It's
managed
more
to
than
do.
obvious.
100% of
Why
that
else would you
is
join
blue
this and
for
start
such a
getting
long time,
angry
but
every
Donald
2
Trump
seconds
has
and
turned
commenting?
that red. We
Because
can
you're
see where that
upset
might
Trump
play
easily
in the
defeated
swing
Harris.
state.
Why
We'll
would
go back
anyone
to one
vote
of
for
those.
Harris and
Let's go
Biden
over
when inflation
to
and cost of
Nevada
food
and
is
see
up
what's happening. Now, that
100%
hasn't been called
in
yet,
2
but there are
years?
lots of data in. So look, go to Washoe County. Donald Trump in the lead there. We've only got 75% of the votes in, so treat that with a bit of caution for now.
Take
But the
tips,
numbers looking
take
good for him.
tips,
Again,
sir, take
this was
tips.
blue all the way. Donald Trump has turned that red. When it comes to African American voters, we can see that is also really, really important. Again, in these swing states, these battleground states, North Carolina ended up not being as much as a battleground as we thought. It's more than a 3-point lead for Donald Trump. Again, you can see though, he's won these key counties. You know, this is a county, Nash County, where there's more than 40% African American voters, and they've gone for Donald Trump with 19%.
That's right, Tyrell. African American voters for Donald J. Trump.
Great Lakes states. Let's go to Michigan actually and see what's happening here. Talking about Detroit especially. Now, what had to happen in Detroit and really in Michigan for Kamala Harris? She had to do well in these city centres. Think about Detroit. That's also got a big African American population. And look, she's ahead there. But it's nowhere near where Joe Biden was in terms of that vote.
She's
So
not even
that
as
vote
popular
share
as
is Donald Trump
Biden.
has made
How
progress there.
sad.
But he's also made progress in other places as well. So you look at Oakland, just above Detroit, the sort of suburbs around it. You get a Kamala Harris win, but again, it's down from Biden. And Macomb County as well. This is interesting because Donald Trump, he had won it in 2020, so this was veering his way. But he's added to that. So in terms of the last 26
It's always the president's fault, sir.
that vote. And that is what we've seen across the board. Donald Trump making these gains all across the US. This sort of new expanded coalition. It's not the
Guys,
return
you have to
delegates,
take
it's a new
responsibility
sort of Republican
sometimes,
Party.
unfortunately.
Tom Cheshire, thank you very much indeed. And the latest figures actually from Michigan, as you were talking, 90,000 votes is the lead now for Donald Trump, with 116,000 votes still to be counted. That means 98% of that state has now been counted. That is the last.
Let's check out the
of
poll
Blue
results.
States still to deliver.
81% are happy that
Let's
Trump
take you to
won.
Georgia.
19% are sad that Harris
2020, if you
lost.
remember, it was where Donald Trump
Well, I'm
made
sorry,
that
that's
phone call
unfortunate,
that
guys.
said, I need to find 11,708 votes, give me a break. In the end, Joe Biden flipped that state, 11,779 votes going that way.
Well, please, Tyrell, please explain what you know about politics to the audience. We would love to hear from your educated Harvard graduate brain. Your doctor, PhD on politics. Tell us everything you know. In fact, make your own YouTube channel and go live on it and tell them what you know.
Previously very Republican state blew them by getting the suburban voters more
Because on my channel, presidents are responsible for the country.
Kamala Harris just wasn't able to build on those numbers, but Georgia is also the story of the rural voters, of white men and women, both college and non-college educated voters, who put immigration and the economy top. There was a lot of discussion in the state that perhaps reproductive rights, the abortion bans were going to be a big vote winner for Kamala Harris, but that just hasn't happened. And I think it's interesting. I spent time in Cobb County, one of the key swing counties that went to Joe Biden in 2020, and I was quite struck in the past few days hearing from men and women saying, yes, it matters to us, reproductive rights, but not as much as the economy. They had a very visceral, real feeling that they were worse off and that they needed someone that they felt could manage the economy better. Now, this is a state, Anna, where abortion is illegal at 6 weeks. There have been a lot of very fierce battles around this, and I've been speaking to abortion activists in the state this morning who say they are utterly devastated, that this is going to be incredibly damaging for generations to come. And I think we will spend the next few days, weeks and months analysing Kamala Harris's campaign strategy here in the state and beyond as well. There was a lot of breathless discussion around the female vote. The hope was that she'd be able to sort of broaden her appeal, that she'd get a shy Republican vote on side. Women quietly voting, but perhaps not telling friends, family, husbands that they were going to do so because they were concerned about the future of themselves, about their daughters as well. That doesn't appear to have happened, and I think we will see the repercussions
Guys, that's
of that
crazy.
play out in the days to come.
Cordelia Lynch there reporting on Donald Trump taking that key battleground state of Georgia. So we're still...
Let's see what else Donald J. Trump is up to. I know. Okay, here we go. Here's something better. Oh, a freaking ad. An ad, guys. Wait a second. How long use betting Trump gets blasted? I'm betting a year. Oh, how long till Trump gets blasted? He's getting blasted already every single day.
We're expecting during this election. Sean, Emma.
All right, Christina Thompson live in North Carolina for us. Christina, thank you very much.
And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well.
Trump's win so big last night that even CNN couldn't deny it. CNN host Jake Tapper during last night's election coverage saying the now president-elect's comeback story is a significant one.
It comes as Trump has dominated the battleground states thus far, winning the 5. Newsmax has called, still waiting for official results, though it appears to be in favor of President Trump. Arizona and Michigan watching for those. We'll bring back in Rick Santorum, senior political analyst and former Pennsylvania Senator. Mercedes Schlapp is with us, a former White House strategic senior advisor. Thank you both for staying up. I know it was a late one for both of you. We enjoyed your coverage. Mercedes, I'll start with you on that. It's CNN clip. There's so much that could be analyzed after election day. You want to dive right into it.
Right.
But in this moment, can we focus on media? Because there would be a narrative if you had the Electoral College win, but not the popular vote.
That's right.
They don't have it.
Well, and it took CNN and AP to basically announce that Donald Trump was projected to win the presidency at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then you had the Washington Post basically saying, yes, Donald Trump wins and he would be the first felon to win as well. So look, this is going to be fascinating to watch if the media will, the legacy media will change how they cover the president. It has always been a battle against Donald Trump. It is always the fact that they feel that Donald Trump is going to do everything they can to censor or to stop the media. So this hostile relationship, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays as he comes in as president, as we start seeing this transition begin to happen, because it's why you've seen President Trump go and seek out alternative media opportunities, like going on the Joe Rogan show, which of course, as we know, doing that podcast and others really is just an opportunity to talk to a different set of voters. Why? Because the American people do not trust the traditional media institutions. Yeah, that's incredibly clear this cycle. And I'm wondering if there will be any sort of reflection on that, Senator.
You would think there would be reflection,
Even in 2016.
but here's what I've seen about the American left, and you see this when they deal with policy. If they propose a policy and it fails, their answer is, we didn't do enough of it. And so what their reflection may be is, we didn't hit him hard enough. We didn't go at him soon enough. We didn't stay on him. And now you would say, how could they
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
It just doesn't seem to be in their DNA to be able to reflect and say, hey, maybe we're missing something here. Now, I did see Claire McCaskill, who's with MSNBC, say that Donald Trump understands the American people better than we do here in the media. But she doesn't work. She's a contributor. She's not, Rachel Maddow. I just think they're going to double down. That it's going to get worse. And here's the beautiful thing, as we saw with Joe Rogan, there is an alternative out there with all these podcasts and X and a whole bunch of other platforms. And I just want to say, be careful. There are bills floating around in Congress and there's bills floating around state legislatures where Democrats and Republicans come together. We've got to censor social media because, they don't treat us fairly. They both say that. Leave it alone.
Right.
It's working. What we saw here today is the alternative media is working. Republicans should go nowhere near trying to team with Democrats to do anything to try to limit that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Do you want to side with one political party? Do you want to side with the American people and tell the story factually as it's portrayed? Again, Trump.
Social media lets you do that.
Yeah, almost 71 million votes for Trump in the popular vote. Harris above 66 million. So Trump gaining the popular vote, gaining the electoral college Mercedes. And Rick, we'll see in just a bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, still to come, President-elect Donald Trump, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance pledging to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history. Stock market already reacting this morning. We'll discuss with former Labor Secretary Alex Acosta up next.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bathroom shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole experience an A+. I definitely wish I would have called sooner.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that provide
Oh
safety
yeah,
and style.
Donald J.
It's
Trump
never
for
been easier.
president.
Get your free design
Stop the
consultation,
wars.
schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bathroom shower right away.
Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no
Oh, yeah,
payments
guys,
for up to
get that.
1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-990-6834.
Get it. Whoa.
That's 800-990-6834.
Oh.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not
I'm
your
injured,
fault,
no
and you
joke.
don't
Oh,
have
I
an
just
attorney,
fell.
listen up.
Oh.
We have
Hit
legal
the like and
professionals
subscribe
standing
button.
by to answer your
Donald J.
questions and tell you
Trump for
what your case
president.
is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Amazing grace, Donald J. Trump for president. Amazing grace, Donald J. Trump is our president. Trump. 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 Lefty Land loses it over Trump's victory. Okay, let's watch this, guys. Did you figure out Donald J. Trump won? You can? Did you see it this morning? Did you see? It's over, buddy. Stop whining and enjoy. Shout out to all you Democrats and soy boy liberals crying. This goes out to you. We watching a video to break down. You crying.
The state of Alaska, and as a result, Donald Trump is once again going to be the president of the United States.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin.
How extraordinary. It is the greatest comeback in modern political history. To find an example of it, you don't have one this century. You don't have one last century. You've got to go back to the century before that when they had the 18 in front of the years that were being counted down. Now, there are many images, many stories, many things to tell you about, many things that you've watched happen all the way through the day. And I've done my best to play that straight news bat because, as I said, all day long, you don't want to rub people's face in it. That's not cool. It's not okay. You've got to be a good winner because you've got to be paying
Donald J.
attention to
Trump is making the country safer than ever. Under Biden, crime was at high records.
an incredible moment in history. It is an incredible victory for people who
They
have
burned
been
down an entire
ignored,
city under Joe Biden and Black Lives Matter.
who had been told that their views were not in polite society any further. And they roared And these
All
are
the Trump
same
supporters,
people who
let's
4 years
continue to
ago
make the liberals
sat
cry
down.
in the comment
The same
section.
people in the same swing states
Lefties
who
losing
now
it.
rehired
Lefty
Donald
land loses
Trump.
it over Trump
An
victory.
extraordinary images, a campaign of images. When I think we all felt exactly the same thing, July 15 Australian time, that when the bloke got shot, his reaction was not to crumble, but was to fight, fight, fight. And his call all the way through the campaign was fight, 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 vote, 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 and now he gets to say win, win, win. You need to have a look at this photo because this is going to be one for the history books. This is a photo of the exact moment Donald Trump returned to the presidency. He's backstage, waiting to go on stage at his supporters in Florida. His son took the photo as he's watching on to the numbers being counted and then the result being declared. To have that image before us, to have an insight into the most personal of moments, is a perfect example about, in many ways, the open book that is Donald Trump and is his candidacy. At times it can be ugly to read, at times it can be difficult to read, at times it doesn't make a lot of sense. But it's always an open book. And the idea that this was not some sort of filtered special image that was curated by a campaign. It was a son who took a photo of his father fighting back to the place where he will now lead the free world. I find it unbelievable. And as we were sitting back watching all of it happen, the inevitability coming minute after minute, state after
Trump
state,
wins.
hour after hour, in Lefty Land, where they thought there was no chance, where this was
Lefty
the
land
basket
said
of
there was no
deployment, and
chance
this
Donald
the
Trump was
people
going to
who
win.
had been run out of town. To see them coming back, look,
Woke, lefty, progressive liberals tears after. Liberal tears. Nothing makes me feel better but some liberal tears. Let's see if we can get some good fashioned liberal tears.
LOL. Laugh out loud. I mean, that is the acronym we're going to be using today. The woke, lefty, progressive, so-called liberal tears today are frankly a joy to behold as their woman, their diversity appointment. She must be good, she must be great because she's a woman and she's black and she was chosen for those reasons. And she's, well, not Trump, which was, as far as I could tell, pretty much the only reason she campaigned, the only policy she offered in Kamala Harris's entire shtick. It was just, I'm not Trump, he's awful, he's a fascist, I'm not him. Well, she's lost. She has lost more badly than pretty much any Democrat has for decades, it would appear, on the numbers that have come in. Not a single county across any state, across America, where any result has been declared, has seen her reap any more votes than, or even as many votes as Joe Biden in 2020. That tells you something, doesn't it? Well, there we are. The woke lefty progressive tears are flowing today.
It's over,
There's
lefties.
an awful lot of cheer. Now, whether or not people should be cheerful about a Donald Trump victory is yet to be seen. But I, for one, I'm going to be honest with you, having wept with horror.
Donald Trump's going to stop giving money to Ukraine.
And having
And he's going to end the
kind of
war.
shrugged with, well, I think it's the right outcome in 2020 when Joe Biden won. I'm now, I've got to be honest with you, really damn chuffed that Donald Trump has won today. I've been saying for weeks, if I had a vote in the US election, I would, on balance, choose Donald Trump. Do I think he's a nice guy? No, I don't. Do I think he's a fascist? Do I think he's Hitler? No, I don't either. I think he's probably unfit for public office. I think his questioning of the peaceful transition of power in 2020, 2021 was
like the comment
absolutely
sections
unconscionable.
She's a liberal.
I mean, there's numerous criminal charges, although they will disappear certainly for the next 4 years and probably forever as a result. He's already faced some convictions. However, at the end of the day, he was the best choice. I think not just for America, he was the best choice for the world. And I think the best choice it will turn out for Britain. Why do I think that? Well, it's really, really simple. Because he's not an insane, progressive, woke, net zero, open border, trans inclusion lunatic, which is what Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party of the United States currently is. Oh yeah, exactly the same as our current Labour Party. Do I think that we will benefit from that? Well, a lot of people say that Britain's an outlier. Britain is so different from what's happened in America. This vote to the right. What's happened across Europe, votes to the right. We elected a left-wing government on July the 4th, did we not? Except I think people are reading it wrong. And my God, we've seen some lefty pundits reading it wrong in the last 24 hours, have we not? Hi, Rory Stewart, if you're watching, through your tears. I think the real lesson that needs to be learned about what happened in July was not that Britain bucked the trend across the Western world and voted to go for a left-wing, liberal, progressive government over a conservative government on the right. On the contrary, they simply rejected a left-wing, progressive, woke, conservative government. I think the lesson that needs to be learned here in Britain and, of course, in America as well, is that when you push policies that make people poorer, when you push policies that damage the interests of individual people trying to look after their families, when you push policies that mean the lights could go off because you're so insane on your net zero green posturing, when you push policies that put girls and women at risk and basically have a policy of just doing outrageous, awful things to poor, damaged, vulnerable children under the name of trans inclusive ideology, when you do all of that, and when you say, yeah, let's just not even have a border, let's just import.
The liberals are mad and crying that Trump won.
1 million people, illegal arrivals to your country, and you do nothing about it, the people will say no. And I think the people will say no here in Britain as well when they get the next chance. That's what I have to say. What I want to know is what you have to say.
This video got a lot of dislikes already because people are pissed that Trump won. But too freaking bad.
But yeah, even the likes of CNN have given up. The crowds at Kamala Harris's watch party have disappeared many hours ago. So what is your reaction to that Trump victory, to that Kamala Harris defeat? And what, crucially, do you think this means for Britain? Will the lessons be learned here? Will that impact Britain for good, for bad? I want to know your thoughts. Give us a call, 0344 499 1000.
It was too big to rig, guys. Like, why would anyone in their right mind vote for Kamala? I can't think of any reason. Food prices doubled. Let's see if we can find any videos of them actually crying. Okay, let's look at them. This one's actually a little bit of them crying a bit.
These are the faces of Kamala Harris's supporters at a watch party in Washington, D.C. right now.
Oh, poor Harris supporters.
The Harris campaign reportedly turned off projections for the rest of election night, while some began leaving the event early. It's a totally different story at the Trump election party in Florida, where Trump supporters have gone into full celebration mode. Harris won't be addressing the public on election night, though campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond said the fight wasn't lost.
We will continue overnight
Womp, womp,
to fight to
womp.
make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Meanwhile, the stock market is surging off a likely Trump win, with the Australian share market up 0.97%.
The entire stock market is up, even the Australian stock market. The Australian stock market is up. That means company in Australia. Let's watch Kamala Harris's party cry. She lost. Oh, your poor TikTok boy made you lose. Wah. His TikToks suck. I don't know who that is. Oh man, he's crying. They're all crying. Look at their faces, man. Look at their crying faces. That's unfortunate. All the Harris supporters looked real sad. They looked real sad, man. I love humans and I love Americans. There's no reason to cry. Trump wants to better everything. I just don't understand why they're crying when he just wants to better America. Like, these people do not look happy. This guy is the only one that looks like halfway happy. But he looks like he's being paid to smile. Like, why does he randomly smile every couple seconds? Harris lost. Okay, now he's sad because Harris lost. Once you skip through the video more, they're all bumming. Harris really paid some TikTokers $50,000 to make videos for them. And now she didn't even win. How hilarious is that? Let's put on your favorite news source, guys. Republicans are winning everything. Kamala Harris paid all the influencers. She paid people $5,000-$10,000 to make a TikToker about her, and she still lost. She had triple the money as Trump, and she still lost. Because people don't like that bullcrap that she's lying. Meh. Would be surprised if you came there because you've been paid to tell people to support Harris. Meh. Yeah, there's a lot of those people that are paid to support Harris. I'm sorry, but it's true. Look, Trump won, not even close. Sad, but true.
Bienvenidos a la medicina
It's a damn advertisement. Sorry, guys.
Es llegar antes. Es saber que siempre hay alguien pensando en ti. Y que sea cual sea el próximo avance.
You game? Game for what?
Anticípate con Chequea tu Salud. El nuevo servicio de Blua. La salud digital de Sanitas.
Game for what? What am I game for? Donald J. Trump is president? You can't. Yesterday you were just saying Donald Trump won't win. You were wrong. How do you feel now? Huh? How do you feel? I'm not watching this MSNBC crap anymore because, you know, it's not even giving any good results. Newsmax. Or should we watch your favorite show, CNN? Yeah, let's watch your favorite.
So he can get anyone appointed as secretary or
He won this in a live
in the
easily.
next 2 years till they have control of the Senate. So how may you think Trump is going to restructure the American government, the American bureaucracy in particular?
Well, I think Zaka been very clear about what he wants to do. We need a closed border. We need a fixed immigration system. We need mass deportation of illegal criminals in the United States, of whom there are hundreds of thousands. He now has the ability to begin to do that. But let's not forget, Zaka, that the administrative state, the bureaucracy, if you will, the civil service is still in place. The legal system is still in place. The Democrats, the left, are not going to roll over and die. They'll file lawsuit after lawsuit or injunction after injunction. They'll get their judges to try and stop. And that's the way our democracy works. I'm not necessarily complaining about that. We have a system of checks and balances designed to ensure that not one single branch of government is supreme or has more power than the others. But on the judicial side, we now have 3 members of the Supreme Court who are over 70 years old. 2 of those are conservative, 1 is liberal. We might see some retirements on the court now that we're assured that they can be replaced by conservative judges. So as significant and as important as this election is, our American system of government is designed to slow things down. It's built with sand in the gears, if you will, to ensure that there can't be a dramatic, radical change without popular mandates. Now, Trump has a significant popular mandate. He's been very clear about what he wants to do. His main objectives he'll be able to accomplish, but some of the broader thematic themes, I think we're still going to have to wait and see.
No, Trump won. What are you talking about?
All right, let me also go across to CNN reporter Ivan Rodriguez, who's joining us from West Palm Beach, Florida. He's, of course, been keeping an eye out on the Trump campaign. Trump came out and spoke last night to his supporters. Massive, massive win. I know that CNN has still not projected Michigan, Arizona, or Nevada yet, but Trump is leading in all three states, and if he were to win all three, this would be a bigger mandate for him than what he won in 2016. He's effectively going to win all 7 battleground states. How did this come about, Ivan? What's the read in Trump HQ on how this landslide was brought about?
Well, Zonka, I'd even say that in the Trump camp, they'd argue even without winning Arizona and Nevada, it's a landslide victory because it really has been surprising to see even earlier last night how much of a lead he was gaining in those key battleground states. I will tell you, though, that what we're hearing from a lot of voters in states across the country, let's even just focus on those battlegrounds, which had a lot to say in terms of who was going back to that White House. The economy was the #1 issue, and we're looking at things like inflation, grocery prices, gas prices, housing market. A lot of things in that sector have been worrisome to the American population, to the greater population. And although inflation isn't necessarily rising anymore, it also hasn't gone any lower per se. So prices have remained pretty much high at that point. So every time someone goes back to the grocery store, they're still looking at those high prices. Trump and his campaign did a good job of being able to tie Harris to that Biden presidency and remind people in a way that she is no different than Biden. If you vote for her, you're going to get the same thing that you got from President Biden. But it really is so overwhelming. And we look across the electoral map, right? That blue wall, what Democrats say is so important to them. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Trump flipping Pennsylvania, Trump also flipping Wisconsin. We were talking yesterday, even if he was just able to get one of those, it was going to be crucial to his White House victory. But now, looking at the map, he could walk away, as you mentioned, with Michigan as well, would mean a complete overhaul of that blue wall, which Biden was able to flip back in 2020. But states like Georgia, they were gone Republican again. North Carolina, which Democrats were eager to possibly flip, that remained under that GOP win. Arizona, Nevada, I mean, at this point, like you mentioned, it doesn't really matter what happens in those states. But if they do go Trump's way, it's just even more of a sense of just how much of an overwhelming victory it was, not only in the Electoral College, but also winning the popular vote.
Yeah, I think last I checked, like I said, Trump had 71 million, Kamala Harris had about 66 million, Biden had 81 million, so that's about 14 million less who have voted for the Democrats. You know, why they didn't do that, I guess pundits will sort of scratch their heads and do their analysis about that. But I'm coming to you, Ivan, from the U.S. Congress, from the U.S. Capitol Hill, and this is going to be a different government now because you have a Republican in the White House, you have Republicans in control of the Senate, and they are within striking distance of taking or winning the House of Representatives. What does that mean for Trump in his second term, both in terms of appointments and also his agenda?
I mean, look, yesterday we saw Trump very excited for the fact that
Els catalans som tradició i modernitat, i si ens fan triar entre mar o muntanya, les triem totes dues, perquè els catalans ho triem tot. Triem tenir
Catalan.
allà. For his new government now to do a lot of the things that he had said along the campaign trail that he had wanted to do. A lot of these things do require congressional approval, although a lot of things have been said along the campaign trail, right? For example, tax on tips to help other sort of policies. A lot of them, Zaka, require that help from Congress.
All right, Ivan, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ivan Rodriguez at West Palm Beach, Florida.
ads. All right, you're right. Ads.
After yesterday's speech, Trump gave a big speech and he said that the country is broken and we need to fix it. We need to put America first. That's been his messaging. That's been his messaging for the last 8 years.
Guys, I'm poor. If you don't want ads, hit the like and subscribe button. I'll buy YouTube Premium.
Two wars. He has been an anti-war candidate all along, right from the first time he ran in 2016. He might respond differently to the two wars on Russia-Ukraine. He has said publicly he will end it within 24 hours. He will basically tell Zelensky, take it or leave it. What does that mean? And two, also on the Israel-Hamas question. Now that, I just gave you the
Hola,
example
¿qué
of
tal?
where Arab Americans have voted overwhelmingly for Trump. How does he play the Israel-Hamas war? Does he give Netanyahu more of a blank check, or does he tell him, okay, go ahead, finish the job, but also end this war quickly?
Well, these are all great questions. I can give just a few thoughts. First, on the Ukraine-Russia war. Certainly, he has said he wants to focus on negotiations, focus on ending the war. But the question is, how do we do that? And how do you do that in a way that you're not empowering
Republicans
Russia
are winning
to try
everything.
the same thing a few years later? Of course, Trump doesn't want to look like he's giving in to Putin. The American people certainly would not support that kind of solution. So I think it's going to take time. And the question is, how do you end the war in a way that you're not rewarding Russia and that you're not encouraging Russia to try the same kind of illegal, unjustified invasion of another country 1-2 years down the line.
The
So I think that's
red
a
wave
critical issue.
hit strong,
The
too
second
big to
on
rig,
Middle
hell
East,
yeah.
Look, the Trump administration was a huge supporter of Israel.
Too big to rig, hit the
support
like and
Israel
subscribe button. Donald
in its
J.
fight.
Trump won
And I
today.
think that, we have to look at the fact that Netanyahu also understands that Trump does not like to see conflicts prolong, would not want to see the U.S. get embroiled in the conflict. So I think, again, I think Trump will be able to help the situation and perhaps get to a position where there could be some kind of ceasefire or winding down of this conflict as well. And then lastly, let me just say a few words about China. Trump had really set
Thank
the
you, much
policy,
appreciated.
toward China during his first term. He
Love you
had,
guys.
Been very
Hope you're
clear
having a good
about
day and hope you're happy
restricting
about the
certain
election
technologies to
results.
China. He had put in export controls. He had taken a very firm position on China's aggressive behavior toward other countries, India being one of them,
Right.
of course, into the 2020 Gawan crisis. So I would expect that he would continue with this strategy, working with allies and partners in order to meet the China challenge and more effectively compete. This is the name of the game now. The U.S. is in competition with China.
All right, Lisa, Tom Rose, and Puneet, thank you very much for joining us. I want to shift focus to the second part of our program, and that is on the US-India bilateral relationship. And somebody who's seen that from very close quarters is Mr. Syed Akbaruddin, former Secretary to the Ministry of External Affairs, former spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs. Good morning to you from Washington, D.C., Mr. Akbaruddin. I'm coming to you live from outside the U.S. Congress. It is a new dawn in America. It's a Republican wave. Trump is back in the White House. What does it mean for the India-US bilateral? Of course, I want to start off with the whole trade question because Trump, at least on the campaign, has said that he's going to impose a 20% straight-up tariff on all imports into the United States, and that includes imports from India. What may that mean?
So, Zakka, first of all, changes in U.S. administration are not new to the Indian establishment. We've navigated these changes successfully previously. Now, on your specific issue of trade and tariff, yes, these are challenges that globally everybody has to navigate. And it's not that we haven't navigated trade-related challenges with the US before. For example, in the last Trump administration, he withdrew the GSP benefits for India. Yes, he's transactional, but then big countries know how to work with each other, and a give and take relationship is what Trump understands. And countries like India and the Indian diplomatic establishment know how to engage in this dialogue, and I don't see this as a major threat. Of course, he intends to promote his interests on a basis which is not only antithetical to India alone. It is the intention that he wants to impose these sort of restrictions of 10 to 20% across the globe, with some exceptions where their interests don't coincide, like in China. In terms of India, US and India interests coincide, so there will be such pinpricks but I don't see a divergence in the big interest between the two countries.
I do want to ask you about the China question because the feeling with the Biden-Harris administration, at least in South Block, was that they're distracted by what's going on in West Asia, the war there, the Russia-Ukraine war there. They were not as much focused on China, whereas with Trump, and he said this publicly so many times, both when he was president and also on the campaign, he's going to be squarely focused on what is the long-term challenge for the United States, which is the rise of China. Do you think that would be good for India? Because India also has its own set of challenges with China.
So, yes, to the credit of the first Trump administration, they pivoted in a manner which no other administration had done in addressing their long-term challenges from China. Now, India and US interests converge in this area for a variety of reasons, which are pretty obvious. And therefore, a convergence of interests helps in both the countries in working together. And yes, as you said, if other issues or the other two wars, the two major wars which are going on elsewhere in the world are addressed, the focus will turn to issues relating to the common challenges faced by both India and China and other countries, both in.
Como especialista en artes marciales, Shaolin reparte de la linda. Pero nada comparado con los más de 20 millones de euros en premios que reparte el Rasca Millonaria de la ONCE. Rasca Millonaria de la ONCE reparte como nadie.
Having said that, there is one other thing I think we also need to be listened of, and that is the Republican administration is less focused on values than on interests. And that's a good sign because interests are easy to focus on. Values will always differ from perspectives which are different in both societies.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, especially on this whole business about Khalistan and all these separatist elements. I think Trump won't be as uptight, if I can use that word, as the Democrat administration has been. But thank you very much, Mr. Akbaruddin, for joining us. I'm in fact going to go across to one of your counterparts on the other side, Ambassador Atul Kashyap. He's the president of the US-India Business Council. Ambassador Kashyap, I'm coming to you live from outside the US Congress, outside the Capitol Hill. It's a new morning in America. It's a red wave. Trump is back in the White House as president. The Republicans are in control of the Senate and will likely take the House as well. What's your read? What's your read of what went on last night? Because nobody was predicting this kind of a landslide. I mean, the polls were saying it was going to be extremely close. It boils down to the battlegrounds. I think he's winning all 7 battlegrounds. What exactly happened? What's your analysis?
Well, President Trump clearly ran on a campaign plank of keeping America strong and trying to address all of the wars and instability and ensuring the well-being of the American people. So he clearly enjoyed a groundswell of support. I think the great victory last night was not only President Trump's, but of American democracy. Look at the American people queuing up and patiently voting in a free and fair election, showing once again our passionate devotion to democracy. It's good for us. It's good for all free people around the world. So let's see what comes of it.
I do want to ask you about, what Trump's agenda, at least on the foreign policy front, would be. Obviously, he would be, his top 2 priorities would be the 2 wars, Israel-Hamas and, of course, Russia-Ukraine. On Russia-Ukraine, he has said publicly on the campaign that he's going to end it in day 1. He's going to end it in 24 hours. He's basically going to tell Zelensky, take it or leave it, and he's going to shut off the aid. His vice president, now vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, has said in as many words, in the Senate floor and otherwise, that Ukraine should not be given American aid. You reckon that is likely how Trump is going to play the Russia-Ukraine war?
Zaka, I want to talk to you about U.S.-India relations. I think that Trump, who wrote The Art of the Deal, clearly is invested in making deals, and I think that U.S. and India actually have an enormous opportunity to be ambitious. So whatever happens in Russia-Ukraine, let's focus on Delhi and Washington. Let's focus on taking the U.S.-India strategic, economic, and technological convergence to the next level. That's the critical work of the 2 great democracies of this planet.
The reason I asked you that is because it has a knock-on effect. I mean, I know one sore point between the Biden-Harris administration and New Delhi was on India's import of Russian oil. But be that as it may, let's talk about what Trump's economic agenda is and what his plan is. He's basically saying anywhere between 10 to 20% tariffs on all imports into the United States. And that will surely affect Indian imports into the United States as well, won't it?
Well, look, this is where President Trump has been very clear about the need for fair and balanced trade. There have been structural imbalances in America's trade with many countries around the world. Since the pandemic, we've also had rising concerns about supply chain vulnerability. This is where, again, if Delhi and Washington play it well, and if Delhi understands the sensitivities of the American people as telegraphed through this election, then I think there's an opportunity for both India and America to be entrepreneurial. Recall that in the last days of the Trump administration in Trump 1, there was a very intense effort to try to forge a meaningful trade deal. And I think that if both sides can get back to that, there is a chance for both Delhi and Washington to be ambitious, to achieve some big things for both Indian and American people, and to reinforce the connectivity between high-trust nations such as India and the United States and strengthen our supply chains. But it does require that our partners understand the sensitivities and feelings of the American people.
I want to get one final word from Ambassador Kashyap. Mukesh Aghi is also joining us from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. But Ambassador Kashyap, just on that question, when Trump was president between 2016 and 2020, you know this. I mean, you had a ringside view of this, how he railed about, the Harley-Davidson tariffs that India was imposing, how he was upset about India buying S-400 missile defense systems from Russia. How do you see that sort of playing out? I mean, India's defense partnership, for example, even today, despite the war and all of that, almost 50% of India's defense imports are from Russia.
Well, I also remember, Zaka, that the president visited India to Ahmedabad for that big rally. He also hosted Prime Minister Modi in Houston, Texas, and so much else besides. And I vividly remember from my time in government that when India was facing the rather terrible challenge at Galwan and made some requests of the United States for help in critical areas, President Trump made a decision to rush that aid to India because of the strength of the relationship between the Indian and American people. So I think what will need to happen is clear conversations between Delhi and Washington in Trump 2 about the respective needs of one another, and then serious work to forge an ambitious agenda for continued strategic, economic, and technological convergence, because it's important for both of us, and it's frankly important for the stability and happiness of the world.
All right, Ambassador Kashyap, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. Let's see if US-India sees a new dawn under Trump 2.0. Mukesh Aghi from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum is also now joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Aghi. Good morning to you. I'm coming to you live from Washington, D.C., outside the US Congress, the Capitol Hill. Just tell us, I mean, your assessment, your hot take of what exactly happened last night. It's a massive landslide for Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
Well, you had a very effective campaign by the Republican Party. They were organized, their messaging was right, which resonated with the people, and you have for the first time in the last 20 years, popular vote also being won by the President, the Senate, and the White House, and we're waiting for the results on the House also. So I think it seems to be a clean sweep for the President on his agenda, and that's going to be disrupted on a global basis.
I do want to talk to you about one of the big issues that Trump made on the campaign was about illegal immigration. And when we were speaking to people, around the DC area the last 2 or 3 days that we've been here, including people in the Indian American community, the Indian American community wants more legal immigration into the United States. And they were saying that the people who illegal immigration affects most are actually the legal immigrants. Do you see Trump, once he's done with this whole business of, mass deportations or whatever it is that he wants to do to address the illegal immigration problem, do you see him addressing the legal immigration issue as well? Because that system is also broken.
Hola, Antonio Lobato. ¿Quieres saber cuánto vale tu coche? Sí, claro. En compramos-tu-coche.es consigues la mejor oferta. Fácil, rápido, online. ¡Wow! ¿Tienes curiosidad por saber cuánto vale tu coche? Mi recomendación, consigue tu oferta ahora en compramos-tu-coche.es.
seeing is the legal immigration is being impacted by the illegal. We have around 16 million illegal immigrants. And by the way, the third largest illegal immigrants are now coming from India itself. That has a percolating impact on the legal side. So I think it's important we address that, because if we don't address that, then the companies are not globally efficient, effective, and they need talent to be able to build business both domestically and globally.
So he's also saying, look, I mean, I know some of it could be campaign rhetoric. He might tone it down when he's actually governing, that this whole 10 to 20% tariffs on all imports into the US, if not, then you have to come and set up a plant here in the United States. Do you see this working? Because ultimately, if there's going to be tariffs, then, you know, companies are going to pass that on to the consumers. It's not like they're doing this for charity.
Well, the economists have estimated that if you put 20% tariff, it has almost a 2% inflationary impact, and also have almost a dramatic impact on the GDP growth also, because at the end of the day, it's the consumer which pays for that. Last time when the tariff was set up, we didn't see a massive movement of companies moving manufacturing back to the US. You have to understand, it's not all manufacturing will move back. Some will definitely move back. But overall, there's a massive skill shortage. What we will see is that China will get impacted the most, because the promise is to put 60% tariff on Chinese goods coming into the country. So a lot of US companies who are concerned about their supply chain, concerned about their revenue and sales, will look at other alternatives beside China to set up manufacturing. Yes, high-end manufacturing may move back to the US, but the low-end manufacturing will stay in Asia and other part of the world, and India can play a very pivotal role. And it's not just about being part of the global supply chain. India also offered US companies market opportunity. You look at Apple, which moved part of its manufacturing to India, and its domestic revenue has gone up over $5 billion itself. So I think it's a combination of global supply chain, de-risking manufacturing, and at the same time gaining market share.
And very quickly, Mr. Aghi, before we let you go, obviously the big foreign policy challenge, the most immediate priority for him would be to end the two wars. And Trump, to his credit, has been anti-war ever since he first ran as a candidate in 2016. How do you see him play both the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Hamas war?
When you look at on the Ukraine and Russia front, they made it very clear, the Republican Party, that they will not anymore supply all the weapons and money to Ukraine itself. And there has been some kind of a discussion put in. So I think you will see some kind of a settlement happening on that war. In the case of Middle East, I believe they will give a more free hand to Netanyahu to go basically deal with the proxies, which is the Hezbollah's, Houthis, and Hamas itself. But more important is the stress point with China. I think it's important to understand that both Republican and Democrats see China as a critical adversary, both from a military side, economic side, and technology side. And that's where India becomes critical in the strategy of leveraging India to deal with and counter China itself. And you have to understand that one area which we will see more focus is going to take place is Quad, the four countries, which is Japan, Australia, India, and the US. And I believe the Quad will percolate into the economic agreement also, because there are four countries whose total GDP is around $35 trillion. They can work together as a potential common market, which will be an easier thing to do. And that's going to basically affect India dealing with a tariff of 20% also. So we believe that while the focus is going to be initially Middle East and Middle East and Ukraine, but the Quad will play a pivotal role also.
I think that's a great point, because when Trump was president between 16 and 20, he was the one who gave so much impetus to move Quad into a head of government sort of setting. Eventually, of course, the first head of state Quad meeting happened when Biden became president. But he did really push the Quad. So I think that's a great point made. Thank you very much, Mukesh Aghi, for joining us from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. It is a big moment in America's political journey, no doubt about it. Donald Trump has managed to do something that no American president has done in over 100 years. Grover Cleveland back in 1918, after he won a term, then lost re-election, came back after 4 years, and then won a second term. So for Trump, this is a bit of redemption, if you will. This is a shot at creating history again, making America great again, as he keeps saying. And I think the most important thing is Trump realizes that there is a broken system, whether it's on immigration, whether it's on economy, and he has made a promise to the American voters that he will fix it. So the next 4 years, we will wait and see whether or not he's able to live up to those high promises. We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, I've done a quick walkthrough into what exactly happened, why the Democrats got this election so wrong. They were going into this election with a one straight narrow path strategy, which was to win the blue wall states, and then everything else will take care of it. And that has simply come off the seams. I'll explain that right on the other side of this quick break.
This Diwali,
well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you.
good morning from Washington, D.C. in what is a bright red and sunny morning because it's a red wave that has swept across the United States of America, coast to coast last night. Donald Trump cruising to victory. It is a massive, crushing defeat of the Democrats. Donald Trump currently leading in 276 electoral college votes. That is because three critical swing states, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, have not been declared by CNN. The moment they are declared, remember Donald Trump is leading in all three of them, then Donald Trump will eventually settle at 308 electoral college votes. That is an electoral tsunami. That is bigger than what Joe Biden won 4 years ago. That is bigger than what Donald Trump himself won 8 years ago. This is his biggest electoral college victory. And people here are trying to, scratch their heads and figure out how did the pollsters not see this? How did the pundits not see this coming? How did the media not pick up on this? I think there are a couple of explanations for this. This is Donald Trump's third election cycle. And consistently, the one thing that we have seen is that Trump has, the most loyal base that a mainstream American politician has cultivated since Ronald Reagan. And that base turns up for him every time he needs that base to turn up for him. So they've turned up for him in 2016, they turned up for him in 2020, and they turned up for him again now in 2024. That is one critical aspect which the media and the pundits and the pollsters underestimated. If you look at the popular vote, I'll come to the Electoral College in just 1 second. If you look at the popular vote, counting is still on in some of the states, but Donald Trump has polled...
Descárgate Globo, pide comida, la compra del súper, algo de la farmacia o lo que quieras.
What he won last time, and in 2016, it was 69 million. So there are about 70 million Americans, give or take a few here or there, who are willing to back Donald Trump come what may. That is the number one thing. You look at the popular vote for Kamala Harris, it's just 65 million. Joe Biden 4 years ago had 81 million votes, which means there's about 15, 16 million Democrat voters who voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago who have not voted for Kamala Harris. Either they've not shown up because they didn't like the candidate, or because they didn't like the record of Biden and Harris over the last 4 years, or they were upset with the two wars that are going on. We don't know what the reason is. Inflation, economy, illegal immigration, of course, is a huge talking point, which the Donald Trump campaign made into a single point agenda, if I may say so. On all of these issues, about 15 million Americans did not come and vote for the Democrats as they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. Now, Donald Trump is winning the popular vote by at least 5 percentage points. Now, what does that show? That shows that it was not just a question of the battleground states, because let's face it, if these results hold and Donald Trump ends up with 308 electoral college votes, he would have won every single swing state, every single battleground state. He would have won in obviously all three of the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Michigan is yet to be called by CNN, I might add that caveat. He won in Georgia, North Carolina, and he is poised to win in both Nevada and Arizona, which again, I must add that caveat that CNN is yet to call, but he's leading in all of those states. So he would have won 7 out of 7 battleground states.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. It turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, and after the greatest political comeback in American history. We're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Viewers, what a day it has been. Donald Trump will be the 47th President of the United States of America. To say that he has defied the odds would be a gross understatement. The former President Trump cheated death twice after assassins failed to eliminate him. Trump has defied history, becoming only the second candidate in 132 years to script a comeback after losing the bid for a second term. Trump.
It's a freaking advertisement, guys.
By the mainstream press, Marxists and woke establishment types that delighted in labeling him a fascist, racist threat to American democracy. In fact, the Democrat campaign in the United States election mirrored almost word for word all the derogatory labels applied to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by the BJP's rival ecosystem here in India earlier this year. You know what I'm talking about. In the end, both Modi and Trump won. And this is because essentially they were up against candidates, Rahul Gandhi and Kamala Harris, respectively, that weren't perceived by voters to be true to their message. There is no doubt about this. But viewers, since this is Trump's moment, let's stick to why voters saw through Kamala Harris, his opponent. Kamala Harris purported to be the great left liberal hope, but she didn't act like either left or liberal. Harris droned on.
Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are just joining in. Donald J. Trump for president.
But when it came to demonstrating her commitment, she sat silent. This is especially true of when an elected government was overthrown in Bangladesh by an anarchist.
She sat silent, guys. She sat silent.
With no respect for democracy or pluralism.
She doesn't care about democracy. She got 0 votes and Donald J. Trump won. I didn't know fascism was back, guys. Where are the fascists?
Biden-Harris. At least Trump took a position on Bangladesh and called out, if nothing else, the rank Hindu phobia that accompanied the regime change there. When it came to India, Biden-Harris both failed New Delhi by refusing to act against Sikh extremists, resolved to upend the mandate of a democratically elected Modi government. Harris preached human rights from every available pulpit, but then didn't intervene forcefully enough to protect them in Gaza, for instance. This despite her base trundling through college campuses calling for sanctions on Israel. What greater hypocrisy than this, viewers? Harris failed to reconcile the views of certain socially and religiously conservative minority supporters with the radical gender politics of the party's woke base. How did she expect Muslim voters, God-fearing Christian working-class voters, for instance, to back fellow Democrat LGBTQI rights crusaders when the fundamentals of the Abrahamic traditions consider same-sex liaisons blasphemous? Do you think about it? Kamala Harris talked about freedom of speech and expression, but had no problems with the rampant cancel culture that sticks to the left ecosystem's censorious underbelly. Harris has no qualms basking in the warm afterglow of the fawning endorsement of the mainstream media that ran a motivated anti-Trump narrative. Never once did Harris pause to ponder the damage that was being done to the cause of democracy by propaganda masquerading as editorial objectivity. On the other bigger issue, in fact the trigger issue, excuse the pun, gun possession, Biden-Harris did not use their time in office to tighten arms control laws. Worse,
That election wasn't even close. Trump won.
Harris tried to pass herself off as a gun owner, and to add credibility to her posturing, hung out with George W. Bush's favorite hunting brother-in-arms, Dick Cheney. In the end, perhaps disillusioned, even Harris's base deserted her. It is telling that in not even one blue state has Harris outperformed Biden. So much so that it's Trump who has walked away with minority votes. Not all of them, viewers, but a significant chunk. Enough to do damage. He has the support of more black and Latino men than ever before. Asian Americans and even Muslim Americans. What will really sting Kamala is that fewer women voted for her than her predecessor, Joe Biden. All of this has meant that Trump has gone on to win even the popular vote. We don't have the exact margin, but we have the lead. An achievement that makes Trump look more legitimate than ever before. In the end, it's not that the better candidate has won. It's the candidate that was more upfront. Even if being so meant shedding the fig leaf of political correctness, the mainstay of a basic decency in politics. Any which way, Trump will gladly accept the honor, the crown, and he will accept, viewers, the fact that he has created history. Listening very quickly to what Trump said after his victory and in that address. Very quickly, I want you to get a sense, and then I'll go straight across to Sri Thanedar, who actually is from Michigan, one of those states where, in fact, he was entrusted with the responsibility of bringing in the Democratic vote. He's won. He's done well for himself, but I'm sure he must be feeling a little upset today because Kamala Harris didn't quite make it. Now, Mr. Thanedar, thank you for speaking to me. Look, I am going to be very straight up, as I have been in my introduction. That's my style, and I pull my punches. Let's look at this. Celebrity endorsements, an ecosystem, in fact, an ecosystem. Superstructure that props artificially, we've seen it here in India, is seen to reduce connect with the voter standing in the back of the line. And that's perhaps what has happened, because no one from the inner circle of Kamala Harris, even Kamala Harris, got to hear the other side. That's what is coming through. They cancelled the other side. She didn't. Do you think this was a factor that's let her down tonight?
Possibly, yes. Look, the ordinary people, the people who are trying to make ends meet, they're struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to pay for medicine. They have to make hard choices whether they have to use the money to buy medicine or heat their homes or buy their groceries. $100 isn't bringing in today the amount of grocery that they used to be able to bring 4 years ago. Now, you have, Kamala Harris was looked as a little more of an elite candidate, a candidate that was supported by all these celebrities, and she was someone that was saying that she would not do anything different than what President Biden and Harris did. Now here you are, if you're sitting at home worrying about your finances, if you're sitting at home struggling with the economy, if you're sitting at home and seeing this inflation, and here is a presidential candidate who's saying she's not going to do anything differently, how does that make you feel? Whereas Trump really articulated his three issues. He talked about economy, he talked about the cost, he talked about inflation, the rising interest rates, and then he talked about the migration at the borders, people coming in undocumented. And then he very effectively, sometimes comical way, like he said, the people are eating dogs and cats, the immigrants are eating. But he used some terminology, but it stuck in that there is a safety issue in America, that is attached to the immigrants migrating. And then he also talked about world events, the war in Ukraine, the war in Gaza. So he said when he was president, we didn't have these kind of wars and instability in the world. Iran now attacking Israel. So he articulated these three issues, and he did that very, very well.
So let me ask you this question. Should Kamala Harris have just been more authentic? Many said she was a bag of contradictions, and I pointed out some.
Yes, on one end, we saw a Trump that was unhinged. He spoke more closer to how normal people would speak, as opposed to Kamala Harris, who came in more polished. She came in addressing the elites, the college-educated.
But one second, Ms. Thanedar, sorry to step in there, but when you said that he sounded unhinged, and he was speaking like normal people would speak, that's precisely what I'm saying. That comes across as condescending, patronizing, because are you suggesting that the normal people that voted for Trump are also unhinged?
No, they want the problem solved, and they want someone to tell them the way it is. And when Kamala Harris was saying she will do nothing different than Joe Biden, that didn't give people a lot of confidence that she's going to fix the problem that they see today.
Okay, look, I mean, I have to salute you for being absolutely honest tonight. I'm going to come back to you in just a few minutes. I want to open this up and get a couple of other opinions, and maybe those will also help you contextualize your thoughts. So do stay on with me. I want to open this up. I want to bring in Tim Romer, who was the former US Ambassador to India. Let's keep Mr. Thanedar on screen there. We have Dr. Anand Ranganathan. We also have from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. A leading light on foreign policy, someone who's actually in charge of the international outreach, Dr. Vijay Chauthaiwale, Department of Foreign Affairs, the BJP, the CEL, and also we're joined by someone who is seen to be a political analyst, perhaps a little more favorable to the Trump point of view, Adel Nazarian. But I want to first begin with you, Mr. Romer, ridiculing opponents, reviling them, rebuking voters, reducing an election to a preachy sermon. Doesn't work. It comes across as elitism, degree of condescension, comes across as patronizing. I think Mr. Thanedar used that word, elite. Comes across as too privileged to connect. Would you agree?
Well, I am honored to be on the show again and privileged to be with the really distinguished and talented panel that you've assembled here. Look, I ran, before I was U.S. Ambassador to India, I ran 6 times as a Democratic congressman in the heartland, in Indiana, in a swing district where Democrats and Republicans could win. And messaging is critically important. And listening to our workers who are going through huge dislocation, lots of troubles, transitions in jobs. Some of our workers are going from making $80,000 a year in steel plants to $60,000 a year driving an Uber and doing another job. Democrats have to be able to connect to those people, listen respectfully to those people, and articulate ideas, new ideas that can help them with inflation, housing, the cost of living. I always thought in my campaigns, if I could say something very quickly, within 30 seconds to a voter, about why I wanted to run and represent them, I thought Kamala Harris could have done this and said, I'm running to make the economy better and address inflation, help you with housing, I'm running to be a change agent. I'm running to change things for the better and make government work for you rather than be ineffective or not there for you. And I'm running for freedom, freedom of reproductive rights, freedom of our democracy to have your votes matter, freedom to breathe clean air and help us with reasonable climate change policy. If you can talk about freedom, change, and jobs, and then they want to ask you more, you're going to win elections. And I think the Democrats need to work on their messaging, their connection, their outreach. And I think we're going to do better in 2026 and 2028. We learn the hard way when we lose elections, and we come back as a result stronger. And Donald Trump has got a lot of challenges ahead of him.
No, that I understand. I'll come to that. We'll break this conversation up.
Let me just say one more thing about
Yes.
the Trump presidency. Will he start off thinking he's on a honeymoon or a mandate? And will he try to work in a bipartisan way with Congress on bipartisan immigration reform?
Sure.
Or will he start on some kind of cultural issue and divide people? It's going to be very interesting to see what he does with this massive win. And I congratulate the president for his win, and I accept the results.
Sure. Look, but Harris clearly, Dr. Ranganathan, didn't listen. Why didn't she listen? Did she think she was beyond the people? Did she think that she was insulated from their assessment? Or was she just swept up in this echo chamber, this ecosystem that we all know very familiarly here in India? A large number of our politicians are also swept up by.
What a great question and a topic for debate. First of all, good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists, especially the former ambassador. Thank you for his compliments for everyone. Look, I think I agree. This is arguably the greatest comeback in the history of politics. It is unprecedented at multiple levels. And congratulations, of course, to Donald Trump and his entire team, and also the X factor, pun not intended, Elon Musk. Now, as to the question you asked, let me divide it into two parts because both of them are very important and need discussing. The first is your direct question, to which the direct answer is hubris is the middle name of all these leftists. So yes, entitlement and hubris makes them believe that they're always right, that they are the ones who make the rules and they will always win. It is not about the abuse or basket of deplorables or garbage or rubbish, othering the other, because that has been normalized to such an extent that honestly, Islamophobe, this, that, other, one takes it in one stride now. The one who is abused almost is, I wouldn't say the word relishing it. For example, you normalize it, like Sangi has been normalized by us. So, it's no longer an abuse. I think the fact of the matter, Rahul, is the second issue. And I think please give me a couple of minutes because that's very important, especially for us Indians. There were so many things that were wrong with Donald Trump. So many. But there was not a single thing that was right with Kamala Harris. Not a single thing. Higher taxes, runaway national debt, hounding wealth generators, unchecked mass illegal immigration, unabated stifling of free speech, labeling, cancelling, unburdened wokeism, social engineering, to name a few. And ironically, this is important, Trump managed to convince majority of Americans, the blue-collared and the working class, the Latinos, the blacks, through promises that are quite frankly straight out of the socialist cookbook, if not the communist manifesto. Protectionism, higher tariffs, duties, trade renegotiations, quotas, in short, an American license Raj Indira Gandhi would have been proud of. But this time round, Trump is even more virulently America first, more virulently anti-globalization, more virulently anti-Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And therefore, although in the short run this will help America because through protectionism and higher tariffs and quotas, Trump will definitely create more jobs for Americans, more domestic growth and setting up of factories and lower imports. In the long run, protectionism will result in what it has always resulted in, a socialist trap that ultimately destroys a country's economy through less choice for consumers, outdated technology, increasing friction with other countries, and higher prices because of lack of competition and rule of monopoly. Remember, Ambassador cars and Campa Cola? So we need to think carefully as to how India can traverse this tricky journey for the next 4 years, Rahul, especially because finally, we are seeing the face of new India. It has taken 10 years for the Modi dispensation to stand up to Western bullying and to expose the hypocrisy in Ukraine. Europe, that 2 years into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, continues to buy 13 million metric tons of coal, 43 billion cubic meters of gas, 17.5 million metric tons of oil from Russia, was lecturing India on morality and ethics. Germany continues to buy Russian fuel from Belgium and Holland. Europe is buying refined Russian fuel from Jamnagar, India. And what to say about the Americans? They were importing 9% of their crude from Russia, well beyond the Ukraine invasion. I think our resolute stand will keep us in good stead with Trump. He realizes we can no longer be bullied. Look, Rahul, just 30 seconds. US is a vital trade and security partner. Unfortunately, because of historically our foreign policy was shackled by obsolete Nehruvian thinking, we've had a cagey relationship with USA, but things are on the bend. 34% of Indian stock market assets are American investments. Indo-US trade has surged from $16 billion in 99 to $201 billion now. Double even of French-US trade. NASA, ISRO are partnering heavily. Everything is coming together. Energy is just one sector. So I think the time has come for us to realize that we are, what we are going to be because of hard power. We must demand string returns from Trump whenever he negotiates hard. A Security Council seat, for example. Look, Trump has no doubt an ally in Modi. He must realize it. But America must realize more than ever.
Mr. Thanedar, those are some good points. Of course, I'm going to explore this bonhomie between Modi and Trump and whether it can advantage India with also Mr. Bolton, who's going to be joining us. He was the former national security advisor under Trump. But I want to come back to you, Mr. Thanedar. Virtue signaling is the woke default setting. Did Kamala Harris fall for it, lock, stock and barrel? And now how does the Democratic Party extricate itself from this? It's not winning you votes, sir.
I think where Democratic Party needs to work on, the lessons learned here are our messaging needs to be much sharper. Our messaging was muffled. We were all things to all people. And Trump came in and identified three key issues: the economy, the security, migrant security, and world peace. Now, it is more important now, does he make a difference? Just in 2 years, we will have midterm elections, and often the party in power loses big in midterm elections because people have come in with high expectations. And if Donald Trump cannot deliver those in the next 2 years, people would, they would lose control of the House. They would lose, seats in the state houses. So Donald Trump has only 2 years to prove and deliver, and he needs to make ordinary people's lives better. This is not about being an elite. This is about making things better. That means lowering the gas.
But only a strong Democratic Party led by a decisive, strong leader can hold him to account. This is also a fact. I mean, you're in danger of losing the Senate. There could be more reversals.
We have lost the Senate. We have lost the
Yes,
Senate.
that is right. You lost the Senate. There could be other complications in the other house. I think he's going to have a pretty free run of it, Mr. Thanedar. Thank you very much for actually joining me this evening and being very upfront with your messaging. You said that we need to go back. That is, the Democrats need to go back. You certainly pulled up Ms. Harris for not doing enough. We're also going to be joined by John Bolton. We have with us Adele. We also have with us Mr. Vijay Chauthiawale, and I'm going to come to him in just a few seconds. But viewers, one of the first congratulatory messages from world leaders in Donald Trump's inbox will be from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister said, "Heartiest congratulations, my friend Donald Trump, on your historic election victory as you build on the successes of your previous term. I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity," unquote. Let's go straight across to John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, to get a sense on whether India can count on Mr. Modi. Can we actually trust him? Is his worldview advantageous for India? Mr. Bolton, thank you for speaking to the Hard Facts tonight. Simple question. Is Trump 2.0, 4 years too late, going to be beneficial to India, or is he going to play hardball? What do you think?
It's a hard question to answer, primarily because Trump himself doesn't know at this minute. I think what would benefit Prime Minister Modi and India is that Trump believes and has said expressly that if he has good personal relationships with a foreign leader, then U.S. relations with that country are good. Now, that's a gross oversimplification. But that's how Trump sees the world, and I think he believes he and Prime Minister Modi do have a good personal relationship. So the question is, what will Trump's priorities be? Will it be to expand the role of the Asian Security Quad, India, Japan, Australia, and the U.S., or will he do as he did in the meetings I attended between the two of them, talk about trade problems between India and the United States? Trump loves to talk about trade issues. He thinks he understands them because they're dollars and cents. And that tends to dominate what one might call more important strategic issues. So if he wants to impose tariffs of 10% on imports from all around the world, which he's been saying he would do on the campaign trail, that could crash the American economy and the economy of everybody who trades with us as well. I would think Prime Minister Modi should be thinking about that, and while I think it was an excellent diplomatic step to send Trump a note, as the Prime Minister did, my free advice at this point would be to give him a call today, or to work it out at some point convenient given the time zone difference, and say, Donald, I'm so glad you're back in office. Let's get together at our earliest opportunity to chart the way ahead.
Now, Mr. Bolton, you're very right. Raising tariffs will also fuel inflation at home. That is something that Donald Trump is wary about, because that's what he actually campaigned against, high prices. So how does he balance this conundrum with the promise he has made to American voters?
Right. Well, he balances it because he doesn't understand how tariffs works. He thinks that foreign governments are paying us revenue when foreign goods come in. He doesn't realize that the actual payer may be a foreign government if it's a state-owned enterprise, but it's the company exporting into the United States that's paying the tariff, and then raising the price to the American consumer to compensate for most, if not all, of that tariff increase, so that it is a tax increase on Americans, not on the foreign exporter. And it will result in higher prices. Since he doesn't understand that connection, he thinks that higher tariffs are nothing but good things. And I've heard this over and over again. People who are quite knowledgeable about tariffs and international trade have tried to explain it to him. He simply doesn't take it in.
Now, Mr. Bolton, there's a very important issue, which is really the elephant in the room, India's relationship with Russia, with Putin. Putin, of course, and the Kremlin today haven't issued a congratulatory message for obvious reasons. So there's a point of friction, but it also could be posturing. I just want to ask you, is Trump going to press India's buttons on its connect with Russia? It could all, of course, go away if he were to resolve the Ukraine war. And he has said today in his victory speech, in fact, one of his policy decisions, he has enunciated, and he has said, look, I am the president that ends wars. I don't begin wars. We don't begin wars. We don't start wars. So is that going to happen fairly quickly?
Well, I think fairly quickly Trump will address the conflict in Ukraine. I think it will end up very disadvantageously for Ukraine, very positively for the Russians. I would set the India-Russia relationship in a slightly different context. I understand the historical basis for it, going back decades into the Cold War. What I think India needs to do, this is a decision India is going to make, not the United States, is when you see the Russia-China axis growing more and more extensive, and you see China, which is attempting to extend its hegemonic influence all along its periphery, buying the same weapon systems, the same highly sophisticated weapon systems that India is from Russia, how secure India's defense can be when its principal adversary not only has the same weapons, but maybe the key to render your weapons ineffective. This is a very difficult question for India, but it's something I don't think can be avoided much longer. I hope the decision India makes is to grow closer to the U.S., because I think that's where India's real security lies, not just political military security, but economic security as well. But that's not a decision the U.S. or any president's going to make for India. That's a decision India's got to make itself.
But Mr. Bolton, finally, you've been in the room with Trump when some of the negotiations have taken place with India, especially on the Russia question, on procuring arms, and of course, of late, oil in large quantities from Russia. What has Mr. Trump's approach been? He does see Mr. Modi as quite an independent mind. He's made that comment just a few weeks back. He also sees him as a strong leader who does the best for his own country. So this is, the unmovable force against the insurmountable, you know that phrase. So how does this work?
Well, I think that Trump, one of the things Trump will do is come at India with a pretty strong pitch that to solve the energy problem, or to help solve the energy problem that India needs as its economy expands, is to buy more oil and gas from the United States. Why trouble with the Middle East? Why trouble with Russia? Why don't you buy it from us? Now, there's a cost differential to be sure, but there may be ways to overcome that. And I think Trump is going to try and distinguish himself from Biden by dropping climate change as a priority, very close to the bottom of the list, to encourage American oil and natural gas producers to do more exporting, which is economically beneficial and strategically beneficial. So it'll be interesting to see if there's something to work on there. I think as well, Trump has been very friendly with the oil-producing countries of the Middle East, and there may be ways to arrange better terms there rather than dealing with Russia, rather than dealing with Iran.
Well, that's very interesting, because he did mention in that speech that he was talking to someone and saying that, look, we have black gold and it must flow. He's referring to, of course, American oil. If that were to happen and we would get it at a obviously discounted price, like perhaps the Russians trade with us, allowing us to keep our inflation in check, there could be, of course, an agreement. How do you see the next 1-2 years unfolding with regards to India? There have been some tensions on Khalistani issues and certain other irritants. Do you think these will go away, especially the focus of the Biden-Harris regime on democracy and human rights, alleged violations in India?
No, I think under Trump, the issue will have to be resolved, but I think it will not be as high a priority as it was for Biden, or certainly not for the Trudeau government in Canada. I think that Trump will want to focus on more on economic issues. My preference really is that both India and the U.S. Spend more time on the strategic issues, which are ultimately what determine whether economic order in the world prevails or not. And I do think we're going to face an increasingly dangerous challenge from this China-Russia axis, where, unlike the Sino-Soviet alliance of the Cold War, the Chinese are clearly the dominant partner.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Thank you very much for speaking with me. Let's go back to our panel viewers, because we were in the middle of a very interesting conversation there. Also, Adel Nazarian is there with us. Mr. Chauthai is also there with us. Let's weave him into this conversation now. Adel Nazarian, let me just ask you this straight off the bat. This has been a phenomenal victory for Donald Trump. It's not been a pretty victory. I've mentioned already in my introduction that, look, fundamentally, it's not as if the better candidate has won. It's a candidate that has been more upfront, even if it meant being shedding the fig leaf, so to speak, of political correctness, which is the mainstay of basic decency in politics. But at the end of the day, he won. What went wrong with the Kamala campaign? She was out of the blocks very quickly and doing very well.
Absolutely. By the way, really, really strong monologue you had there. I commend you for it. I have to say, just a quick introductory, comment here. On the heels of Deepavali is what we just went through, right? And what I can say is, what happened last night is that Ram defeated Ravana. And, in the Ramayana, you know that, he defeated the evil. And I think that's exactly what happened. I think spiritually, historically, this is what happened. And I don't mean in a literal sense, but I mean in terms of a cultural sense. Look, you had basically the Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Cardi B, who is deplorable, honestly. All of these, John Legend, Oprah Winfrey, Barack Obama coming out and endorsing Kamala Harris, and it wasn't enough. What's the reason why? Because culturally, she lost the narrative. She basically was throwing everything and the book at people, trying to push this agenda that is inconsistent, this trans agenda, these cultural issues that are inconsistent with the wills and the sentiments of everyday American voters who are concerned about the well-being of their children, their mental health. And it was true.
Absolutely right. Diddler gang for Harris.
And people went to the ballot box and they voted based on their conscience. They voted based on their morals and ethics. And I think morally and ethically,
Diddler gang lost.
the everyday American people who voted for Trump they couldn't stomach what the Harris campaign and what the Harris camp and the Democrats were presenting to them. I think that's one of the biggest obstacles the Democrats are going to face, even in 2020, 2026, 2028, and beyond. The era of celebrity endorsements is effectively dead. And I think also she really lacked the narrative to be able to relate to everyday people. That was a major, major issue as well. When she would go off script, when she would go off the teleprompter, she wasn't able to connect in a way that she was an everyday run-of-the-mill person, speaking to a blue-collar community versus a white, collar community. Trump has the ability to transcend every single class. And Kamala Harris, sadly, for all she's accomplished in her career, just doesn't have that same capability. And it's a personality difference. That's all it is. Okay. And I think that the economy really also did a very, very banged-up job in terms of not helping her win at the polls. She, is a continuation of President Biden's, economy. And at the end of the day, I will say this. Trump has been able to consistently, he showed it the first time, say what he's going to do and deliver. Kamala Harris was never able to, unfortunately, deliver a solid.
Okay, let's put that to Mr. Roma and Mr. Choudhary now. Mr. Roma, it seems what Adel Nazarian is trying to say is that Trump has slain the evil of licentiousness, dissolution, immorality, a kind of progressivism that is out of whack with everyday American voters. How do you respond to this?
Well, just as I think that sometimes Democrats, if they talk about the basket of deplorables or fascists or, people cling to their guns and religion, those are not helpful comments in our American politics today, nor is it people using terms like, good versus evil, and one side is holy and all about good stuff, and the other side somehow is evil and not good. I think America needs to come back together. Look, I'm a Democrat. I'm not happy with the results of Trump winning, but I congratulate him. I hope he'll work with our party across the aisle to get bipartisan immigration reform done. I hope he'll work with Mr. Modi and the people of India to strengthen our strategic ties and our common interests around the world for peace and prosperity.
Okay.
We don't, as Americans, need to be exporting this language to India and other places about, good versus evil. And
well, we could teach you a few phrases that you could throw about in America. We've got quite good at it here, and that's why I want to bring in.
You have gotten very good. You're getting better than us in some ways.
In some ways, so I don't think
we need to control that.
This is an export that you might actually benefit from. But it's on that point. It's on that point that I want to bring in Mr. Choudhary, because words like Sanghi, Musangi that have been used to characterize, Hitler, cockroach, fascist, all sorts of things to characterize Mr. Modi, etc., bandied about here. The BJP today is drawing a degree of vindication from this result. What's making you so happy? Why is it that you're seeing a degree of vindication from the American voter? What's the connect?
Rahul, thanks for inviting me. Before I go to your answer your question, I want to make one comment, and that the Kamala Harris was neither a choice of Democrats, nor she is capable of running a campaign, nor she was prepared. And it's not me that I am saying this. The very famous liberal columnist Janan Ganesh, in just few minutes ago, wrote in Financial Times that the Kamala Harris was defeated the day Biden chose her as a vice presidential candidate in 2020, and which essentially shows that Kamala Harris was not even capable or qualified to be his running mate in 2020. So with this baggage, it was a conspiracy of Barack Obama and few other intellectuals in Democratic setup to suddenly elevate the image of Kamala Harris, so that she is the greatest strategist, she is the most compassionate lady, and she will solve all the problems of US. And what she has done and her campaign has done, what you have correctly said, that she has not done anything to project her own vision for the America. She could neither dissociate with the mistakes of Biden campaign, nor she could say what new things she would do which would be different from Biden. So in a very inevitable situation she was in, and with her very deep communication, lack of communication without a teleprompter has also did not help her. Now with this background, if you see, I would like to give you two analogies. One is the analogy between senior Bush campaign versus Bill Clinton. Senior Bush campaign was high on the victory in Kuwait, Iraq-Kuwait essentially war, and he thought that he would win based on that war. And at the same time, Bill Clinton's campaign manager, Jim Carville, has created a very famous quote which used to be on his backdrop all the time, that is, "It's economy stupid." And Bill Clinton's campaign focused on economy, while Bush campaign did everything to take a credit of victory in the Gulf. Same mistake these people have done, that they have one side created a vilifying Trump by making it fascist and whatnot, all sorts of galleys, without telling what is the core issue that is facing. For example, take the issue of abortion. Now, even among the women, abortion is ranked as the fourth issue, with only a 12-13% people, women are saying that this is the top priority issue which will decide the votes. Everyone.
No, but today the BJP, sir, has come out and said that this is a defeat for the kind of politics that is practiced here by your opponents, this fear-mongering, etc., etc. Why do you see parallels?
I am coming to that.
Right.
I am coming to that. This is precisely the strategy what our opponents, Rahul Gandhi and company, try to did it for Modi, not only for last 10, 11 years, but since he became the chief minister. That his X, Y, Z, all sorts of choicest terms were used against him. And at the same time, he focused on development, he focused on development for everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, bring the transparency into the system, and try to improve the life of the most downtrodden of the country. So he was focused, Bill Clinton was focused, and while most of the liberals who were ultra left, they were picking the trivial issues and trying to make the ideological better. And that is the parallel between the Kamala Harris campaign, vis-a-vis.
Fakery doesn't work anymore. You can try and paper it over with endorsement after endorsement. It's not going to cut ice with the voter. That's fundamentally what the BJP is saying. That's the one lesson that they've taken from this, and they're trying to now sort of extrapolate and put it in an Indian context. Thank you. Thank you all for joining me this evening. But viewers, we've heard a perspective from a former Trump administration senior official. Now let's get an Indian perspective on how Modi and Trump will work together. Joining us is the peerless Samir Saran, the president of the ORF. And I just spoke with him. listen into this. Sarin, very quickly, your take on the US election, and then I really want to get into a little bit of how the India-US trade relationship, as well as, of course, the alliance, the strategic partnership is going to evolve under Trump. But your quick take on the election.
Rahul, thank you for having me, and I'm as
Se escribe mejor precio garantizado. Se pronuncia Trainline. Descarga la app de Trainline y ahorra comparando miles de trenes y tarifas. Y si encuentras tu billete de tren más barato en otro sitio, te devolvemos la diferencia. Mejor precio garantizado. Consulta condiciones en la web. Los mejores viajes empiezan con Trainline.
Right now, we suggest that this could be as big as probably Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Or George Bush, who was a wartime president in 2004. So this is a big, big victory for Donald Trump. This is not the number game. This is not, in some sense, a fixed election results that people are accusing him of in 2016. He's beaten them fair and square. And he's beaten them across demographics. And I think your previous speaker got it right. And while the Democrats were trying to herd people into identity classes, Donald Trump has broken those barriers and has appealed to a much wider cross-section on, I think, essentially three vulnerabilities. The first, of course, is immigration. It was palpable from California to New York to the heartland of America. Immigration was an issue, and if you did not hear and see it, then you were blind. Inflation was hurting, and anyone who travels to the US on an annual pilgrimage knows they pay much more every year for the same, confectionaries that they procure from the same store each year. And you know that, Rahul, you would have experienced it yourself. Right. And the third, of course, is what I call the creation of a whole Warcraft, which basically allowed men to be in women's bathrooms and be in women's boxing rings. And I think the whole the dislocation of American culture, mainstream culture, through this whole, in many ways, re-engineering of identity, gender, and place, was also not something that perhaps could pass muster the majority this time. And in many ways, Donald Trump probably picked up these three big issues, ran with them, you could see the results. And look, there'll be reams of...
Donald J. Trump won, guys. Thank God Trump beat Harris.
This is unprecedented. He was facing a organized machinery that reminded us of feeble democracies in emerging and developing countries, where you have police cases filed against an opposition, you have assassination attempts, you have state-appointed prosecutors going after them, you have judges appointed by a political party, arraigning him. So you saw, a third world election being fought, in a sense, in the oldest democracy of the world this time. And to be fair, it does no credit to the US.
I heard that before. I heard this last part of what you said before, ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections also, the unequal level playing field, etc., etc. Very interesting take. But Sarin, I want to ask you...
He was nearly barred from even being on the field. Forget about the unlevel playing field.
Yeah.
And they talk about Godi media, oh my God. Godi media has been redefined by American mainstream media. They were standing next to the candidate on the bully pulpit and endorsing them. Yeah. There was more difference between a party worker and an editor-in-chief of a big broadcast network. That's what was happening in the US this time. And yet they will come out with a report on and give us certificates of which media is free, which media is not free. I think what the State Department must do is take their budget where they study what is happening around democracies around the world and now study themselves for the next 4 years. And come every year with an improvement grade to themselves. That we have fixed this and we have now wanting to focus on the next one. I think, anyways, this is not the time for that. But congratulations to POTUS, number 47. And I think it has been a remarkable victory. And look, we do well with all presidents. So we don't have a skin in the game. We Americans have generally, every American presidency has only strengthened the relationship. Biden contributed a lot. He really took the relationship forward. Trump, in his previous avatar, expanded it to in new geographies. The Indo-Pacific as the Quad and the Indo-Pacific as it operates today was courtesy Donald Trump. So we have benefited from a string of American presidencies that have paid special attention to China. This one is not going to be any different. We will have to negotiate and renegotiate with the new Oval Office. There will be issues around trade and tariff and his in some sense pet peeve on preventing people from taking free rides, on American benevolence, which is fair. But he's also someone who's willing to do a good deal. And in some sense, if we are nimble, agile, and alert, there would be enough opportunities for India to architect a very bright common future together.
Now, it is interesting because there was, over the last year and a half perhaps, with the Biden-Harris team, a big brotherly sort of condescension on human rights and, certain paternalism that India was beginning to sort of feel a little uncomfortable with. And you saw that play out in an indelicate manner, let's put it like that, over the last 6 months, and quite publicly. So we even had, just before the Prime Minister visited the United States, a delegation of Sikh separatists meeting certain officials in the White House, in fact, on the eve of the visit of the Prime Minister. And that obviously would have left a bitter taste in anyone's mouth. There was summons to some of our top officials in government. Now, all of that, do you think that's going to sort of abate? Or will just die out a natural death without the imprimatur of the Trump administration?
Rahul, you have raised an important question, and I think it's important to tell all our compatriots in India that this is a US election which has decided the President of the United States, not the President of India.
Yeah.
We have our Prime Minister who leads us, and they have elected their own president. He will serve American interests and American idiosyncrasies as well. Certain American idiosyncrasies transcend the political divides, and they are not going to disappear. Some are personality driven, and in that sense, Democrats are more prone to be a little more paternalistic and patronizing in engaging with some other parts of the world, and Republicans are less. Although Republicans would be equally irritating when it comes to seeking economic and trade levelizations. So in some sense, they come with their idiosyncrasies. Some of it is personality driven, but a large part of it is institutional. So I suspect that it might be more elegant, the same issue that you were referring to, Rahul, it might be more elegant going ahead. It's not going to disappear. And those are still going to persist, and we will have to deal with them as partners. And by the way, to be fair, and I was saying this to someone in Canberra where I am right now for the Raisina Down Under, I was just telling our Australian counterparts that look, what we have done well in the last 10 years is that we give back as good as we get. So in some sense, we don't hold back. If you speak to American commentators, they will tell you that Indians are highly prickly, or Indians are quite brash, as they call us these days, because that was a prerogative for American commentators. We are not supposed to have those views and have a viewpoint on their democracy while they should have on ours, right? So my point here is that we have a fairly equal conversation now, and we can handle these pinpricks. The substance is not likely to be altered, the strategic substance, the security partnerships, the defense partnerships, they are likely to continue to be strengthened in the days ahead, and the trade and economic partnerships, like in every era, will be reset and remodeled so that both of us benefit. But around the inelegance that was in display might be not on the table anymore.
Okay, very quickly, Mr. Saran, I know you probably have to get on with your day. Just wanted to ask you this, is very important because there's been an emphasis from the Trump campaign on tariffs, on open trade borders, so to speak. And India, of course, enjoys its greatest export destination is the United States. Can that actually have an impact going forward? Is Trump going to push that agenda, and how does India react to this?
Look, even in the previous presidency, he had that agenda. And kudos to our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister for having managed that particular mood that was prevalent even then. And by the way, he threatened us a few times even in his first term about imposing tariffs and India-specific action.
Right.
I think what we have to do in the days ahead is to prevent any India-specific action. If there is a general tariff that he seeks to introduce across a class of countries, I think we can navigate that and we can actually benefit from that. And we can seek special carve-outs based on our special relationship. Could be around the joint manufacturing complexes which benefit American companies, for example, the Apple production in India or defense production in India or some other such sectors where there is clear interest for both corporations for the two different countries and their private sector to benefit from. So I think that would be fine. But an India-specific tariff is something that we have to make sure does not ever come to fruition. And in fact, if we are able to do that, and which I'm quite confident we will be able to, I think the rest is a national prerogative. We have industrial policies, they have industrial policies. We have a Make in India that we promote so aggressively and with great pride. They have a Make America Great Again. The IRA or the Make America Great Again is basically an industrial policy of America to benefit their own corporations. We will have to negotiate. So it's not going to be easy, but at least with him, it's simpler. We know what he wants. There is a degree of deal making which is quite apparent in the design stage itself that we can actually seek to further.
And since you have a global view, do you think that Trump is going to intercede and perhaps end wars? Most importantly, the Ukraine war on the continent and of course in our immediate neighborhood in West Asia?
Look, I think there are three issues here when you look at a global scan. I think the most important relationship that will face some headwinds will be the transatlantic partnership. The oldest and strongest relationship is going to be under stress. That's the European-American relationship. And we'll have to see what the fallout of that could be. There could be a pulling back of the EU from the Atlantic relationship. In which case, what does EU do as its options? Does it start cozying up to China? Does it start finding alternative trading partners like us or in other parts of Asia and Africa? We'll have to see how Europe readjusts to this new development. Or it could be that Trump 2.0 actually is going to do a new deal with Europe, where having seen the new European appetite for investing in defense budgets, there could be a possibility that he might change his mind on NATO and change his mind on the utility of the transatlantic arrangement. So I think the transatlantic partnership is perhaps the first one that I would point out. The second, of course, is the Middle East. And here I think there are two big questions in my mind. One, because of this presidency, is the Gaza operation going to now be subsumed into a larger Iran-Israel dynamic? And I think that is something that we should keep a lookout for, because I know you know Donald Trump has been speaking about Iran during his campaign as well, and I have a feeling that this could very well become a.
Muévete libre por la ciudad con tu Silence S01 por 3.200 euros con 3 años de energía incluida.
And you'll have to see this in the context of the fact that he's also the architect of the Abraham Accords, which seeks a Middle East that is at peace. And in some sense, Iranian peace with Saudi Arabia and with others embellishes the peace arrangement that had been architected by him. So he has to balance his friend Netanyahu's desire for a tactical response versus the larger objective of a peaceful Middle East, which can be conducive for American businesses and American economic growth. So I think that's the second area we should watch out for. The third, of course, is the Indo-Pacific and China, and of course the Quad. And here I think there is going to be a degree of continuity. Because basically the Trump policies were adopted by Biden, and I believe the Biden policies are going to be, in many ways, be carried forward with Trump's own flavor added to it the second time around. So in that sense, I see in the third region a greater degree of certainty than in the other two regions, which are the Middle East and the European relationship.
Are you surprised that the Sensex is sort of rocketing up and also, of course, the Dow futures?
No, I'm not surprised. So I'm not surprised at all. Look, he ran on taxation, on lower taxes, right? And the other one was running on higher taxes. So I think his presidency might actually now give a new lease of life to the stock exchanges that were struggling over the past few weeks in some sense.
This Diwali.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond.
Welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are live from the White House, soon to be the new residence of Donald Trump. That's right. Trump has pulled off a comeback for the ages. He has defied the narrow opinion polls, he has defied legal cases, he has defied media predictions, and he's decisively won the US presidency. It wasn't even close. Trump won more than 51% of the national vote. He got more than 300 seats in the Electoral College. He's returning with a bigger mandate. I know the other side is quite disappointed today because yes, Trump does bring a lot of uncertainty, but that's not how history books will see it.
Hola, soy Antonio Lobato. ¿Quieres saber cuánto vale tu coche? Visita compramostucoche.es. Introduce los datos y recibe tu oferta rápidamente. Como una parada en boxes. Y en una sucursal, lo vendes. Yo te lo recomiendo. Consigue tu oferta ahora en compramostucoche.es.
No one was expecting these numbers, so there's a lot to unpack today. How did election night unfold? How did Trump clinch the Electoral College? What will Trump 2.0 look like, and what does it mean for India and the world? Also, how is the market reacting? All this and more lined up for you today. First up, the headlines. Protests erupt in Israel after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Netanyahu's office says there was a breakdown in trust between the two leaders. They frequently clashed over Israel's retaliatory military offensive against Hamas. Foreign Minister Israel Katz will be the new Defense Minister. Egypt joins Turkey's call to the United Nations for an arms embargo on Israel, citing concerns over their use. This comes as Israel battles Hamas in the Gaza Strip and the Hezbollah in Lebanon. Turkey has submitted a letter to the United Nations. It is signed by more than 50 countries, calling for a halt in arms deliveries to Israel. In India, chaos in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as it passes a resolution to restore Article 370, which granted special status to the erstwhile state. The opposition BJP stormed the well of the House to protest against this move. The resolution was finally passed without any debate. Nvidia surpasses Apple again to become the world's most valuable company. Shares in the chip-making giant rose by almost 3%, taking its market capitalization to $3.4 trillion. In June, Nvidia had briefly overtaken Apple for the first time. Currently, it is worth more than Amazon and Meta combined. And Sarah McBride becomes the first transgender person in the U.S. Congress. The Delaware state senator wins a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. Transgender rights were a hot-button issue in this U.S. election.
The Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
America is Trump country again. He has pulled off the improbable, a political heist, if you will. Most polls had predicted a tight race. A lot of them gave an edge to Kamala Harris. But Donald Trump had the last laugh. He will be the 47th president of the United States of America. Let's look at the numbers first. The US has 538 electoral college votes. You need 270 to become the president. And how many did Trump win? Well, more than 300. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris was stuck at 224. And it's not just about the number of votes, it's also about how Trump got them. Most polls said that the race would come down to 7 swing states. States that switch hands from election to election. They swing from one side to the other. And guess what? Trump won all 7 of them, all 7 swing states. So he retained the traditional Republican states and he captured the undecided ones. He also won the popular vote, which is basically the national vote share. Trump got more than 51%, Kamala Harris got around 47%. Now this is unprecedented for Donald Trump. Even when he won in 2016, he did not win the popular vote. Hillary Clinton did. It's something that Democrats used to mock Trump about. But not this time. This time, Trump has won the popular vote and the Electoral College. And in doing so, he has scripted history. Only one US president has ever lost re-election and returned to win another term. That's Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and the 24th president of the United States, but that was way back in the late 1800s. In recent times, the trend has been different. You lose an election, you disappear. You don't stay around to contest again. But Trump said, not so fast. He bided his time for more than 3 years, built up a strong voting coalition, ran a long and draining campaign, and finally won. Hate him or like him, credit for that. Trump was watching the results from his residence in Florida. As the picture became clear, he headed to a nearby convention center. The entire Trump team was there. His wife, his sons, his daughters-in-law, Elon Musk, a few golfers and podcasters. Everyone who pushed Trump over the line, they were present. In classic Trump style, he did not wait for mainstream media to call the race. He declared it himself. But unlike last time, this was fair. Trump spoke about sealing borders and fixing the economy. In a rare move, he also called for unity. Listen to this.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
Trump's running mate also spoke. That's J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect. He hailed Trump's political comeback.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Trump also praised Elon Musk. He spent a lot of time talking about his recent rocket mission. It was quite a visual description. He also said that Musk was the star of this election cycle. All in all, it was a typical Trump speech. A lot of hyperbole, a lot of warnings, and a lot of adjectives. On the other side, the scenes were completely different. Harris was at a college in Washington, D.C. Hundreds of her supporters had gathered there. At first, the mood was upbeat. They had a DJ playing some music. But as the night dragged on, the real picture became clear. Kamala Harris decided to cancel her voting day speech, and soon the crowd disappeared. In fact, the Democrats are totally silent. We haven't heard from any of their top leadership. And you can see why. The Democrats did not just lose the White House, they're on track to losing the US Congress as well. As you know, the Congress has two chambers. In the Senate, 34 seats were up for grabs. The Republicans have flipped 2, meaning their candidates unseated Democratic senators. As a result, they have a majority in the Senate. They're first since 2021. The other chamber is the House of Representatives. And this one is not clear yet. There are 435 seats in the House, so the majority mark is 218. The Democrats are at 182, and the Republicans are at 204. The remaining seats are yet to be declared. But you see the trend here. Republicans could walk away with the White House, the Senate, and the House. Basically a clean sweep. Which brings us to an important question. What will Trump 2.0 look like? Well, first you have the formality.
Better than 1.0. Hit the like and subscribe button.
Their vote will have to be certified, that too by Kamala Harris in the Senate. And finally, he will take the oath of office. It's a months-long process. The inauguration will only happen on January 20th next year, 2025. After that, he's in charge. Now with Trump, you must consider two things. One is his temperament. The second is his policies. The temperament was bad last time.
It was great. Lies. Hit the like and subscribe button.
Members in Congress and his executive decisions were frequently challenged in courts. Will we see a repeat of that? Or will he display the maturity of a one-time president? His campaign speeches don't inspire confidence, but let's see how it unfolds. Secondly, policies. Trump's big promise was drill, baby, drill, meaning he wants to expand oil drilling in the US. That's his solution to inflation, to bring down fuel prices. His other major promise is tariffs, a 10% tariff on all goods imported into the US, a 60% tariff if it's from China. Experts say that this could trigger inflation in the country. But again, let's see how it goes. His third major promise is mass deportation of illegal immigrants. Trump plans to use a 1798 law to achieve this. But chances are there will be legal challenges to this, not to mention logistical chaos. Beyond these, Donald Trump has promised to roll back democratic decisions and laws. For example, the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, gun restrictions introduced by Joe Biden, and climate funding and electric vehicle subsidies. All of this could disappear. Chances are we will also see a new team. Last time, Trump relied heavily on his daughter, Ivanka Trump, and her husband, Jared Kushner. This time, they were missing from the campaign trail. We have to wait to see if they return. But even if they don't, expect some new faces this time, like Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A lot also depends on the House of Representatives. If Trump has a Republican Congress, he could reshape the US government. Whether it's appointing judges or tweaking the bureaucracy or revamping public health policy, he plans to appoint Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the Health Department, a known vaccine skeptic. So much like 2016, Trump is coming with a host of untested policies, radical but controversial ones. This time, though, he has two advantages. One, he knows his way around Washington. And two, he could have a Republican Congress. We're possibly looking at a historic presidential term. Good or bad, only time will tell. So the results are in. It's now time for a post-mortem. The polls promised us a tight contest, but this is anything but. So what did result day tell us about the public sentiment? Let's dive into the voting data. The biggest issue this time was the economy. No two ways about it. For 39% of the voters, it was the number one concern. Whether it's sluggish jobs or recession fears or the cost of living crisis, that's the top issue. At number two was immigration, the mess that's been created at the southern border. 20% voters called it their most important issue. So that's 59% for economy and border, two issues that are considered to be Trump's strength. And what about abortion? It was number three at 11%. So the big picture is clear. 59% voters gave priority to Trump's biggest campaign points. Only 11% gave priority to Harris's biggest promise. Which brings us to voting blocks. We heard a lot of theories heading into election day that women would flock to Harris, that Latinos would abandon Trump. Did any of that actually happen? The simple answer is no. Around 54% women voted for Kamala Harris, 44% voted for Trump. So yes, Harris got more women votes, but Trump's share is actually 2% up from 2020. So he's added more women voters to his coalition. Now Harris's pitch was simple. Only she can protect abortion rights in America, but clearly that did not resonate. Maybe women are not single-issue voters. They care about things beyond abortion too. Secondly, Black and Latino voters. Again, a so-called weakness for Trump. Trump won 45% of Hispanic voters this time. Harris won 53%. So yes, she leads, but Trump's share has increased. And listen to this, it has increased by 13% compared to 2020. So once again, he's added to his coalition. Among Black voters, he stands at 12%, which is unchanged from the last election. Among Black men, he's up 1% from the last time. He's up. So to recap, more women and Latinos voted for Trump this time. But guess who did not? Believe it or not, white voters. Trump is down 3% among white voters compared to last year. Now remember, these are all exit polls. The official results do not calculate race or gender. But it does tell a story. The narrative was that Trump alienated voters of color. A lot of focus was on his rally in New York. One of his supporters called Puerto Rico floating garbage. But none of that has hurt his support base. Clearly, this was a vote cutting through race and gender, a vote on the state of the economy, the state of the border, basically a vote against the current status quo in America. And credit to Trump, because his team read the sentiment well. The Democrats talked about joy, about democracy being in danger, about Trump's denial of the 2020 results, but they were completely off. Those were not the key issues this time. The key issues were economy and the border. Trump kept hammering down on these issues even on election eve, and you can see the result. Plus, some of the Democratic talking points simply did not strike a chord. For example, transgender rights. Perhaps the push was well-intentioned, but this wasn't the election to do it. Exit polls found 50% of the voters said that trans rights had gone too far. Remember those Trump rants about men competing in women's sports? Well, they seem to have resonated. Same with the fake news about migrants eating dogs and cats. Harris mocked Trump for saying all of that. But the electorate was deeply concerned about the border. So the biggest takeaway from this election is this. The Democrats completely misread it, whether it was the anger against the economy, the anger against Joe Biden, or the perception about Kamala Harris. she wasn't seen as distinct from Biden. She was very much seen as part of the problem. In 2016, the Democrats underestimated Donald Trump and they paid the price for it. This time, they did not repeat that mistake, but they did underestimate the voter. In any election, anywhere in the world, that's a losing strategy. So one night, two very different fates. Donald Trump is jubilant, he's claimed victory, his supporters are celebrating. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is nowhere to be seen. She hasn't conceded defeat yet. The mood is glum in the Democrat camp. It's morning right now here in Washington, D.C., as you can see. But we were up all night tracking the updates. So what did it look like for both the candidates? How did the election night unfold in the United States? Our next report tells you.
They came with the hope of witnessing history. A victory for Kamala Harris, making her the first woman to become the US president.
But
On
they
election
left
night,
crying.
the manicured lawns of Howard University were packed.
They left
with
crying.
people ready to
Harris,
celebrate.
Soy
They were
Boy
nervous, yet
supporters.
hopeful.
It's like, it's home here. So it's like coming home to watch one of your own do something big. Yeah, I
Camilla already lost. Trump won.
Howard
It's
is Kamala
over.
Harris's alma mater, a university that shaped her life. She graduated in 1986. And
This
has
guy
since
doesn't
returned
turn on
here
the
multiple
news.
times.
Bush
Yet,
congratulates
no visit
Trump.
was as important as this one. She chose Howard as her election night headquarters.
We're at Howard University, the alma mater of Kamala Harris. She graduated from here in 1986 and she's going to watch the election results from here. So you can see the excitement in the build-up to the result declaration.
Harris's night started early. She had dinner with her family, something she calls a tradition. After that, she headed to Howard University to camp with her team and watch the results. On a giant screen, results from some key states started flashing. There was applause as Harris racked up some easy blue states.
Oh
Soon,
man,
not
Nancy
determined to
Pelosi
follow. As
re-won.
key states were declared, her supporters fell silent. Harris was supposed to address the crowd, but she did not. Her campaign advisor made this announcement instead.
We will continue overnight.
Hell no. Why did Nancy Pelosi win? Hell no.
Vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her
She's hiding.
tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Well, the fight is over. Harris is yet to concede. But on the other side, Donald Trump was quick to claim victory. He started his day in Florida, at West Palm Beach. Here he cast his vote along with his wife, Melania Trump. From there, it was a quick trip to Mar-a-Lago, Trump's luxury resort club in Palm Beach. He had his followers and supporters there. Elon Musk spent the night with him, along with many others. The Trump election headquarters was a short distance away, at this convention center. His supporters gathered here for a watch party. The election was first called by Fox News, and once that happened, they erupted in celebration.
Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Other major networks were yet to call it, but Trump decided on an early victory lap. He headed from Mar-a-Lago to the Trump election headquarters along with his family, and this is where he claimed victory.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
The speech was a long one, including a lot of thank yous, promises, and hopes for the next 4 years.
I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady, who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together.
The same election night, yet two very different endings.
World leaders rushed to congratulate Donald Trump. Among them was Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen to his message. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity. Prime Minister Modi also added a personal touch. He called Donald Trump his friend. But what does this result mean for India? How will it affect India-US ties? Broadly speaking, nothing will change. This is a long-term strategic partnership. Both Democrats and Republicans agree on that. Having said that, a leadership change is always important. And Prime Minister Modi has been...
Sorry,
When he first became
Iranians.
Prime Minister, Barack
Sorry,
Obama was
man,
president.
sorry.
In 2017, Donald Trump took over. In 2021, Joe Biden took over. And now Trump is back. So Modi has worked with 3 different US presidents. He had great equations with all of them, especially with Trump. Together they attended the Howdy Modi event in Texas. They took part later in a grand rally at the Ahmedabad Stadium. So
I know he
chemistry
won
is not a
early
problem.
this morning.
Trump is a known entity in New Delhi, which brings us to policy. Donald Trump has promised a tariff on all imports, which includes Indian imports. They're worth about $75 billion. They include medicines and engineering goods. Yes, Trump's tariffs will hurt that trade, but hopefully it won't escalate into a conflict. Same with H-1B work visas. Trump is expected to curb work permits for immigrants. He says immigrants are eating up American jobs. A third issue could be supply chains. India and the US are setting up semiconductor plants in India. Again, it's a sore point for Trump. He says American firms should produce in America. If not, they should face more taxes. It will take a few months to get some clarity on these policies, and even if there are issues, the two sides know each other well, they should be able to settle differences. Which brings us to the politics then. Trump's presidency was very important for West Asia. During that time, Arab states normalized ties with Israel, which opened the gate for India. We joined the I2U2 grouping. It includes India, Israel, the UAE, and the US. New Delhi and Washington are also building a shipping corridor to Europe, one that starts from India and passes via West Asia. So Trump's normalization deals are good news for India. The bad news is Iran. India is planning to invest millions of dollars in the Chabahar port in Iran. But Trump is a bona fide Iran hawk. He could take offense to India's project, perhaps even consider sanctions. We saw that in 2018. Until then, India used to import cheap oil from Iran, but Trump imposed biting sanctions. Soon afterwards, India stopped buying. Now we come to the neighborhood. Trump is one of the few US presidents who publicly called out Pakistan. He accused them of betrayal in the war on terror. Even cut off military aid to them. Joe Biden, though, resumed that aid. On Bangladesh, too, Trump has a different position. He recently said that the country was in chaos. He accused mobs of attacking Hindus and other minorities. Biden, though, cozied up to Muhammad Yunus. The question is, was this campaign rhetoric from Trump, or will it continue in office? India will be hoping it's the latter, that it will translate into policy. And finally, we have China and Russia. Trump had a stable relationship with Vladimir Putin. He even pushed for reinstating Russia in the G7, which is good news for India again. A stable US-Russia relationship means no more tightrope walks for India. And with China, Trump has been aggressive. He will be aggressive. He was president during the Galwan clashes in 2020. In public, he offered to mediate, but his officials criticized China's actions. So lots of variables to consider, but unlike Russia or China or the West, New Delhi won't be thinking too much about this change of guard, and that's not a reflection on Trump. It's a reflection of India's geopolitical position. So India has welcomed the result, but not everyone shares this sentiment. The US election was closely watched in capitals across the world. Once the results became clear, the messages started trickling in. One of the first messages came from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. His country is at war. But it did not delay Netanyahu from wishing Trump. He called it, and I'm quoting, history's greatest comeback. Of course, Netanyahu was has a lot to be happy about. He shares a great friendship with Donald Trump. In his first stint in office, Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, normalizing ties between Israel and the Arab states. He recognized Israeli sovereignty over Golan Heights. He moved the US Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So Netanyahu would be happy with the result. Trump backed him in his first term, and he expects the same this time. But there's another leader at war who does not have that assurance. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He did congratulate Trump, though, praising his peace-to-strength approach. But Ukraine would be nervous this morning. As a candidate, Donald Trump promised to push Zelensky to end this war. He wants Ukraine to cut a deal with Russia, one that could lead to loss of territory. There's also the question of aid. Chances are Trump won't be as benevolent as Biden. And without money, Zelensky will find this war hard to sustain. He needs the United States. He has had years of differences with Trump. So today's congratulatory message was an attempt to do some damage control. But will it work? The world is fighting two wars. Trump wants to stop them. He mentioned it explicitly in his victory speech.
One is strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it.
He's gonna stop World War III.
4 years we had no wars.
So Trump wants no wars. But can he influence his friend Vladimir Putin? Trump shares a good relationship with the Russian president. He's called Putin a genius. He's called him, and I'm quoting, the smartest one. That's what Trump said for Putin. In fact, Trump cannot stop praising the Russian president. But will that translate into better ties? Russia is a hostile state for America, and it's unlikely that this hostility will disappear overnight or with Trump in office. And Russia knows
I know Trump won this morning, but I'm still streaming, guys. I'm still streaming. The view's coming. I'm still streaming.
Congratulate Trump, it seems.
I'm in Europe.
As for congratulations, I am not aware of the president's plans to congratulate Trump on his election. Still, let's not forget that we are talking about an unfriendly country that is directly and indirectly involved in the war against our state.
So a lot of mixed signals, but China is only getting one signal, and that is more tariffs. Trump's win means more trouble for Beijing. Last time Trump waged a trade war against China, this time will be no better. Trump's already promised a second round of tariffs, this time on Chinese imports. So Beijing has very little to be happy about, and it showed in their statement. There were no congratulations for Trump, but China said it hoped for, and I'm quoting, peaceful coexistence. Iran, on the other hand, has no such expectations. Trump 1.0 was bad for Tehran. Trump 2.0 could be worse. And the country says it is prepared for it.
The election of the U.S. president doesn't have anything specific to do with us. Major policies of America and the Islamic Republic are fixed, and they won't heavily change by people replacing others. We have already made necessary preparations in advance.
Which brings us to Europe. They woke up to the possibility of a second Trump presidency. Most of them were quick to congratulate. French President Macron wished Trump. So did Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. The NATO chief, too, chimed in. But that doesn't mean they're not worried. Trump's first term wasn't so great for them. He had patchy relations with leaders. He expressed disregard for the European Union. He threatened to quit NATO and even the United Nations. So Europe is rethinking its options. But there's one person who's
Europe
happy
loves
about all of
Donald
this, and
J.
that is
Trump.
Hungary's Viktor Orban. He's hailed Trump's victory, calling it, and I'm quoting, a much-needed win for the world.
I see a shining victory, perhaps the biggest comeback of the history of Western politics. It's been a huge fight. He was threatened with prison. His wealth was confiscated. They wanted to kill him. The whole media world turned against him in America, and he still won.
Damn
Coming days will
right.
change a lot. While campaigning, Donald Trump promised a lot, like ending the Ukraine war in 24 hours or pledging new tariffs on China. Will he act on them? When he takes office, will he act on all of these promises, or was this just campaign rhetoric? We'll find out in the coming months. Vantage continues after a short break.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what had happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Look at that, not even close. The race wasn't even close.
The battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path.
Donald J. Trump.
Now let's talk about the fallen soldier in this battle, Kamala Harris, who practically bled votes in this election. Out of the 538 electoral college votes, you need 270 to become the US president. According to projections and leads, Harris got 226. She couldn't win in a single swing state, not one. She failed to outperform President Joe Biden's 2020 record in a single state. She lost ground with female, Latino, and Asian voters. So where did it all go wrong for her? Was it her baggage from the Biden administration? Was it the economy, immigration, all of the above, or something else altogether? Our next report tells you why Harris lost.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow.
In the end, joy turned to dread. Vice President Kamala Harris never took the stage at her election watch party as echoes of 2016 filled the premises. Much like when Hillary Clinton lost the presidential race. And her campaign chairman, not Hillary, came out to address her election night supporters.
Amazing job, and she is not done yet.
Harris's historic attempt to become the first female president of the United States has been quashed, and how? Former President Donald Trump is returning with a bigger mandate. In sharp contrast,
Old 45 is now the 47th, absolutely. Always trust the 45, old
Trump is
reliable.
projected to sweep all the 7 swing states. This was not the only setback for Harris. She lost ground with female voters. 54% women voted for Harris. That's 3% less than what Biden had won in 2020. She also lost out on Latino and Asian votes, with a loss of 6% in Latino votes compared to Biden's win in 2020. So where did it all go wrong for Kamala Harris? The first reason is Harris herself. She is not battle-tested. She had been running for president for about 16 weeks against a man who'd basically been running for 9 years. Second, Harris overemphasized on abortion rights while blaming Trump.
Today, our daughters know fewer rights than their grandmothers.
Bull crap.
This
No
is a
one fell
healthcare
for it.
crisis. And we all know who was to blame. Donald Trump. He openly says that he is, quote, proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade. Proud. Proud.
Sure, this was great for Harris. It was her party's strength. It was supposed to bring in last-minute voter surge. But what Harris forgot is that abortion may be a key issue, but it's not a unifying one in America, as sad as that is. It was the Democrats in 1992 who said, "It's the economy, stupid." That was their slogan. And Harris should have remembered it. She has been vice president for 4 years now, so all that has gone wrong with the cost of living crisis, with inflation, with anemic growth and employment, is also seen as her fault, and it weakened her campaign. Another crucial reason was immigration and protecting the border. 20% voters consider it their most important issue. Illegal migration in the United States was lower when Trump was president. It surged during Biden's term. And again, Harris was also held accountable for it. Which brings us to the fourth reason, her Biden baggage. Yes, the Biden administration dragged her down, but Harris made it significantly worse. During an interview, she was asked if she would do anything differently than Biden, and she said, "There's not a thing that comes to mind, not a thing." And the Trump campaign milked it. They played her answer on loop. So despite the fawning celebrity patronage, favorable media coverage, and record fundraising, Harris's campaign had a lot of holes. That being said, not everything is Harris's fault, like her own race and gender. It's hard to prove that Harris can lose because of sexism, but gender plays a major role in how Americans vote. Trump has been victorious in 2 out of 3 bids for president. He lost to a fellow white man, but defeated both his women challengers. For Harris, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, paving the way for Trump's so-called greatest comeback.
Now let's look at a different type of world reaction to Trump's victory and Harris's defeat. The reaction in the markets. Yesterday we told you about the calm before the storm. Well, today it seems that the Trump hurricane has made landfall, affecting every single market. We'll focus on four different markets. Commodities, chiefly gold and oil, the currency market, crypto, and finally global stocks. That's what we'll talk about today. We'll start with the commodities. They're down. Trump's victory means bad days ahead for this market. Let's look at gold first. Gold prices were down to an almost 3-week low today. And this is after they just hit a record high last Thursday. Gold prices had been steady in the run-up to this election because the yellow metal is considered a safe investment. But now that we know that Trump is coming back, the uncertainty has passed, so people don't need gold to protect them anymore. That's why gold is down. Next, let's look at another commodity, and that's oil. Prices started falling after it became increasingly clear that Donald Trump would win. The global oil benchmark, Brent crude, was down by more than 1%. I'll explain why in a moment. But before that, let's look at the currency market, because it is related. Yesterday, we told you how Trump's victory would cause the US dollar to surge because of his plans to impose tariffs on imported goods. We showed you how this action would cause the US dollar to increase in value. But the currency markets are not even waiting for Trump to take office. The rise of the dollar has already begun. The US dollar has surged by about 1.5% against a basket of different currencies. The dollar is up against the Japanese yen, the Chinese yuan, the euro, the pound, even the Indian rupee. The rupee hit an all-time low against the dollar earlier today. It fell because the dollar made gains against everything. So what does this mean for trade? Most trade is conducted in dollars, even if the US is not involved. So when the dollar rises, it means that imports automatically become more expensive, and this affects demand and causes prices to fall. So things return to the way they were. That's exactly what happened to oil prices today. They fell because the dollar surged. Other commodities could experience the same thing, the same trend, which is why a Trump victory is good for the dollar, but bad for the commodity market and bad for other currencies as well. The regular currencies, anyway, cryptocurrencies are a whole different matter. Crypto is celebrating Trump's victory. Bitcoin, the world's best-known cryptocurrency, rose to a record high today. It reached the $75,000 mark. Other cryptocurrencies rallied as well. Trump had promised to back the crypto industry. He was the pro-crypto candidate. So obviously the crypto market thinks that the future is bright for them, and they aren't the only ones. Stock market indices across the world rose today. Japan's Nikkei 225, India's Sensex and Nifty, Europe's Stoxx 600. We'll have to wait to see how the US markets react today, but they had started making gains yesterday, when a Trump victory seemed increasingly likely. Now, the result has also caused stocks to rally almost everywhere, like I said, but there was one notable exception, and that was the Hang Seng Index, based in Hong Kong. The Hang Seng fell by over 2% today, bucking trends seen around the globe, and the reason is simple. China is firmly in Trump's crosshairs. He has promised harsh measures when it comes to Beijing. He said he could raise tariffs on Chinese goods to as high as 60%, 60%. That would be impossible to escape unscathed. So the Chinese markets reacted today as it became clear that Trump would win. Will Beijing intervene to protect its markets tomorrow? Or will we continue to see them bleed? The next few days should prove interesting as markets all over the world adjust to the reality of Trump's return. So this presidential election went off without too much of a hitch, but the run-up to this moment was tense. Things could have gone sideways. Security was ramped up all over the United States.
Guys, Donald J. Trump won. He won for a reason. Trump won this. Guys, they said it wasn't even going to be, it was going to be close, a tight race, blah, blah, blah. Nah, Donald J. Trump won this by a damn landslide. No one in their right mind would vote for Harris. And no one in their right mind did. He won the popular vote. It's Trump everything now. It's Trump everything. Trump hats. We need the Trump watches. We got Trump candy.
Authorities have indicated that these are not credible. There is no credibility to these bomb threats. We've also been made aware that
Donald J. Trump won this. Everyone spam the comments who you voted for and where you're coming from. Donald J. Trump won this.
Across Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. There were bomb scares in all these states.
Yeah, don't worry. I cleaned my face. I cleaned my face with the chocolate of the Donald J. candy bar. That was just some Donald J. Trump candy bar. Trump pizza. Trump University. Trump Airlines. Trump hats. Trump house. Trump construction.
All swing states. The states that would decide the outcome of this election. Most of the threats targeted one location in particular, Fulton County in the state of Georgia. 32 of its 177 polling stations faced bomb threats. Most were easily dismissed, but 5 of them had to be closed temporarily.
It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's in the Quran, Father God. So right now we just give thanks and all honor in your son, Jesus Christ, for bringing Trump back to the White House. I got my president back. Hold up that fist.
Hell yeah, thank God Trump won, man.
They tried to wrongfully convict him. They tried, oh, Father God, just thank you. We give all honor and praise to the Son, Jesus Christ. Yes, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We got my man back. We got my man back. They thought the engine go in. They thought we got my man back. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Trump everything around here. It's Trump everything. It's Trump everything. Oh, it's Trump everything around here, boy and girl. Look, it's Trump everything. Look, oh, we got Trump candy. It's Trump everything. We got Trump candy, nigga. Milk chocolate rice, crispy candy, boy. Nigga, we got Trump candy around here. I'm talking about real niggas fuck with real. Oh, born in the USA. I was 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 they mad, boy, they girl. They woke up mad, and I woke up glad.
They woke up mad and I woke up glad. They woke up mad and I woke up glad. Donald J. Trump for president. He won.
They suspended my Instagram for showing all this. They shut my Instagram down for showing all this. And I'm finna show it again. I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA. I was born in the... They mad. Oh, Cardi B mad with them bumps on her lips. Oh, they thought Kamala would go win. And I told y'all, can't no run nothing. I told y'all. I told you. I told you. I told you that can't run nothing.
I told you guys. I told you they weren't gonna let her win. There's no way. Okay, Charleston White. Donald J. America.